And we've seen the truth of something we've asserted for years, that an organisation's most valuable asset is its reputation. Now, we know from PRCA and ECO data that over the past decade, the four big trends that have driven the growth of our industry have been these. CEOs investing more in corporate reputation, the rise of digital, PR diversifying into broader marketing offerings, and a shift from advertising and towards PR. And all four of those trends have been turbocharged by this crisis, and they've led us once again to growth. So we embrace recovery from a position of strength, because these past few months have shown how important ethical communications is. To my mind, this period has brought out the very best in our industry. Industry leaders who've shared freely with their rivals, employers who put their staff welfare at the heart of what they do, people at every level of every organisation who've been determined to do whatever it took to get through these months, and a truly global PR community that survived the harshest of challenges and now sees an end to this crisis and a route back to strong growth. At our UK National Conference last year, many speakers said that they were confident in our industry's fundamental strength. Well, it's a pleasure to say that they were right. I said at the beginning that it's great to be back in person, and I mean it. But during these months of challenge, the PRCA never went away. Like much of the industry we represent, these difficult times have transformed us. We're more agile, more innovative, and more accessible than ever before. The challenge of moving to virtual delivery has made us relevant to all of our members all around the world. And I have the pleasure of reporting to you today that having taken the membership and financial hit that COVID necessarily brought, we now represent more members than ever. Our membership base has grown during this period, not declined. PRCA UK membership is larger than ever, so is PRCA MENA, as is PRCA Southeast Asia most recently, with the decision by the Vietnam Public Relations Network to become part of us. PRCA Latin America is flourishing. PRCA Africa has launched under the leadership of Adam and Jordan Rittenberry, and we have more members everywhere around the world, particularly in the US. Our finances are in robust, rude health because of the difficult decisions taken and the innovative solutions found. Now, on that note, I want to offer a thank you to all of you. I know that many of you too faced financial distress during this period, but you stuck with us as we stuck with you. You could have resigned and saved yourselves the burden of another invoice, but you didn't. So a heartfelt thank you from me, from the PRCA board, and from the PRCA team to you, our members. Now, that transformation that the PRCA undertook took many forms, and to highlight just a few, the unprecedented member collaboration we saw, engaged in by many people, but to highlight one, the COVID task force led by Tony Langham, the work of our Race and Ethnicity Equity Board under the leadership of Barbara Phillips, our Equity and Inclusion Advisory Council launched just last week under the leadership of Sudha Singh, the Power of PR campaign under the leadership of our Chairman of Fellows, Alison Clark, our work to support practitioners who'd lost their jobs by giving them free membership and free training, our work to give young people a start in the industry by running the government's Kickstarter programme with about 100 new roles created by it. Our unheard of interaction with the government, with weekly calls that continue today and with engagement on a regular basis with business ministers. A consistently high profile making the case for our industry as professional and ethical, for example on the lobbying front with Love DC Dave Cameron, and our engagement with Liam Herbert with the press on that. Our shift to a fully virtual training and qualifications programme with thousands of delegates on our courses turned around fully virtually within a fortnight of the first lockdown happening. Dozens of online conferences and awards attended by thousands of people from around the world, 200 free-to-attend group events, for which a big thank you to the volunteers who lead those groups, an unprecedented level of engagement led by my brilliant colleagues, who I really wish to thank for their hard work over this period. Our management of ECO and LG Comms has seen them through tough times too, Cannes Condensed took place in Brighton a couple of weeks ago. It's not quite the south of France, but it certainly was enjoyable for the people there. Edelman won gold. The UK team won the Young Lions for the first time ever. ECO now has a seat on the Council of Europe, and more associations are members than ever before. LG Comms is bigger than it's ever been, and its first virtual academy, supported by the GCS, was outstanding. So your association has fared pretty well during these slightly tricky times, and I thank you again for your support. Now, what about the future? Our ambition burns brighter than ever. We are the largest association in the world, and I believe the most effective by a long way. I want that footprint and that effectiveness to grow every single year, and I know that it will. We're devoting more resource than ever before to our UK regions and nations, with dedicated managers based around the country. We have more staff internationally. Next week, we'll launch a new PRCA Continental chapter. And I can announce today that we have agreed to take over the management of another association. In addition to ECO and LG Comms, we're about to start managing the Motor Industry Communications Association, another step forward to consolidating the industry in one voice. Our model has changed. It will change again as the economy changes. We're not going to go back to how we used to work. The majority of our group events will be virtual, around 150 of them a year. They'll be complemented by at least one physical event per group per year. Our awards will return in person. Our Dare Grand Prix takes place in October. Our nationals at the Intercontinental Park Lane the following month. Our conferences will be live, but also live streamed. Our training will accommodate your needs. Plenty of our courses will remain virtual and interactive. But those that benefit from being face-to-face will go back to being face-to-face. Our campaigning work will continue, whether that's on race and diversity and inclusion, or on the value of PR, or our recently published accessibility guide, or the need to address the gender pay gap working with women in PR and global women in PR, or the need to embed proper data and evaluation in our industry. And we're proud to do that work with AMEC. Or the work of our Global Ethics Council, led by Mary Beth West of the USA, Nitin Mantri of PRCA India, and Israel Opiemi of Nigeria, all backed up by our UK ethics work under the leadership of Gavin Devine and Claire Walker. To conclude, over the past 15 months or so, we've become incredibly accessible to our members, regardless of where they live and work. We've become more influential in making the case for our industry than ever before. We've broadened and deepened the scope and depth of our research and of our campaigns, and grown to represent more agencies, more in-house teams, Association's best days lie ahead of us, because your industry and your association are both stronger than ever before. And it's my pleasure to hand over to Rachel Fredden, CEO of W Communications and PRCA Chair. Rachel.
Thank you, Francis, and welcome everybody. I would first just like to congratulate Francis and his entire team at the PRCA for supporting our industry through what has been the most challenging year of any of our professional careers. As you can tell from that incredible wrap-up report that Francis has just taken us through, the PRCA has worked tirelessly, hand in hand with many people in this room and across our fine nation to bring to you the most important work to help support us through the industry. I'd like to just highlight a few. I mean, Francis went through so many just then, but the important work that the Race and Ethnicity Equity Board are doing, the Equity and Inclusion Advisory Council and the Power of PR campaign really does take our industry forwards in a way that was very much called for, and we have answered those questions. Like many of us who are in agencies, the PRCA has also pivoted. You heard many of the things that Francis and his team have done. Setting up that COVID-19 response task force, I was lucky enough to be part of that, and to see 100 leaders across the globe come together and offer their time free of charge, 100% in confidence, to any other agency leaders as we all try to navigate what were unbelievably terrifying waters to start with, as we reforecast and reforecast and reforecast almost on a daily basis our businesses, and tried to navigate how we were going to make sure that our clients were looked after, that our staff were looked after, and that we were representing this industry well. And it was a real pleasure to see that collaboration coming together from people right across this industry. And that's a theme I think we've really, really seen. I don't think we've ever seen collaboration on a scale that we have seen from this industry in the past 12 to 18 months. And it's down to organisations like the PRCA that make things like that happen. So I've seen firsthand the passion and the compassion of everybody at the PRCA. And I would like to personally extend a huge thanks to Francis and to everybody at the PRCA for their incredible work. Okay, now it's down to me to host today's event. So I'm sorry you're going to be stuck with me for most of the day. I have some housekeeping, so go and get a cup of tea for a second if you're watching on the live stream, because this is for people in the building, okay? So here we are. I have to do this now, it's COVID. There are hand sanitizers around this building. Please do use them. There is also the QR code for the NHS COVID app. Please use that. Face coverings must be worn at all times unless you are eating or drinking or on this very stage. There is a one-way system for the stairs. The stairs on the left is up and the stairs on the right is down. There are no planned fire drills today, so if you hear one, it's real. Don't worry about the up and down stairs, we just get out, okay? And of course, if you are in the room and you have a phone, please pop it to silent so that we can respect the speakers who are giving up their time today to talk to us. For today's sessions, come back if you're in the virtual world. For today's sessions, there will be a live Q&A at the end of every session. So if you'd like to ask a question, just stick your hand up and somebody from the PRCA will come and grab a mic and come and talk to you. If you would like to ask a question virtually, then just put your question into the Q&A box on YouTube, and someone from the PRCA will ask that question for you live in the room. We are being recorded, so all the content from today will be available after today's session. And if you are enjoying the session, which I've no doubt you will, then please do share on our on your social channels, using the hashtag PRCA_NatConf. You'll find us at PRCA_UK. Now, the event would not be possible without our fantastic sponsors, so I would like to extend our thanks, which I know Francis has already done, to 3Gem, Karma, I can't ever say this, de Havilland, thank you, and Vulio. Today you're going to hear from some of the industry's top professionals sharing views and debating the really important issues of the day. So, to turn to our first keynote speaker, sadly, on your programme, Sophie Morgan was due to join us. Sadly, she's not very well, but I am absolutely delighted to introduce you to Hayley Malunda. Hayley is a multi-award-winning international speaker, author, podcaster, and change agent. Her mantra, "A breakdown can become a breakthrough," has led to many of her amazing talks and speeches and books. She's going to pick up on some of the themes that Sophie was going to cover and also take it on for herself. So, without further ado, I'd like you to give Hayley a very warm welcome. Thank you. Ooh. I know.
Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. I'm not going to lie, this is my first speaking engagement since March 2020. I left my heels in my bag. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not. You know, before I used to be like, you know, get the heels out. I can't do it. I just wanted to get that off my chest. The sun is not coming, but it's coming home. It's coming home, lads. The sun is not coming, but it's coming home, right? Yeah, I literally had a music video shoot literally last night, got home at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and this morning got up at 7 o'clock, and I just had to fist pump. It's coming home. That was my way of waking up. So you've got all the energy today. I always tell people, don't give me coffee, because I'm really high energy, so I don't do the coffee. My friends are like, take Red Bull. I was like, do you guys want me to these people think I'm crazy? So just know I've got high energy and I'm hoping to lift up the mood. I know that it feels a bit like a Monday morning type vibe. I don't know if it's just you, but Thursday, don't worry, Friday's coming. Friday is coming. So let me introduce myself. My name is Hayley Mlender. I'm an international speaker, author, and in brackets, music artist. And I'm so excited to be your opening keynote speaker today. Thank you for having me. And I'm so happy to be here. So I'm hoping this clicker will be good. Right, so these are some of the corporations I've had the opportunity of working with. I worked with Unilever, I've worked with Microsoft out in Redmond, Washington. I've recently just done my first virtual TEDx. JP Morgan, KPMG, Facebook, and every single one of these clients has just been amazing. I always sometimes do find it quite surreal at the fact that I started speaking with 12 people in the room in my sixth form at the age of 16. I remember telling my mum that I wanted to be a speaker, and she's like, well, you speak every day. What do you mean you want to be a speaker? Imagine telling your African mum you want to be a speaker. Not happening. So I'm happy that, after a few years, she saw some checks. Yes, speak, girl, speak. She's happy for me to be a speaker now. So she'll be like, wow, Hayley, the cooker's breaking down, the washing machine's breaking down. I'm like, okay, but you had an issue with me speaking, so why am I now, fixing everything in the house? So one thing I'm happy about is my mum is very supportive as long as I'm bringing that check home. But I love her. She's very supportive, and these are amazing things that I've been able to do, travel around the world and really meet some amazing people in the process. And so with me today, one thing I wanted to touch on was something called role models. And the reason why I wanted to touch on this is because I think a lot of the times we find identity in what we do and we don't find identity in who we are. And I find a lot of the times many people growing up used to say, Hayley, you should be a role model. I don't believe in the idea of being a role model. I really believe in the idea of being a role model. And what a role model is someone who finds identity in them being vulnerable, someone that finds identity in authenticity. If there's something that I value more than anything, it's integrity. I don't really mind what you do online. I want to see how your life reflects offline. And especially right now where we're in a social media, virtual, I grew up on MSN to Bebo to Facebook to, what else is there that I've done? Twitter to BBM to Snapchat. I've been through it all. My mum was working, mum was a midwife, and she was working crazy hours, and the only thing that used to entertain me was literally the internet. So every single social media app from TikTok, everything, I've been on it, experienced it, ditched some, still on some. But I think especially where, how should I say it? The virtual world is increasing, which means that many people are not connecting in authentic ways anymore. And I really feel that one of the best things you can do is be real. One of the best things you can do is to be real with other people, but also to be real with yourself. So let me tell you my story as to mental health. It was in 2015, I went to Sussex University. I'm the baby of the household, which means I'm a bit spoiled. And me being the baby of the household was the first time me moving out of my home. And I remember when my mum, allowed me to go, being the baby of the household, having a strict African mum, it means I went very wild. I went very wild, and I was always the girl in the dance floor, in the middle. I'm still the life of the party, maybe the Zoom parties, but at the time of Sussex, I was the life of the party, literally every single bar from Shush, the Brighton Strip, I've been in all those clubs, I had a name for myself. And, I was definitely enjoying a lot of time, but what was happening is that there was a lot of things going behind the scenes, and I felt like I had to put up a front. And especially in my community, where mental health is not really spoken about, I really felt that I found it hard to really articulate what I was going through. At the time, I had literally just had my first breakthrough in speaking, meaning that I just started getting booked by universities to speak, corporations. I had won an award in 2016. I won one of the most influential and inspirational Black entrepreneurs in the UK for under 21s. And that was a huge pressure for me. I had a lot of my friends looking up to me, and it was always like, at the time, I labeled myself as a motivational speaker, and the unfortunate thing about that is a lot of people think you wake up screaming, it's time to grind, let's go! Like, that doesn't exist. So a lot of people always had this assumption that I was always motivated. So I felt this pressure. I felt this pressure that I had to have it all together. I felt this pressure that I had to kind of somewhat feel like my life was going well when I felt like I was 18 years old, I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just here for the vibes. I didn't really know what was going on, and I felt at that moment that I really, really, really wanted to disappear. And what happened is that it started off as a seed, but because of my doubts, my insecurities, and the fact that I had no one to really support me, my seed unfortunately became a greater harvest. And in that time, I started to go into a deep depression. I remember it being a place where I would be in university and I wouldn't leave my room for about 2 weeks. I wouldn't leave my room for about 2 weeks, and I remember literally hearing whispers outside of the door with my flatmates coming to say, oh, where's Hayley? Oh no, I think she's in London because I haven't seen her around. Them not knowing that I actually was in that room. I was in that room, and I remember literally me dropping about 2 dress sizes. I remember stopped eating. My personal hygiene, just to give you a disclaimer, my personal hygiene went completely out of the window. I just wanted to give you a trigger warning that I will be talking about suicidal thoughts and suicide moving forward, just so you're aware. And I remember it getting to a place where my depression was spiraling into a really dangerous place. As I said, me being the youngest and the baby, I do believe that mothers have 6 senses. My mum knew something was wrong. I was always the annoying person that was asking my mum for money in uni. But when she didn't hear from me asking her for money, she knew that something was wrong. And I remember it being a case where my mum hadn't heard from me for about a week, and she kept calling me. And I don't know about you, if you see 2 missed calls from your mum, you need to be expecting the police at your door, because that's realistically what's going to happen. And I remember it being the case where my mum was literally calling, and it got to about 6 missed calls, and you know what, this time I just thought, let me pick up. And I remember when I was picking up the phone, my mum, all she had to hear is me breathe, and she knew something was wrong. I just broke down, and at that point, my mum just literally rushed up to Sussex to come and get me. She took me back down to London. And you would think that me going back home, things would get easier for me. You think that me being back at home, things would get brighter, but unfortunately, I think things got worse, because what happened is I was in my family home, and I started to feel like I was a burden for my family. I started to feel like I couldn't articulate what I was going through. My mum kept asking me, Hayley, how are you feeling? And the only word I could say was numb. The only thing I could say is that I don't have feelings right now. I don't really have anything to say. And I remember my mum just saying to me, okay, well, we're going to try. And I remember this time in my life, unfortunately, my granddad got really ill, so my mum had to travel to Uganda, so it was just me and my older brother. My older brother at the time was doing a 9-to-5, so he had to basically be calling me because he couldn't afford to take time off work. He had to be calling me, and he had to literally mute himself. And between those hours, he literally would just call me just to make sure I was breathing and to make sure I was alive, because at that moment, he knew I was in the most vulnerable place. When he was on the way home, my best friend would be calling me because he knew that he could not trust me at home by myself. So my best friend had to be calling me at the time. And that was basically the cycle of my life for about 3 months in 2016. Now, I remember it got to about May 2016. My brother had a training day, meaning that he couldn't call me. And my best friend had exams. And around this time, my thoughts were now getting to a place of suicide. And I felt like I could not tell anyone, because how was I meant to tell my brother, who practically raised me because I didn't grow up with my father, how am I meant to tell him that I don't feel like my life is worth living anymore? How am I meant to tell my best friend that I don't feel like I should be here anymore? So at the time, I thought what the best decision I can make is my mum's not in the country, my brother's not here, and neither is my best friend. I think I'm going to make a decision as to where I'm going to end my life. So I remember literally getting up, going downstairs, and I remember picking up some pills. I remember laying them out on the table, and I picked them up one by one. And as I'm about to pick up the first one, I literally hear the door slam, and I hear someone scurry into the front room, and it's my brother. Normally, when my brother walks into the house, he literally screams my name just to make sure I'm okay. But it's as if he knew that something was going on that day, and it's as if something told him to go straight into the living room. Now, I remember looking at him whilst I have these pills in my hand, and I remember him just looking at me, and I had tears in my eyes. And at that moment, there was nothing my brother could say that could talk me out of it. That's what I was so convinced. And I remember him saying to me, Hayley, I want to sit down, I want to talk to you about Muhammad Ali. Now, I'm here thinking, Muhammad Ali, why are you going to talk to me about Muhammad Ali? Muhammad Ali is not someone who I want to be hearing about in a time of where I feel I'm about to make the biggest decision of my life as to whether I'm going to stay here or whether I'm going to take my own life. And my brother says to me, Hayley, I want to talk to you about Muhammad Ali, and I want to talk to you about him fighting. sometimes what happens is Muhammad Ali gets into the ring. He gets into the ring and everyone's saying, Muhammad, fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee, and they are cheering him on. But what happens is sometimes Muhammad gets into the fight and he gets knocked down. And when everyone is screaming, Muhammad, get up, Muhammad, you can do this, Muhammad, come on. At that time, even though everyone is cheering him on, it's up to Muhammad to get up and fight. He says to me, Hayley, I can be cheering you on, Mum can be cheering you on, Fiona, your best friend, can be telling you, this is what you can do. But he turns to me, looks me dead in the eye, and he says, Hayley, everyone can be telling you to get up and fight, but it's up to you to get up and fight. My brother made a very hard decision that day. And the decision my brother made is that he walked out of the room and he left me with the pills. And he allowed me to make that decision. And that decision is to stand here today to remind you that pain can turn into purpose and there is a light at the end of the tunnel. So that is my brief story in terms of how I've been able to come back from a suicidal place. And since then, I've literally traveled and spoken to over 100,000 people across the world, just really highlighting and reminding them that at the end of the day, even though there can be trials and different things going on, speak to people about it, be open, and ultimately don't assume what someone's going through. If I never told you this story, if you saw me down the road, you probably would have never known that 2016, my life came to a halt. And unfortunately, if I never opened up about that story and I just went back into speaking, people would just assume that I was still that girl getting lit in the middle of the club, not knowing that I actually was about to end my life in 2016. 2020, something similar happened. I just want to get some interaction with the audience. Put your hand up if you've ever experienced something called burnout. That is literally about yes, sister, I hear you. You came straight up. Yes, so that is about nearly 90% of the room. We don't talk about burnout enough. And one of the things that I believe in is I believe in that prevention is better than cure. So 2020, right before this parallelogram, pandemini, whatever, I'm so tired of calling it a pandemic now. It's just a poo-poo-poo, whatever it is. But what I experienced in 2020, I remember because I just graduated, actually, literally this year. So I remember it being my second year of university last year, and I was so tired. And I had to take myself away out to a hotel actually called the Hive Imperial. And I took myself away because I felt burnt out. And I remember it just being a place where I was just thinking, oh my gosh, this is so crazy. I'm so burnt out. And I remember literally calling my brother whilst I was away, taking my space, should I say, and trying to get the energy back. And I remember having this conversation with my older brother. I feel like my older brother's like my spiritual guru. I'm always calling him when I'm in times of crisis, but anyways. He spoke to me, he said to me, Hayley, why do you feel like you're burnt out? And I said, this is because I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm doing that. And he says, you know, in the past few years, Hayley, all I've ever heard you do, or all I've heard you talk about is the things that you're doing and the things you're pursuing. And he says to me, Hayley, I'm hearing more about your responsibilities than I am your hobbies. And that's when I had realized that burnout actually takes place when you prioritize your responsibilities more than your hobbies. Now, I'm not here before anybody, you know, tries to come and say that I'm a speaker, come and say, I'm telling you to bun your hobbies, bun your responsibilities. You hear like, yeah, Hayley told me to do it, please. If you got responsibilities, hold it down. But what I'm trying to say is that what makes you happy? What makes you happy? What do you enjoy? What is your inner child scream for? I think a lot of the times there's certain things that we've done when we was a child and we prayed for more money, we prayed for more time. You got the time, you got the money, and now you have no desire to do it. I remember growing up, I was doing basketball, I was doing art, I was doing rap, I was doing singing. I've been singing since probably the age of 5, been rapping since probably the age of 10, 11. As soon as I saw Little Kim, Missy Elliott all come out, I was like, yeah, man, I'm gonna be the next thing. I was doing that. And, for me, I found myself last year making a decision where I have been doing speaking since, as I said, the age of 16. I've been in the most professional corporations, heels, the suits, and I always thought someone like me cannot go into music. How does someone like me, who is a professional speaker, now introduce myself to the CEO of whichever corporation I'm working with and say, yeah, I do rap? I really told myself that is something that I cannot do. But last year in the pandemic, what I had realized is that I never want to experience burnout the way I did last year. I don't know if it was just me, but the pandemic actually made me face my burnout. Like, you know when life paused and you realize, wow, I've actually been tired. That's what happened to me last year. That I've literally been running. And one of the things that I always tell people, the most dangerous place you can be is when you're running and bleeding. Because if you do know, when you're running, you're more likely to shed more blood. If you're bleeding. If you're active, that's what happens. And sometimes you just need to get to a place of pausing and asking yourself, what does your inner child scream for? What makes you happy? What is something that you've neglected, that you've completely forgotten about, that makes you happy? Whether it is you screaming around your house, it's coming home, let that be your mantra. If it's you doing art, if it's you singing, if it's you doing spoken word, if it's you doing poetry, then I think these are the very things that you need to pursue. Now, I'm going to ask a question before I move into the next part of my speaking engagement. Has anyone here ever heard of DJ D-Soul? He's my dad. No, I'm joking, he's not. Well, DJ D-Soul is amazing. He's an amazing DJ who's actually charted. But you guys might actually know him as David Solomon, who is the CEO of Goldman Sachs. I know. When I found that out, I was like, oh, hell no. When I found that out, I said, Bunny, I'm going into rap. I'm doing that. Because how is it that the CEO of one of the biggest corporations in the world, if he can find time to DJ in the clubs, and we are out here screaming, I'm burnt out. No, Tina, don't do that. You know, you're shouting at your kids, taking it out on your kids, taking it out on everybody. But DJ D-Soul in the evening is finding the time to relax. But you're stressing. We need to stop it. We need to sort it out. And I have to be the speaker that really reminds you to pursue your life. I always say this, please find identity in not what you do, but in who you are. So this is actually my first song, my debut song. On the day of the release, we hit top 5, we hit 50K just about a few weeks ago. And doing music is probably the best thing I've ever done. Literally came from a video shoot for my second single, third single, should I say. Last night at 2 o'clock in the morning, and literally I say this thing that during the day I'm doing speaking and during the night I'm in the studio rapping, and it's the craziest juxtaposition that I've ever experienced in my life, but it makes me happy. It makes me happy, and I can't be a speaker that comes and tells you to pursue your dreams, and I'm not doing that myself. I believe in one thing, integrity. My life offline has to scream louder than what you see on my biography. I don't want you to relate with my biography, I want you to relate with actually what I'm doing. So this is why I had to step into music, to actually make sure that I'm doing what I do. So this is where I'm going to end it, and this is called the hidden filter. And the hidden filter is basically the things that hides the tears, the scars, and all the things you're going through. And if there's something that I really want to remind you in terms of empathy is please, please, please don't assume that you know what's happening in someone's life. Every single person here is hiding behind some sort of problem. Everyone is going through something. And I think a lot of the times it's easy to assume just because someone has a smile on their face that they're in the best place of their lives. Right, so perfectionism doesn't protect you from judgment, it actually protects you from being seen. Dr. Brené Brown. This is someone who I would highly recommend. In fact, let me just see by a show of hands. Who's heard of Dr. Brené Brown? Right, and put your hands down. And if for those who actually put your hands up, who has actually been impacted by some of the things that she said and you think she's quite profound, right? So you see some evidence in this room. If you have not heard of Dr. Brené Brown, please do hear her out. She talks a lot about vulnerability. She's amazing, and I think she's a great orator, and she articulates her message so well, and I hope that will really encourage you. So what has 2021 taught me so far, to round up? I feel 2021 has taught me that the best present you can give yourself and the best present you can give anyone, one is your presence. Number 2, have a good time. I already told you guys I like to get down in the clubs, even though Boris Johnson has locked up the clubs. I'm doing it at home by myself. And the last thing, sorry. Count your blessings. I think it's really important. I think it's really important to count the blessings and to be grateful for what you've experienced in your life. Sorry. And the final thing, shameless plug, for all my podcast listeners, I do have a podcast, Building You with Hayley Melinda, and if you want to listen to my tunes, then Prosper is my song, and a new song is coming out at the end of the month. Right, so the last takeaway is, I really want to remind you guys to celebrate your growth. I think a lot of the times we are always striving for better, that we actually forget where we've come from. I've been quite stressed out recently, and I actually had a time when I had to meditate and really remind myself that there was once upon a time when I was praying for a lot of the things that I'm stepping into right now. There was a time in my life when I was literally 16 years old, I was in minus, asked my mum for money, and I used to tell my friends that, listen, I'm gonna be an international speaker, I'm gonna speak on some of the world's greatest stages. And at the time, my friends were quite immature, so they used to laugh at me and be like, hey, you crazy, like, we're from East London, we grew up in council homes, like, you can't come and say something like that. You know, you come from a single parent household, you can't ever say stuff like that. But fortunately enough, you know, I've had the opportunity to sit down with people like Melinda Gates. I've been able to speak out at the Wembley Arena in front of 15,000 people, been able to be flown out by Microsoft to work with their CVP, worked as CEO of Unilever, all before the age of 23. I turn 24 next month. If you guys do want to get me a gift, I'll give you my number, you know. But I am somebody who likes to really sit down and meditate on where I've come. So you may not be where you want to be, but just remember you are nowhere where you used to be. So just to round up, for anyone that has any questions, I'm opening the floor for any questions, but thank you for having me. My name's Hayley Melinda. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
That's a way to open. Thank you very much. I feel totally inspired by you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Such searing truth.
Thank you.
Amazing. So I'm going to open the floor to questions. We probably just have a couple of minutes for questions. So if anybody on the floor has got one, please do stick your hand up. My God, you've silenced them. Look. Thank you, Jane.
I'm holding to the mic for... Forget all this stuff. Very simple question, actually, Hayley. That was awesome. And I, too, am rocking the pumps. The heels are staying in the bag, although I've carried them all the way. Are you still playing basketball?
No. No, that one's where I drew. I'm not sporty. I think it's really important to know your gifts. Never doing the three-pointer. It was never going in. I wasn't good at basketball. I played it, though. I wasn't good. So I accepted that.
Great. And is there one more? Sorry, yes, at the front. Thank you.
Hey, Hayley. I'm also rocking the pumps and the high heels are in my bag. Great talk, and it's good to know you. What would you say to somebody who is struggling with their mental health and feeling like they've lost hope? You know, you've been there. What would your advice be to someone in that position?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think number one is first accept it. I think that's the hardest thing you can do. I think, you know, before anyone can get to the finishing line, first accept your starting line. So acknowledge it, that's number one. I'll say number two, I would say have a community around you. I don't feel like anyone should be an island. Have people around you, whether it's 2 people, 3 people who you trust. I'll say number 3, definitely seek professional help. These are people who are qualified that can help you. And I'll say number 4, don't put a deadline as to where you're gonna get out of that. You know, I think sometimes when you're in those places, it's kind of like, yeah, I would give myself 1 month to be depressed. It doesn't work like that. You have to understand that mental health issues are not linear. You're going to wake up sometimes and you're gonna feel like crap. You're gonna wake up sometimes, you're gonna feel like screaming it's coming home. But you have to accept that not every single day is gonna look the same. And I know I said that was my final one, but I'll definitely just give a bonus one. Something that really helped me was music. I know it's so weird, but music has a really powerful way of getting you into a really good place. So I'm one person that assess your mood and basically have a playlist according to where you're at. So sometimes if I need to calm down, if I feel really stressed out, I'll put like a nice neo-soul type thing on, or gospel. If I'm feeling really, I don't know, I need my pump up, put some Afro beats, some amapiano. Like, those are the type of vibes that I like to listen to that help me. So those are what have personally helped me in the time, but everyone's different. And I think, you know, definitely go on Google and definitely ask other people as well what's helped them. I'm really happy if there's something I'm grateful for. There's more mental health speakers. There's more people who are advocates for mental health issues. So at any point that you feel like you can't find resources to help you, literally the internet's full of them. But yeah, thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Hayley. may I ask you all to just show your appreciation for a fantastic talk from Hayley. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we now turn our attention. There's a little change in the schedule. Next up on the stage is Anna Salter, the Evaluation Director of Kantar, who's going to talk to us about why is PR uniquely placed to drive trust and reputation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, follow that. I promise I'm going to keep the energy really high because being from Kantar, I have some numbers for you, okay? So please, contain yourselves. I'm hoping you can hear me as well because apparently this neckline is a problem with these mics. So we will see. Great, well, I'm really delighted to be here and a little bit like Hayley, I don't know when I last stood up in front of a room full. I didn't quite know how I was going to react, having been webinaring like crazy for the last year and a half, which is lovely, thank you. Let's see how I feel at the end anyway. So my brief for this session was really quite open-ended. I was asked really to talk about trust for a little bit, I think, but really wanted to put this into the context of what this means for PR, because I think that people in PR are uniquely placed to be able to deal in trust. And the first thing I thought about really was the fact that we're all entirely dependent on the media. Everything we do is mediated, and as part of the pandemic, our collective experiences that we've really been seeking out sources of information that we can trust. I know that they're not all through the media. Some of them it's about speaking to friends and family, but there has been some significant changes in our media consumption patterns. I'm going to talk about that first. And the second thing I want to talk about is brands. Because our role, the job we do here is to build trust in brands and in organisations. Sometimes those are interleaved and they're absolutely the same thing, but in many cases they're not. So first of all, I'm going to focus on brands and talk about how we want them to signify particular meanings. And that might be about effectiveness, that might be about something that we want to be seen using, but trust really comes into it as well and holds our hand through the buying journey. But then behind these brands sit organisations which have reputations to protect and promote. And consumers can be very sceptical about businesses and their motives. So especially when they start talking about purpose, as there's a massive spectrum there. So do people trust your organisation or the organisation that you're representing? And what is the role of purpose? Because obviously it's one of the big buzzwords these days. How do you shift these perceptions? And I think, as I say, PR is very much in a good place to work on all of these things. So first of all, turning to trust in media, it's not original to say that this has been eroded very significantly, both on purpose, possibly to achieve electoral success or other things which are not necessarily what was intended in the past, but also due to greater fragmentation. We've all got different usage habits. We're able to curate our content. We can shop around for our content a lot more. So we're much more active consumers of media than we used to be. But there is a trust deficit here. Now, we've recently done something called the Navigator study. I'm not going to focus on this too much, but it's quite recent. We did it in March 21 because we really wanted to understand how people were feeling, how people were consuming media, after a full year of the pandemic, or the poo-poo, or whatever we're calling it. And so this piece of work was spread across 6 markets in Europe. We talked to 700 industry professionals about what their perceptions of how people consume media are under the pandemic. And we also spoke to 6,000 consumers about how they're using media. And so this piece of work showed some... Oh, sorry, I think I'm seeing slightly... I haven't quite got the hang. I'm going to look at that one over there, I think. There we are. Okay, so this research showed a greater trust for established news brands. Not a massive amount of surprise there, I don't think. But one of the things we did see was that our consumers were not trusting social media and aggregators. Again, not a massive surprise. But one of the stats that stood out for me is the fact that in the UK, only 21% of our consumer respondents said that they had noticed which news brand, they would be likely to notice which news brand an article was from if they'd seen it on social media. So that is quite shocking. Only 20% of us actually noticed that it was from the BBC or the Guardian or the Telegraph or whatever. And sadly, we are the worst in Europe for this. All the other countries were over 30% that they say they're quite engaged with where that news was being found from. And actually interesting, our younger respondents were much better at doing this. They were much better at seeing where they were picking up the news from. And I don't suppose, again, a surprise, Facebook came out worst out of all of these social channels. Google actually did very well on trust, actually. That was one of the positive ones. And this is another thing that really struck me, is that people were using search engines to look for news, but particularly to understand news in depth. And for me, that's people going to other channels. They see a piece of news, they go to other channels, using a search engine, looking for corroboration of whether this is the truth or not. And again, this behaviour was most pronounced among young people. So they're 16 to 24s. They've grown up in a quite a distrustful environment, let's say. They've grown up with fake news. They also don't necessarily align themselves with a media brand in the way that possibly their parents or grandparents might do. So they've adopted a very healthy coping strategy, and Google, etc., are part of this. We've also seen a bit of a bounce back to more traditional media consumption under the pandemic. I think the number there for newspapers is possibly slightly low. It's because we actually asked the question title by title. So people maybe really trust the Guardian and really distrust the Mail. So it's netted out. I think possibly if we'd asked the question differently, it would have come out differently. But this flight to traditional media has been very pronounced. And we actually did a lot of polling last year called the COVID Barometer. And in the early days of the pandemic, so last March, people were actually telling us that they trusted the national media more than they trusted their doctors, because their doctors didn't know what was going on either. So, COVID has sped up a lot of trends, but it's also holding the tide back on established media. Who knows where we're going to be in 10 years' time, but, it's been a very, very significant situation for us. So just finally talking a little bit about how those industry professionals talk to us about what their perceptions were and what was keeping them awake at night. So those 700 industry professionals across Europe are concerned about how the dynamics of media are changing. A lot of the old certainties are disappearing. Journalist teams are shrinking, algorithms are serving up news to consumers, creating bubbles and echo chambers where you can always find support for your views, however crazy they are. And this has actually changed the way that PRs are behaving. They're avoiding the more polarising news outlets in order to avoid getting sucked into controversy. And we've seen that with advertising as well. The Stop Funding Hate and Facebook and GB News, etc. So, PR is behaving in the same way, but maybe not quite shouting about it in the same way as the marketing community. So COVID has caused an uplift in respect for established media brands, and young people have created these great coping strategies to navigate the waters. But where does this leave us in PR? All we're trying to do is build fame and trust in brands and businesses on behalf of our clients. So I'm going to talk about brand, first of all. How does PR build trust in a brand? And as promised, I'm going to keep talking numbers. So another piece of Kantar research here, BrandZ, very well-known piece of work. It's been going for over 20 years now. Endless benchmarks and norms. It is very much a consumer piece. It's not talking to other stakeholders. But of late, we have really dialed up our research into the impact of trust and reputation on brand power. Now, brand power is a brand equity measure which aligns very strongly with growth. And so I'm going to come back to that a couple of times. But a key finding from last year's report is that there is a big payoff for trusted brands. Those that consumers perceive as being trustworthy enjoyed nearly 4 times the brand power of ones that they didn't trust. And so what is trust really in brands? I mean, we need to know that products and services do what they say on the tin, but it does run deeper than just fulfilling a functional purpose, a functional promise, and reflecting on past performance. Trust can actually make people do something different, like buying a brand they've never tried before, or accepting a new, more environmentally format, for example. So product innovation could actually be seen as a threat by consumers if they don't trust the brand that it's coming from. I think trust in your brand will give you some elbow room to innovate without your customers feeling threatened by it. Maybe they'll otherwise think that you're using a new format, you're trying to foist this on them for your own purposes, for your own cost saving and convenience, rather than theirs or indeed the planet's. So, you know, we've all seen the shrinking chocolate bar sizes and sneered at those, and, you know, so trust comes into that kind of conversation that you can have with your consumers. So what can PR bring to the party here? So another piece of research, Dimension, this is something we did last year, and it was looking at where people trust what people trust to find information about brands and services. And editorial was way, way, way higher than advertising. So, you know, we do have that residual trust in what we're doing, and that is something that we can make the most of. Now, this is some marketing mix information that we've got from our Connect database, and it suggests that on the buying journey, 75% of all consumer touch points with a brand sit outside paid, okay? So that's not all earned media, it's not all PR led, it's about owned channels, it's about customers' experience, it's about word of mouth, but communications has a huge part to play in this. And I'm sure that a lot of people will use this statistic around their business, around their client businesses, because, you know, it's not just about advertising. And another great stat for us, this is again looking at the that brand equity measure of brand power. So looking at the contribution of different parts of a campaign to that brand power measure. And this is taken from a database on looking at return on investment based on 5 years of data, hundreds and hundreds of brands, hundreds of campaigns. So this is a big, you know, a big piece of work that we did analytically. And so what was the impact of these different elements of a campaign on brand power? And we found that PR is part of the picture when we're talking about short-term awareness and activation, you know, trying to lead people to do something immediately. But where PR really ranks high is on building trust and building a long-term brand relationship, and trust has to be a big part of that. So yeah, PR is great. But what about the companies that sit behind those brands? As I said, sometimes those are interchangeable, but often they're not. And of course, there's a big connection about how people might feel about a brand and its parent, if they're aware of that relationship. And there's a massive spectrum here between organisations who are fully paid up B Corps, very, very, you know, social enterprises, very, you know, we're here to serve our consumers and the communities that we touch, to the other end of the spectrum, which are organisations that possibly the word sustainability only means business sustainability, financial sustainability. So everybody's at a different point on that journey. But when we're talking to people about that journey, consumers are not the only stakeholders about, that are building this reputation for us. So I think the first step here is how an organisation views its purpose. You know, what are we here for? Now, you know, it's not that long ago people would just have said to make money for our shareholders, and, you know, that's obviously still a very, very big part of what our clients need to do. But Unilever CEO Paul Polman famously said, I mean, he said this in 2016, but he started saying this a lot earlier than this, but if you can't explain as a company what you're doing to make this a better world, you have no reason for being. And so that concept of purpose is, for me, an input that a business needs to decide, you know, what it's here for. And that's, in some ways, is the raw material for you guys as PRs to be able to go out and take that to the world and talk about it. And, you know, obviously the client needs to live it, they need to walk the walk, but you're the ones who are going to be talking the talk to a great degree. So purpose is the input For me, trust is the output. That's where we're trying to get to. And reputation could and can be the bridge between these concepts, because it's what you're saying about yourselves, that's what you're articulating. And it's the feedback you attract from all of the different stakeholders that you need to be convincing, if you like, of that purpose that you've decided on. So have you managed to articulate that purpose in an authentic and believable way to all the people who have a stake in your organisation? And it's not something you can control. It's reflected back at an organisation from all of the different stakeholders around it. So again, using Brand Z, which if you remember was unashamedly talking about consumers, it's not talking about all of these talking to all of these stakeholders, but thinking about consumers as the people who buy your brand, and this is where growth comes from. 9% of that brand power score comes from corporate reputation. So it doesn't sound like a huge amount, but considering all the other inputs, it's not bad, significant. And the composition of this 9% has actually changed very markedly over the last decade. 10 years ago, corporate responsibility made up only 17% of that 9%, and it's now half. So corporate responsibility is a massive, massive part of how consumers perceive brands these days and businesses. And other drivers of corporate reputation are innovation and leadership and being considered successful. So those are important messages to be landing as well. And just to, responsibility, clearly that includes a lot of other things. That includes environment, employees, impact on society, how you deal with your suppliers, and the communities that you touch all the way along your supply chain. So reputation isn't just about convincing your consumers. Regardless of what kind of business you're in, you have an array of different groups that you need to be talking to. Some of them are policymakers, like regulators and politicians, and others are people in the media, etc. So on the one hand, you've got the risk side. So if your regulators don't think you're doing what you should be doing, then actually they can just shut you down. So you do have to get your house in order in this respect to be able to have a license to operate. But there is evidence to suggest that if you're on the front foot with this and that you are showing that you're actively engaging with all of your stakeholders, and you can demonstrate that to your regulators, and you're staying ahead of the curve, you're not just waiting to be regulated into something, there is actually a real commercial opportunity there. A second massive, massive thing for organisations is the ability to attract talent, specifically young talent. Our millennials and Zoomers are really, really choosy about where they work these days. So we know there's huge problems trying to attract good people. So attracting them is a huge cost for businesses, and having a reputation for doing the right thing is a big help in the job market. And apart from doing the right thing, the reputation matters from a pure commercial point of view as well. Again, just pointing to Unilever, they've got a variety of different brands, but the brands that they class as their sustainable brands are growing 6 times faster than their standard brands. So there's a big opportunity there, a big commercial opportunity, and that's the message to convince some of those more recalcitrant businesses to get on with it and walk the walk properly, be authentic. So I'm just going to talk about a final view of how we can understand how well an organisation is articulating all of these different messages and across all of those different stakeholders. So this is a very short case study that we did looking at the banking industry in the UK last year. Very turbulent year, of course, so it was quite interesting to see, there was a real message around, a real feeling around that, we bailed you out in 2008, it's about time you returned the favour. So did the banking industry come up trumps under COVID? And so the way we did this was to look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which is a framework internationally recognised by governments, organisations, everybody, that would sort of make sense of what sustainability means. And it might be, the 5 of these goals are about environment, the rest are about social equity and governance. So, environment's part of it, but it's not the only part. So we also then looked at what all of these different groups were talking about in publicly accessible spaces. So not just the usual suspects of your sort of key corporate journalists or whatever, but all of these, listening in on what all of these people were talking about in social media, in review sites, in parliamentary records, all sorts of places. And we used human coding just so to make sure that we knew exactly, you know, that what the data was saying was actually correct. So the first thing we did was to look at where the industry as a whole was winning and where it was losing. So it's an example of, one of the examples where the industry was getting good traction and having a good reputation was on the first message of health and well-being. And in some ways, that was possibly quite an easy one for them to land their messaging because, you know, they were able to demonstrate they were looking after their staff under the pandemic. They were able to demonstrate that they were possibly, you know, there for their customers. Some of the more difficult ones, however, around climate change, they absolute silence from the banking industry. So that's, on the one hand, it's you know, they're hugely influential in changing what's going on with climate change, and they're being quiet about it. But there is an opportunity there for somebody in banking to actually start owning that place, that space. Fair enough, it's probably the most complicated one. But we did see some positives around financial education, for example, which was is an area that a lot of the big banks have been, you know, they've been in that space for over 25 years now, and they've got brands that the platforms that they're talking about, like MoneySense for NatWest or whatever. So the big brands were, you know, building on that platform, and that's been very successful for them. But for gender equity, gender equality, only NatWest and Starling were doing well on that basis, and that's because they've been, not only because they've got female leadership, but they're actually going out of their way to lend to young female entrepreneurs and what have you. So that's really paying off for them. You're seeing them pull away from the rest of the herd, if you like, on those subjects. So those guys have picked what they want to be famous for, and they've really put some welly behind it, and it's paying off for them. And then the last thing I wanted to show you is that mention I made about not just looking at the usual suspects. If you look at the second line down, so this is looking at those UN Sustainable Development Goals and looking at how much impact they've made across the industry and how different stakeholders have talked about it. So in terms of the sentiment of those groups, if you'd only looked at what your key journalists, your tier one targets had been saying about decent work and economic growth, you would have missed the fact that possibly a few other groups weren't getting the memo. You know, so those key journalists were talking very positively, but the public and mass media were not talking in the same way. They weren't sticking to the script. So I'm going to wrap up now and say thank you very much. But first of all, before I go, the point I wanted to make was, you know, there's a long way to go before the media goes pop, as you'll be pleased to hear. But, you know, things have changed. And I think for me, the biggest thing is that younger groups are much more active participants in what they're reading than they used to be. And I think that's an opportunity for people who are adept and confident at how to engage with those audiences. And returning to the title of this piece, for me, PR people are the ones in an organisation who have the skills to craft and deliver great messaging, to build long-term trust in brands. And they're also the people with the skills to bring forth messages and ideas that are going to suit a variety of different stakeholders and support organisations in this much more complex landscape that we work in now. So thank you, that's everything from me.
Anna, thank you very much. That was absolutely fantastic. We are a little bit short of
sorry.
time. No. So rather than go to a Q&A, if you've got questions, I'm sure you'll be here in the coffee break.
I will.
Yes.
And
for anybody who's tuning into us online, please do put them in the Q&A into the box, and we'll make sure we come back to you if that's okay. Thank you very much, Anna. Now, there's going to be a bit of a shift change going on behind me, because next up is a panel discussion, and it's going to be led by Jane Fordham, very well known in our industry, and Jane's going to talk to us about from collective trauma to sustainable working practices and resilience building. I can't wait. Thank you.
I can't promise to be quite as high energy as Hayley, but I am actually very excited. So, and I did resist the urge only just to wear my England shirt. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but good morning, and hello to the people I haven't said good morning to. So,
hello.
Check it worked, don't you?
Yeah. Wasn't on mute like the usual calls.
oh yeah, you haven't met in person, have you? I guess.
No, not yet.
And I've got to remember to do eye contact. People aren't on a little box down there, so let's see if I can relearn how to do this. So, I'm Jane Fordham, partner and head of people at Hanbury Strategy, Women in PR committee member, and people consultant, Jane Fordham Insulting, as my kids often refer to my brand, and overexcited middle-aged woman. So, I'm going to try and just curb my enthusiasm just enough to handle proceedings for the next 40 minutes or so. So there are so many cliches that we can engage in when we think about living and working through COVID times and battling through what John Amici, if you don't know John Amici, look him up, called a collective societal trauma, which I don't think is an overstatement. Therefore, I would suggest this is a moment in history too significant not to deliver a paradigm shift in our working lives, a revolution, right? Leaps forward in workplace technology, proof of work from home productivity for the naysayers, internal comms catapulted rightly into the limelight, and a renewed sense of openness to nurture the well-being of our people. So, what are the most powerful lessons that our industry can take forward? How do we define success now in 2021, and what must be protected at all costs? Many of our working practices had fallen straight out of the Industrial Revolution. So, as working from home guidance eases next week, let's get behind some powerful and lasting change. This panel will explore how we turn the lessons of previous months into positive and sustainable working practices. Our conversation, I hope, will be brave, candid, human, and practical. So, time to hand over to my panellists. They will introduce themselves properly and outline their key thoughts on this topic, but allow me to trail them just a little. So, first up, Addy. Hello, Addy.
Hi.
My awesome fellow Women in PR committee member and senior comms manager at Prudential. I'm really pleased to welcome Adam over there. He's an account manager from CC Group, and such a vital voice to include to avoid us talking in a leadership echo chamber. And thrilled, last but not least, to welcome another global mental health advocate and, disclaimer, dear friend, Rob Stephenson. You will notice, unfortunately, that we are missing one member. Shiraz, hello from home. I'm one of the, unfortunately, not the only person to be pinged and therefore self-isolating at home. But just to talk a little bit about Shiraz and his absence, Shiraz is an AD from Pretty Green. He's also co-founder of phenomenal organisation, People Like Us. If you don't know People Like Us, I implore you to look it up immediately. It's a quarterly, and I'm reading from his key messages, quarterly social gathering to celebrate the work of media and marcoms professionals from minority ethnic backgrounds. And they run quarterly events, free events. The next one is August the 12th, so get yourself booking. Right, enough of that. I am going to hand over to Addy first, please.
Thanks, Jane. Hi, guys. I'm really pleased to be here talking about workplace resilience because personally, lockdown, I found it incredibly difficult. It just felt like all of the key tried and tested measures I had for maintaining and building resilience were completely stripped away from being able to meet up with family and friends, and even just commiserating and celebrating with colleagues, which is what we'd normally do. A couple of weeks ago, we were fortunate enough to get together as a team. And naturally, we talked about everything, how much we'd miss each other, how nice it was to see each other in 3D, not have to worry about Wi-Fi and buffering. But then it did come back to working from home and how we'd all felt. And it's something we'd obviously all talked about regularly on our calls, but there is definitely something about being face-to-face which allows for people to be a little bit more candid. And one of the things that did come up was about that sense of a lack of community, being decentralised, so working from home, all having very different setups, and what that sort of meant for people and how they felt. And one of the examples that kept coming up was around the fact that, so we're an international business, and often we work on pieces of work that require us to work late into the night. Now, pre-COVID, we'd all be together, there'd be food, there'd be that kind of buzz and energy as we were working on this project together, and then high fives when we got it away. Roll on March 2020, and we continue to do that work late into the night, but obviously we're all in our very different households, working all by ourselves. Most of our family or friends or housemates had been in bed for about 5 hours. Sometimes you're just waiting for something. There's a little bit of panic about, is my Wi-Fi working? Have I missed that key email that says, actually, I can start activating my piece of work? Sorry. And then once you've got it away, you then just kind of look to your left, look to your right, there's absolutely nobody there. You put your laptop down and you just think, well, what was all that? And you just feel like there's literally no sense of occasion. And then another thing that one of my team members mentioned, which I actually hadn't really thought about, it was about IT and how if you have a tech failure in the office, you have IT support, but whereas when you're working remotely, it feels like it's a you problem. Suddenly you have to do that all by yourself. And there's a very clear sense of a sense of isolation, which I hadn't realised was impacting how people felt about work. But then looking at workplace well-being, some of the research we've done with women in PR indicates that it's really important that, yes, we are now working from home, but we can't conflate working from home with working flexibly. So some of the research we did in March found that 51% of women in working in comms found that, yes, they were able to work flexibly, which is obviously great for them, but that also means that a considerable chunk of women in the workforce weren't able to work flexibly. And also for many people who were fortunate enough to be able to work through COVID, their work location may have changed, but expectations hadn't changed. And actually, especially for women, they took on more, and we know that obviously they took on the additional childcare, homeschooling, and just general housekeeping that came off the back of working from home. But also, if we look more broadly, I think there was research out this week, I think it was from The Works, looking at corporate communications, and it says that 8% of people working in corporate communications don't see their future in the industry. And to me, that shows a big issue with retention and potentially failing on us as an industry to be able to communicate the purpose and fun that comes with this role over the last 12 to 18 months. However, that being said, everything I'm referring to kind of relates to the old new way of working, where we were all expect to be working from home. We were all on Zoom, all on Teams. Nobody's really in the office. Now we'll have a new challenge where we go into this new normal, where we've got this hybrid of some people maybe being in the office, some people maybe being at home. And I think it's going to take us a little bit of time to work out how we get that right. And I don't think we should be scared of making mistakes. I think the first iteration won't be the last iteration of whatever the new normal looks like.
Brilliant, thank you, Addy. Although the mention of homeschooling still sends a shiver down my spine. So moving quickly on. Adam, take it away.
Sure, so hi everyone, nice to see so many new faces. I should caveat, this is my first panel, so I'm a little bit nervous. Excuse any visible nerves or perspiration. As you can imagine, the football match last night added to a lot of stress that I already had. I think, as you can probably tell, I'm pretty early into my PR career. I've been in PR for 4 years. I did do a degree in PR as well. They do exist. What I'm hoping to really bring to the session today is perhaps a little bit of honesty and openness from somebody at that level, so a perspective of somebody that's early in their career, more involved in the day-to-day, not so much wet behind the ears, but Yeah, just and to talk a little bit about how my mental health has perhaps been tested as well. I'm one of these people that really did enjoy the social aspect of the industry that we work in, and you know, I work with some fantastic people at my agency, and I really missed out on that for a lot of the last sort of 12 to 18 months, and you know, particularly around sort of January and February, when again that rug kept being swept from underneath our feet, and we were back in another lockdown, and the weather got terrible, and it was dark when you woke up, when you finished work, you know. Yeah, it was a particularly challenging time, but hopefully what I can bring to this session is some practical tips for people at my level or that, you know, our agency has employed that's helped us, and really just to, you know, continue that conversation around employee well-being and how you can support your employees to make sure they continue to feel valued and supported. And so yeah, please do feel free to ask questions about my experiences or anything at the end of the session. Just don't ask if I'm still in school. I know it looks like.
We're all still in school. Brilliant, thank you, Adam. And I'm genuinely so happy to have your contribution this morning. And last but not least, Mr. Stephenson.
Thank you, Jane. I'll try and peer around this lectern, which I'm really tempted to unplug it and move it back, but I won't do that. So my name is Rob Stephenson. I'm a mental health campaigner, passionate about trying to inspire the creation of mentally healthy workplaces. And those are workplaces where people can put their hand up and say, I'm struggling with mental ill health. But also workplaces where people feel equipped, empowered, and have permission to prioritise their well-being. This issue is personal to me, this mission is personal to me. I experienced bipolar disorder, and I was diagnosed when I was 30. When I was 31, I did try and end my life. And with the love of close friends, Jane included, and family, I learnt to manage my condition. But you know, I did so very much under the radar because of the stigma of mental ill health. And you know, I often tell the story of putting physiotherapy in my diary for years every time I go and see a therapist. My team must have thought I had the worst physio in the world, by the way, that can't fix this back injury. And in 2017, we saw the world opening up a little bit about mental ill health, and that motivated me to share my story, which I did in a pretty awkward social post. But the reaction to that changed my life because I started to understand how many people experience a mental health challenge but do so in silence because of stigma. And so I founded something called the Inside Out Leaderboard and changed direction to become a campaigner. And what the Inside Out Leaderboard does is publish an annual list of workplace leaders who are open about the fact they have a mental health challenge, with a view to helping normalise the conversation and smashing the stigma. I'm also the CEO of a startup called FormScore, which I launched and developed during the pandemic. And FormScore was a tool given to me by a therapist to help manage my own mental well-being with a very simple score out of 10. And we've evolved that into an app that helps people actually connect and offer peer support, but importantly in the workplace, gives a real-time metric on organisational well-being. And I do a bunch of other stuff, lots of speaking and consulting engagements. But for me, you know, collective trauma is a really interesting concept, as is collective resilience, because I think we have an opportunity, as well as trying to assess and deal with a bunch of emerging risks. So I think the pandemic has shown us we all have mental health and we will all have struggled from it. I think coming out of the pandemic will create struggles for all of us in different ways, but it will also create joy and social connection and positive well-being too. So I think as employers, we've got to be very mindful as to how we're checking in with employees and our people, how we're leading, how we're supporting each other, and how we're combining this great opportunity of a hybrid working practice to put well-being at the front and centre, which will ultimately lead to happier, healthier, but higher performing people as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. So, thinking back to the annual State of the Nation survey that the PRCA produces with Opinion back in October, although that already feels like a lifetime ago, they once again produced a list of the top sources of stress in our industry. And number one this year, actually as last year, was unmanageable workloads. Number two was the pandemic this year, COVID, and number three was poor work-life balance. I don't think there's any great surprise in that data set, but let's kick off thinking about productivity. So I have heard conversations, many conversations, anecdotes in recent weeks and months with people concerned that easing and returning to work is going to create a loss of productivity. So I'd love the panel's input on there, and perhaps the provocation, is there a more enlightened way for us to think about productivity in 2021? Please raise your Zoom or even real life hand if you'd like to have a crack at that.
I'll start if you like. I think we've got to look at why productivity really increased, and I think actually there's a real risk of how we've been working through the pandemic, which is back-to-back Zoom to Teams with very little breaks in the day, with very little boundaries between home and work. And I think one of the big productivity increases are actually because we're under-recovering from a day-to-day basis from the stress that is natural in our workplace. So I think as we move to whatever working model and travelling back into an office, I think that we will see a drop in perceived productivity because people will be commuting, people will be getting more of those natural breaks in the day. So I don't think that is necessarily a bad thing. The other point I'd make around it is kind of where do we do our best work? And the office often isn't the best place for doing our deep work or our deep thinking, whereas we've shown at home that is, we're much more efficient at doing that. I think Rory Sutherland talks about David Ogilvy never writing any ad copy in the office because it was more free in the creative process at home. So I think the challenge and the opportunity is to think smarter about where we're doing the work and then what we're using that time together for, which might not necessarily, but what we used it for before.
Yeah, brilliant. I completely concur. And actually, I would suggest that we can think differently about what productivity is, where we do what types of work, and thinking a lot in recent weeks about the role of leadership. And leaders are there to facilitate and mobilise and inspire a team towards a particular vision. And I think that is a very different form of productivity, and one would suggest could be boosted by physical contact. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, I have just also one other point on productivity. There is a danger of assuming that because you're doing more, you're having more impact. And I guess for so many of us, because we work from home, we were on email, so we were readily available, so we were chipping into things. So yes, that looks great, and Addie's always on her email. Actually, that's not the best thing for the business or for me. So I think actually when we start to get the return to work, we have a commute, hopefully we have a better conversation about the work we're doing and why we're doing it and how to actually have a meaningful impact for our clients.
Thank you, Addie. Adam, anything to?
Yeah, I'd just add to that a little bit. I think there's that argument around presenteeism, and when we were working from home, everyone just wanted to seem like they were on Teams all the time and like they were doing stuff. And like Addie said, it wasn't that we were probably any more productive. We were just doing more because we were at our place of work more often. And I think something I personally had was really poor work-life balance, just staying at my laptop or getting straight out of bed, shower, barely even having breakfast, get on my desk, all in the space for like half an hour. And we had someone do a virtual talk with us about work-life balance. And something that came up that actually appealed to me was this concept of, like the fake commute. Lots of my colleagues thought that was gross when I suggested that that's what I was doing. But, just getting up in the morning, getting yourself out of the house so it feels like you're not just going straight to work really helps. And yeah, I mean, we had an all-staff meeting yesterday, and even our CEO said, these last few months haven't been conducive of productive work, right? So, and also, I think if we're that worried about the return to the office being all focused on productivity, I'd really say just please give people a break.
Here's to breaks and recoveries. And actually, I think there's something really powerful thinking about the audience that we've got here in role modelling good behaviours. So the simple things, I didn't take out my diary, homeschooling. I didn't take out my diary, the lunch break, the family lunch break from when there were 4 or 5 of us at home. And I don't always maintain that every day, but it is at least, blockers. And I think it's brilliant when other senior leaders talk about, going for a run during the day or whatever it is, but just giving permission for doing things differently and taking those breaks. So I promised we'd get practical. I would love some examples from our great industry, and Rob, I'm sure you're going to enlighten us as to things happening elsewhere. What is the good, bad and the ugly, or as we're dipping our toe into the new ways of working, what are we seeing that's working really well, and what represents the ugly, what's not going so well so far?
And I don't know yet if that technology is there to give you, I don't know how you simulate it, because we were talking about, could we all be on Teams at the same time while we're working? But actually, that's awful. That's actually awful to have everyone's beady eyes looking at you, or you're just looking at their scalps as they're typing. So I don't know. I think hopefully we'll see some tech changes. Zoom seems to come out of nowhere, and hopefully there'll be someone who's looking at all the gripes as we start to go back, and then we can start to harness those tools.
I think that sparks off another point, though, is that what we're not good at is hybrid meetings. So how do we make sure the people that are working from home still more often and not being left behind on whatever's going on? Because I don't think we're using technology that well to have people in a physical meeting, but dialing people in effectively and making them feel part of that meeting.
Yeah.
It's the off-camera conversations, isn't it, that could be excluding people. It's fascinating. So I want to delve into mental health again, and Rob, you obviously touched on this in your preamble, but have we lost more than we've gained, do you think, in terms of mental health in the pandemic? And again, this is what you were sort of trailing. What can we expect, do you think? Totally unfair question to ask. But what can we expect in the next couple of months? Do we think there's going to be more positive well-being, or do you think we've got the long tail yet to withstand?
It's a big question. I mean, I think we've gained quite a lot as well as losing quite a lot, and where that balance lands, I'm not sure. We've certainly gained a greater awareness of mental ill health. We've gained a greater awareness of the importance of well-being, and many organisations are prioritising well-being of their people much more than they were before. Mm-hmm. There's a whole bunch of other organisations who are doing a lot more talking, but a lot less action. And
yes.
We need to move from awareness and talk to action for sure. I think fundamentally we are quite resilient as people. So I think we will have experienced those challenges in different ways, from the stresses of homeschooling to the people will have lost loved ones tragically, to isolation, to other people being locked in, working off an ironing board in certain cases, I've heard. So, but we will recover from that, and then we will also recover from the feelings of psychological unsafety. I'm not sure if that's a word, but of returning into the big bad world. But I think it's really, how do we take advantage of the opportunity of the emphasis that is out there on well-being right now to create workplace cultures that are more conducive to helping people thrive. Yeah. And for me, if we can do that, then the net sum gain is positive. If we go back to how it was before, then we've gone through this tragedy, we've raised the awareness of mental health, and then we're not acting on it. So I think we're at a kind of pivotal moment. And for me, our choices will dictate whether it's net positive or net negative. Yeah. But we do need to support people coming back into the workplace. People will be experiencing different degrees of challenge, and I think kindness is the theme that we need. Self-kindness and kindness to others as we do that. And
actually, Francis and Rachel kind of said earlier on, there's been such, and it's not just our industry, can't entirely claim that, but there has been such a phenomenal sense of collaboration and kindness, which has just been amazing. And I like to think, being the optimist, that we can harness that, and we're not going to lose those lessons.
Yeah, sorry, just to say, and I think also, weirdly, COVID has given us permission to talk about mental health in a way that we didn't before. So obviously, pre-COVID, we're talking about bringing our whole self to work. But often mental health it was like, we can bring your whole self, but not mental health. That's not the whole self that we want you to bring to the office. Whereas now, we have, because of this collective trauma, it's something that we're all talking about globally, how work and the work-life balance of what it is meaning for us as people. So I do think it is positive because it's opened that door, and it feels like most companies are walking through that door to some degree. And also it's allowed us to see different ways of working. So full disclaimer, I'm someone who really enjoys being in the office. However, I've really enjoyed not having the commute. And I can completely understand, like we have seen people do great pieces of work remotely. So it does feel like there has to be a conversation about, well, why do we need to be in the office all the time? And so that isn't a conversation that many people or leaders would have been comfortable having pre-COVID. So I think out of this disaster, there have been some positives, especially for the workplace.
That reminds me of the flexible working campaign we had ready to go for women PR. Oh, okay, actually, we don't need to do that anymore. So the time is ticking, and Rachel will be pleased to know I'm fully aware of that. So I'd love to move on to one of the big themes, and get Adam to contribute here, is around what the pandemic has meant for those at the beginning of their career. And I think, and there's the apprentice stand just behind here if you're interested in entry-level routes to the industry. Talk us through some of the biggest challenges. And I know CC Group, multi-award winning, practically the best place to work on earth. They will have done some really interesting and supportive things for you. So
yeah,
give us
absolutely.
a praise.
I was going to add to that conversation, but I think I can squeeze it in here. Yeah, so obviously it's been tough. I've definitely found it tough. I think our whole agency has found it tough. And I think the reason why we found it tough is because, and this came up in conversation this week, this idea that companies with already very strong cultures have actually suffered quite a lot because you're already doing so much for mental health in the first place that then when the individuals become isolated and removed from those situations, I think they probably suffer a little bit more. And there's a podcast that we could maybe share after this. But yeah, I think it's also something else that's been particularly tricky is this mindset that I think a lot of us have adopted of we're really obsessed with wanting things to go back to the way they were. And then because of that, we're focusing so much on the future and chasing that and getting back to the way they were, when really it's never going to go back to that way. And if anything, that just makes us very resentful for our current situations, which are probably going to be quite reflective of the future. So I think what helps in those situations is probably, well, from my perspective, when I was particularly, in a darker place, particularly low at the start of this year, remember that there's a lot of change taking place, right? Be a little less hard on yourself. Imposter syndrome is probably going to be natural in these situations. I think you should, focus on your well-being. A lot of what the company has done for us, or CC Group has done for us, we have, mental health first aiders. One of them is actually here today, and provided a lot of support. We had more open communication across the company as we're going through a lot of change. So regular meetings every Monday morning to talk about where the pain points are for people. So certain junior members don't necessarily always have to come forward and say and feel like they're maybe being a little bit burdensome by complaining that they've got an awful lot to work on, and that's affecting their mental health. We also put in place some bans or restrictions on lunchtime meetings. So you were giving yourself regular breaks as well in the middle of the day. I think that helps. We also have a well-being allowance as well, which is particularly good because it encourages people to go and focus on doing something that will maybe help you in those situations, even if it's just something small like a subscription to Headspace or a day at the spa or something like that, right? But yeah, I think it's definitely been a challenging time. I think it should encourage people to focus on, focusing on the well-being of their employees, of their junior employees in particular, because they've suffered a lot. We're going through this process of recovery, and I think that they're also going to feel the strain of that quite a lot because, from our perspective at CC Group, we started off the pandemic, clients inevitably left, as I'm sure they did for lots of people, but then we recovered really well because we had a successful year in terms of awards and things like that, and actually have grown really quickly, which means that people involved in the day-to-day feel the stress of that. And if I go back to that sort of feeling of, resenting your situation, if there's a lot of pressure on junior people, I think we might see a lot of change in the industry. So what would you do if you're feeling the stress of a situation like that? You'd probably think, I'm going to make a change for myself. I'm going to go elsewhere. We might lose people to competitive agencies. I also saw on LinkedIn recently this discussion around the great career change, and we could actually see perhaps lots of people even leaving PR because it has felt like a fairly stressful time to work in the industry. But yeah, I mean,
There's two brilliant things you've said there in that example, though. One is the permission created by the lunch break thing, giving people permission to prioritise well-being. Yeah. And then secondly, the personalisation and choice of giving a well-being allowance, because what you find is well-being is so individual that actually you're empowering people to find out what works for them with that budget. Brilliant.
Absolutely. And there's only so much, obviously a company can tell somebody to do to focus on their mental health. It is individual. Everybody reacts to situations differently. And, like I said already, I'm very grateful for what our company's done in really letting us prioritise that journey for ourselves and be open, be vulnerable, encourage those conversations with people, ask twice, all of these, usual tropes and things like that. But
thank you, Adam. Just makes me think, that there are some upsides to this, and obviously Francis talked about the Kickstarter programme, and the PRCA has kind of acted as brilliant intermediary. So 100 new Kickstarters, these are things that wouldn't have happened alternatively, or might happen differently, so that there are some upsides there. I'd like to make sure that we do just talk, we cover inclusion kind of more specifically, and I think, like many things in the, like mental health, I guess, in the pandemic, there's been some gains and there's been some losses. I think probably net losses in terms of inclusion, if I'm honest. But again, we are at that pivotal moment where we've got an opportunity to take leaps forward. So I'd love to invite Addy to share some perspectives here, and maybe specifically thinking about gender pay gap, and as you already alluded to, some of the challenges and opportunities particular to the many women in this industry.
Yeah, well, I think there's been loads of research that shows that women have taken on the burden of looking after the house, whatever flavour that looks like, and have also been more likely to have a pay cut or not have their pay increased than men. But I think there was a piece the other day in the BBC talking about workplaces becoming male-dominated. And I was actually a little bit sceptical about that because of the fact that women have had to do more in the workplace. And now there's a book by, I think her name's Melissa Greggs, which looks at the home workplace for men and for women. And this is for heterosexual relationships, I might add. But men tended to be working somewhere, like they had the office, a quiet space. Women were more likely to be in a more easily accessible place, which is why you're more likely to see them holding a child on Zoom rather than their husbands or partners. And actually, because of that, and also looking at our research, where it's one of the things that women said wasn't working from them, working from home, was being able to separate home and work. I actually wonder how many more, we won't know until we start going back to work, but I wonder if actually more women will flock to the office just to be able to get that separation between work and home. But also, I think, having said that, I'm also really mindful that we have to be clear that we don't see women as a monolith, and it all depends on different situations. So
very much.
One of the things that have come out from my meetings with my team is actually the length of your commute will impact your desire to go back to the office. And I'm one of the people who has actually doubled their commute since working from home, although it's still only an hour. And also your setup. So for people who are working in their bedroom, obviously the office becomes a lot more attractive. It depends on also where you are at, what point you are at in your career. So you were mentioning, if you're really new, there's so much that you do in PR that you learn through osmosis. So watching people and people politics and how they interact with a difficult situation, which you just do not get on Zoom. So I'm hopeful, I could be wrong, but I'm actually hopeful that things will balance themselves out, and that I don't think it will be women are the net losers overall.
Thanks, Addy. And I would love to continue this discussion all day, but sadly we can't. So just a couple of points to finish. And on the women having children on laps on Zoom calls, I will just say that Rob was attacked by a small person with a sword on a live podcast, I think.
I was interviewing Amanda McKenzie, who's Chief Executive of Business in the Community, and my little lad decided he wanted to attack me with a plastic sword. Amanda was very gracious.
There is some balance there. Shiraz, I am going to just mention in the closing remarks the live gender pay gap and ethnicity pay gap survey with PR Week at the moment, a new opportunity to try and gauge gauge progress and to add some data to how the industry and how agencies specifically are doing on that front. So please, if you haven't participated or taken a look, please do that. And I guess I'm of course going to finish on an optimistic note. And with a little bit of a call to action, and I'm going to borrow on a recent brilliant podcast of Rob's with HSBC's ex-global CEO John Flint, who clearly, running a monolith of financial services, the sector and even the brand had perhaps had a bit of a culture of fear previously. But his endeavour before, starting or turning the juggernaut before he parted company was how to create the more. I'm going to miss. Go on, you.
The healthiest human system in financial services was John's leadership. objective, and he set that out in his first sort of all-hands call with HSBC. And it was a pretty bold call for a new CEO to put, you know, the humans and the health of humans at the heart of his personal strategy, and achieve some great success doing it. You know, one of my sadnesses is that John didn't continue longer in that role to do more good, but he's a very good thinker on this subject for sure.
So have a listen to that, and I guess that's my call to action. How can we collectively make sure that the PR industry is a healthy human system going forwards? Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
I think so. I think we've got questions now. We've got questions now.
I think we're getting the thumbs up over there that maybe we do have time for questions. Excellent. I was being too time efficient, so you can't escape this yet, Adam. 2 questions. Wonderful.
Okay.
Hi, Mary.
Hi, I'd like to ask, is it Andy on the end there?
Adam.
Adam, sorry,
yeah,
Adam, sorry. I'm a communications director, and we're just implementing our sort of new ways of working. And what I'd really like to understand is how we can support people of your generation, and what you need from the workplace of the future, and how you want to interact with colleagues in a live environment when you go back. Because for people of my age, it's not so important for our careers, but it's really, really important for you. So what can we do to help you?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Thank you. Well, if I think to when we started the conversation about returning to work, we actually now open 3 days a week, and a lot of that was led because the junior members of the team really wanted to go back, perhaps because they were fed up of sitting on their kitchen table or something like that, right, and doing work. But I do think it is very important to make sure there is perhaps a physical space for people to return to and to communicate in, because a lot of our industry is built on relationships, so of course those meetings with journalists are probably going to continue, and they're very important for, you know, people at my level, their career development, because that's going to be what gets them jobs in future as well, for sure. People will always ask you who you know. Can you bring your little black book of contacts or whatever? But yeah, I think it's important to have that physical space. I think it's important to make sure you're very open with conversations around well-being, to maybe have regular chats. Something we actually do on a weekly basis is we have this tea time talk. So it's an environment where you can go and you can speak to somebody about any sort of stresses or pain points you're having that week. I think that's very handy. Trying to think if there's what else I can help you with. Really sorry.
I'm glad that was the question. I was terrified Mary was going to try and hire you then. We were going to get in terrible trouble. But
I wouldn't do that to Richard.
But yeah, no, I think, you know, just treat that conversation with junior people, you know, as you would with anybody else at a senior level. I think, you know, people just want to feel valued at the end of the day, particularly now when they've been under a lot of pressure.
One more? Or Rachel's getting up? That's a wrap.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. I can see that we've probably got a few chairs to shuffle about, so I won't go on the stage. Thank God I am wearing heels, otherwise you'd definitely not see me at all, because I'm very short. So I'd just like to say an enormous thanks to Jane and all of the panel for that fantastic and insightful discussion. Thank you, Anna. There is one more keynote speak before we break for a coffee. I am delighted that we have such a variety of speakers joining us today. And next up is Peter Hennigan. He is the Deputy Director of Digital, 10 Downing Street and Cabinet Office Communications. So, Peter, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi everyone. It's really great to be here and actually in person. I'm sure everybody's been saying that. I'm going to start with a sort of slightly, have I got news for you, odd one out question. So here we have, so it's COVID-19, odd one out. We've got Amanda Holden, my mate Dave, Chloe, my sister-in-law, and an internet scammer. Anybody want to hazard a guess? Who's the odd one out? Okay, I'll go for it. It's the internet scammer. But they have all been involved in some way with mis and disinformation. Amanda famously accidentally tweeted about 5G and coronavirus. My mate Dave constantly sending WhatsApp group messages the before and after effects of the vaccine, which is slightly awkward because I work in government and I don't know how to respond to it. You got my relative, she's planning on getting pregnant and she's concerned. You know, people are genuinely concerned and they're getting information. And obviously the internet scammer is just trying to take your money. So this is kind of holistically the kind of stuff that happens in the mis and disinformation space. What I won't be talking about today is a kind of deep disinformation. I'm going to talk sort of more consumer level, I would imagine. So just to let you know who I am, I'm the Peter Hennigan. I'm the, as I said, Deputy Director of Digital, so the Head of Profession for Digital Communications across government. And I had the honour of working on the COVID response. I distinctly remember the early days of it, knowing, God, what's coming at us, and it's terrible what happened, and I think we're coming through it at the moment. But today, what I really want to talk about is some of the proactive communications we've done, a team effort, not just myself, clearly, and I really want to talk about building trust and compelling storytelling. For me, the reason why they're really important is if you can get those two ingredients right and use that with your digital communications, what you're capable of doing is actually breaking down some of that disinformation that gets out there. And I'm going to give you examples as I go along. Because disinformation thrives when people are confused, disengaged, or completely ignored. So the idea is to make sure that we reach them not just in the work of government, but as brands, as agencies, and even startups. These are all the challenges we collectively face. So I was going to take a step backwards, and I have spoken about this before at events. When I started my career at the BBC, it was very much more in the traditional media space about 15 years ago, and I would pitch a story to the mainstream media and they would take their spin on it and then they push it out. We now live in this world where audiences are fragmented. You can go direct to your audience. We all know this very well, but I think sometimes we don't really think about that in depth. We live in a social world, and the content and the communications we're doing should be more social, and I think we often forget about that. So for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to talk about how you can have more audience-first approach to communications and how the government have done this, empathetic storytelling, and also some of the work we did with partners during the pandemic. I hope that this mitigates against misinformation. And what I'd really like to do is share the best case studies that we have as government. So following on from that last slide where we see that the world has completely changed, we're developing a new strategy around being audience first. And we're now thinking about content, making it more human, more empathetic. We're looking at data in the work that we're doing and how we apply that, and you'll see some examples in a short while. And also the area that I'm most fascinated about is how can we make tools that you can use in your everyday life that are essentially communications tools that make a difference. And we've definitely done this. And then finally, within government, we have huge volume of content creation across our departments and so forth. So we're able to start thinking more like a digital publisher, not dissimilar to the mainstream media as well. So across government, we have 24 government departments and over 400 sort of agencies that work off the back of that, in addition to number 10 on the Cabinet Office. And that gives us a really great opportunity. What we've done in the centre of government is we started to look like how can we amplify the work that we're doing across government. So you look at collectively on Twitter alone, we have more followers than BBC UK collectively, which is really impressive. If you can build that around key areas, you can actually make a big impact. Number 10 has huge audience as well, so we're able to maximise these to great effect. Over the course of the pandemic, what we did was, in the first 3 months, we knew that we had to get the message out fast and to as many people as possible. And we produced over 1,000 pieces of content in the first 3 months. As you can see, 3 billion impressions, and that was all unpaid for. And it reached a huge amount of audience, and it definitely did help to save lives and really get people to understand what was required from government. And this is the approach we've taken throughout. We've also adopted a more human approach, and I'm just going to let this play in the background. It just shows you, and I'll talk about more about other examples, but here is the first meeting of 2 global leaders during the pandemic. So we've got the President Macron and the Prime Minister meeting, and like we've all been in this place, the first time you met your loved ones, slightly awkward, not quite sure what to do. And I just wanted to use that as an example. That did really well as a single piece of content. But across the board, we started to develop a much more human approach to the work that we're doing. So working with influencers, experts, local outreach to communities, and making sure that the message we were getting was reaching as many people as possible. And a big project that I worked on, which I was very, very proud of, was the askgov.uk project. So this was the first time a government had built a way for the public to ask a question directly to the Prime Minister or ministers. And it's something that I was quite passionate about, because I feel we all have a voice and we want to be heard. And of course, you know, all the questions can't be answered, but for me, this was an opportunity to see if this works. Obviously, there was questions over the mainstream media and whether it was eating into their time with the ministers, but I actually genuinely believe that we have an opportunity for the public to build trust with the public and give them an opportunity to speak, which is why I was really impressed when the very first question, which the system we built was independent of government, the questions were chosen, the ministers do not see the questions beforehand. The very first question was from a lady called Lynn from Skipton. She was a grandmother, and for me it was the best question that's ever been asked, which is, when do I get to hug my grandkids? As an immigrant to this country, I haven't seen my dad in a year and a half, and I would love to hug him and see him, and I know everybody in this room feels exactly the same way. So for somebody to ask that question, you don't tend to get that from the mainstream media, because there's bigger questions that they feel need to be asked of government, but the public will definitely ask those questions. On the first day, we had 15,000 questions asked, and over the course of it, I'd say we had half a million. It's actually more like 600,000 questions now. And what I loved about that is we're then able to look at those questions and do a bit of data analysis. And that's where it became really interesting, because it's really hard to understand how the public feel. And when people ask us questions, we could then look at that and go, is there emerging trends here that we need to address or answer questions? So we produce content on our social media channels which answered key questions, whether it was around health, transport, business, or travel, which was actually quite a big one. And we also had emerging issues around domestic violence, which we spotted quite early, which I know was a problem quite early on in the pandemic, which is actually a continuing problem persisting. But it has really shown that the public want to have a voice, and it's up to us to give them a voice. Another area that I was very proud the team worked on was WhatsApp chatbot. We talk about dis and misinformation, and WhatsApp is an area where there's a lot of information in private groups being sent around. And we looked at this and how do we tackle this? So we worked directly with Facebook, who own WhatsApp, and we developed a WhatsApp chatbot which sucked in the most accurate information from gov.uk and then put it into a chatbot format, which was reached 4 million users who use this service to answer official answers, as opposed to their mates sending it, like my mate Dave just sending, dodgy information around. Like, it was actually genuine information that really massively helped. That wasn't all. We worked with a lot of partners. We worked with Google, which is this example. We were able to do takeovers of what I would say is the most important real estate in the whole of the web, which is their homepage. And they did the stay at home message. They did also work around downloading the app and some work around the vaccine as well. So this is all work we as communicators partnered with them on. We didn't pay for any of this. This was just goodwill. We all collectively wanted to do something positive, and that helped us reach millions and millions of people throughout that process. But that's not all. We also worked with Facebook, Google, and Twitter, and they set up official hubs of information on their platforms, which meant that when you were scrolling, you would get official information, or you could access it quite easily. And that meant it sort of also helped tackle this information, because you could find a legitimate source. We worked with TikTok on disinformation within their platform, and they were very, very helpful on that. And we also work with influencers to reach out as well. One of the areas that I was really proud of was the work that my colleague Helen Hampton led, which was with influencers, getting voices and experts who were trusted to get out to the audience that we really needed to. You can't always reach them through traditional media, so we all know this, but during the pandemic we were able to work with people like Dr. Alex and others to actually reach audience that just don't engage with government usually. I was also very proud of my colleague Lester. So we do the big digital work, but we also do community outreach, and Lester worked with the Hasidic Jewish community who we were struggling to reach effectively, and he worked with the rabbis within the community to get that message out, and it's essentially life-saving messages. So we were working on all levels, from massive, global partnerships with Google and others, right through to grassroots work as well. So you might ask, what does this mean for you? This is all good for government, but in my role, why does this matter? Well, I'd imagine every single person that walked in this room today used a service to check in, which was communicated effectively. You got to remember, the original app was slammed in the press and had very little trust from the general public, but through communications, the empathy, audience-first approach to our communications, we were effectively able to drive massive engagement. So I'll play the video for you now.
Sarah.
That's Edie.
This is Bella.
Farrell.
Lily. Nicola.
Jim.
Caitlin.
My son.
It's my girlfriend.
My husband.
My 2 kids.
This is my father.
My dog.
That's my mum.
This is my brother.
My wife.
My grandson.
My wife-to-be.
They are my wall.
My little brother.
My dad.
And my dog. He was a miracle.
They're my heartbeat.
Been going out for 2 years.
They make me smile every day.
Is the heir to my throne.
She's the most important person in the world for me.
I didn't love him when I first met him. He just grew on me.
She's my life.
Grandpa, you don't have a hair.
Why don't you have a picture of me?
First love.
First love.
Even when he steals my ice cream.
Most stunning woman in the room, and I just gravitated towards you.
Just the way that she says things are funny.
Who doesn't love a face like that? She's amazing.
Everyone you love is on your phone.
He's just been there for every pivotal moment of my life.
Now, so is the app that helps protect them from coronavirus.
Love you, Mum.
Protect your loved ones. Get the app.
This is a beautiful human interest message which we could all relate to, and that was done on purpose because we wanted to get as many people in the UK to sign up for this app. And as I say, I'm really proud of the UK public, because 25 million people downloaded that app, which is way ahead nearly all countries in the world. And it shows that we went from a position of criticism through to a position of power, and it's still being used to this very day. And as I say, it uses the power of empathy, and it was a collaboration between the marketing teams, the comms teams, the partnerships we created off the back of this, and all together this was able to drive huge uplift of this product. And that's sort of a roundabout way of me saying that, like, products like this and communications in this format can tackle disinformation. And I think it's something that if we apply it to our own work, and make sure we get that message out loud and clear. So, as I said before, when people are confused or are ignored, disinformation thrives, and I think it's really important that we work to reach as many audiences as possible. Thank you very much, and I'd be very happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Peter. That was absolutely fascinating. I'm here to help moderate some of those questions. So again, as we've had previously, my goodness, Sarah's hand is straight up. We need a microphone over here, straight away, please. I think we might need you just for the live stream. I'm so sorry.
Hi, thank you very much. That was really interesting. I think as comms professionals, I think we've all been aware for a very long time that both social and digital are really critical for engagement. Do you think the pandemic has given government, and I mean the highest level of government, a cause to reappraise the way that they communicate? And do you think, therefore, there'll be a greater prioritisation through engagement platforms like social moving forwards?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm a civil servant, so I'll speak on behalf of the work I'm doing. I can't speak on behalf of like the political party. Absolutely, like we see that most people don't buy newspapers anymore. I mean, I do still love to pick up the newspaper at the weekend and read it, but we're not reading and consuming media quite in the same way as we used to. So it's really important that we take that audience first approach. Where the audience is, we need to be. WhatsApp that's a great example, but we should be doing way more of this. And we can do, and I think the one thing that it has done is made government and I'd say the wider industry realise the power of digital, and actually we're doing a lot of work at the moment in government to figure out how we can accelerate that work. And certainly during the pandemic we learned so much, which we're now reapplying into the everyday runnings of government. Thank you.
There's a hand up over there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I loved your presentation. I particularly loved the WhatsApp campaign that you did. And so I work in a large organisation. I think as comms professionals, we've all faced the pain of multiple stakeholders and approvals for getting things off, out the door. How much latitude did you have to tailor what you were saying on WhatsApp or TikTok or various other channels to make sure it was as relevant and as appropriate to your audience as possible? How did you navigate that?
It is challenging. As new platforms come online, sometimes senior stakeholders don't fully understand its influence. But what we're able to do is, at the start of the pandemic, it was a case of we're not reaching these audiences. We need to reach every person in this country needs to get this message. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So I think we had a lot of opportunity there. We do have conversations with the social platforms all the time because we need them for scale, and because we want to reach the audiences on their platform, but we've got to do it in a way that actually works. I see a lot of content on social done by companies that just doesn't hit the mark. That particular video there at the end does, because you can feel it in yourself. It's about me. And I think that's the approach we want to take more of. And I think traditionally government tends to talk at people. We're trying to develop a more working with you attitude to the communication. It's not always possible because sometimes you just have to tell them the facts, but there's other times when you need to encourage them to work with you as sort of an equal. And that's what we try to do in that case. Thank you.
I think we might have time for one more. Actually, yes, maybe from our friends joining us virtually.
Thanks very much for that, Peter. You spoke a lot about the pride that you take in the work that you've done over the past year or so. Do you feel as though the value of communication and the respect that your government peers have for it has increased? And if so, do you see that lasting beyond the pandemic?
Yeah, I do. I genuinely do, because you've got to remember at the start of the pandemic, things were happening so quickly that it was kind of hard to keep up with the policy changes because, we had to lock down really quickly and all these things were happening. I think as we've gone on, we've been able to get much closer to the policy teams earlier to work with them on the communications, which why it becomes increasingly effective. And that's something that I personally champion, because digital is often bolted on at the end and it takes time. We don't have time, so we have to be in earlier in order for that to work. So definitely policy are working much more closely with comms people and seeing the value that we place within this. Like as I said, the last example there of the app, the communications really led on that. It wasn't about technology and data. It was about people helping their loved ones, and that's a comms message. And I don't think that would come from policy.
Thank you. Corey, are there any more that you'd like to cover? No? Okay, fine. Thank you. One more.
Thank you. Thanks, Peter. That was great. I work with LNER. We likewise have a very, very wide audience. I'm really curious about your influencer strategy. How did you go about determining, given your audience is effectively the entire of the UK and internationally as well, how do you go about determining your influencer strategy?
Yeah, I really wish Helen was here because she led on that. I can't take any real credit for that. We did work with agencies because this happened so quickly and we needed to reach absolutely everybody. We have some expertise, but when you get into sort of specific audiences and sort of minority groups, you may not have the expertise or the authority to speak. So we worked with agencies and specialists who were able to give us good advice to reach out to them, and I think that has, over time, worked very effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the floor one more time. All right. Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions that have come in through the stream. The first one's from Kerry Rowland, and she asks, the pandemic has highlighted different messaging needs of devolved nations. How does the UK government avoid confusion in their messaging?
Yeah, that is a big challenge because, you know, each part of the UK has different rules. There is a lot of communication and stakeholder engagement between them, and I know my colleagues who worked in the communications hub were regularly speaking to their counterparts to make sure that they were aligned, but it's very difficult because decisions are made elsewhere and you're trying to get a message out. It did cause some issues when we were trying to communicate on digital, because how do you block off an area if you're trying to not reach Scotland because you don't want to interfere in that area? It was possible, but it made an extra layer overall. But generally, I think that the relationship, particularly with the stakeholders, was very positive.
Great, thank you. And the next one's from Kat Rorty. She asks, do we need to be careful so not to just concentrate on digital messaging so we don't alienate the older generation who may not be IT or social media literate?
Yeah, I mean, I'm focusing here today on digital because that's my area of profession. We sent out letters to, I think, nearly everybody in the UK. We worked with traditional media, the BBC and everybody else throughout the pandemic. And yeah, we're very mindful. We did a lot of work with charities and disability groups to make sure that they were given information early, in a timely manner, so they weren't behind the curve, so to speak. So huge amount of work done in that space, sort of behind the scenes. Yes, digital is a powerful way of reaching mass audiences and also some niche audience, but ultimately you need to have community-based communications as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to scour the room one more time. No. Okay. So Peter, it just comes to me to say a huge thank you. That was such an insightful and such a relevant topic for us to cover. And nobody can obfuscate some of the communications that you and your team have done, and you've done a tremendous job. So thank you very much for sharing it with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, so that's the first quarter, I think, of the day done. We're going to go to a coffee break in a second, but just to wrap up, I mean, we've heard from such inspiring people this morning, from Hayley, who really kicked us off brilliantly, through to Anna, who gave us great insights from Kantar. Jane, you hosted a really, really brilliant panel. I know that everybody will be taking lots of that gold back to how we're now moving on to the new normal. And Peter, thank you so much for all of your insights that you've just shared with us. Government communications through a pandemic cannot have been easy. We take our hats off to you, that's for sure. We're going to do a 15 to 20 minute break. We'll come back at about 11:35. Please make sure you come back wherever you are in this fine country. We have got Alastair Campbell, our keynote speaker, who's going to talk to us about working together to change the lens on mental health. We've also got Daniela Flores, who's going to be doing a panel discussion about the Purposeful CEO. So have a great break, and I'll see you at 11:35. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Gellert, you're getting that 1, 2. That is going through to the room. You're getting high feed through of an empty room at the moment, I'm assuming. Yeah, this is. Okay, sure. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Anna, Olivia will be able to hear me, but also the room as well. 1, 2, okay. 1, 2, 3.
Hi guys, if we could all take our seats, Rob is going to join us on stage in a second. Yes, go in there. Hi Ben. Hello, how are you? Alastair Campbell's just been, yeah, he's loving it. Do you want to just go straight through? Oh, Adam is not there. If you guys just wait there, Adam will come and mic you up. We're handing it out straight after your talk.
Can you do one more?
If everybody could take their seats. Okay, go for it, Rachel.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a great break. Welcome to all of our people who are joining us virtually. I would like to just encourage you, if you are enjoying the session, to make sure that you are showing your appreciation across your social channels. Don't forget the hashtag is hashtag PRCA_NatConf. And I would once again just like to thank our sponsors who are making all this possible for us today. So that is 3Gem, Karma, De Havillard and Vulio. Thank you. Right, now, before Alastair Campbell comes and joins us on stage, you're going to hear again from Rob Stephenson, who is going to be running through FormScore. So, Rob.
Welcome back, everyone. Hi, Alastair. Please take a seat. So I'm going to tell you quickly the FormScore. We're going to do a little live check-in. We've never done this before in person. We've done hundreds of them online, so we're going to try and do both. So how are you today? This is the question that we're going to try and answer, okay? And it's a question we very rarely answer honestly and authentically. We say, I'm good, I'm fine, I'm okay, and we walk on. It's a ritual. Or if you're British, I'm not too bad. Think about it. Right, so I'm going to tell you how I am today, and then I'm going to find out how you are. So my mental form is an 8 out of 10. And this is the tool given to me by a therapist. So I'm on very good form. I'm delighted to be back on a stage. And these are the questions that I just invite you to reflect on in a light and curious way with a sense of playfulness about yourself. How motivated are you today? I'm feeling really motivated. What are your energy levels like? Again, I've been having long COVID, but I'm feeling a bit better and I'm feeling energetic today. Do tasks and decisions feel easy for you or difficult? How well have you slept recently? Big driver of our well-being. What's your exercise been like? And then your nutrition, has they been balanced and you know, lots of good stuff as well as all the alcohol you might have had last night watching the football. And sense of purpose, really important. Do you know your why? Are you connected with your why? And then really importantly, how connected are you to friends, to family and to colleagues at a time where we've needed to be physically distant to be safe? Peter actually lobbied to try and get the word social distancing changed to physical distancing because we need to be socially connected to be well. I was unsuccessful. So how connected are we right now? And then how relaxed or concerned are you about your finances, your financial well-being? So they're the questions. Think where you might be on this scale. Now, Alastair's got a scale. This is totally different to his scale. He'll tell you about his. You can see my 8, very good form there. But where are you on this scale? And it's quite normal for some of us during these times to be, you know, a 3, 4, or 5. But some of us might be an 8, 9, or a 10, okay? So we're going to answer that question, how are you today? And we're going to do so with an anonymous poll. This is totally anonymous. So please do get your phones out. I would love to see your phones and scan that QR code. And if we could go to the fade on the, with the live results as well. You can do this watching at home. It works better at home. So you should be able to scan that code and then put your score in. Put your score in. You'll see it pop up. And as I say, these are totally anonymous and we'll start to see these populate in real time. So as we do that, they're popping through there. I'm just going to have a look at the results. Can't see them. So if we could go to the main one now, to the results. So we've got a 10. Brilliant. What did you have for breakfast today? We've got lots of 6s. Right, there's someone that's put a 2 in there, okay? Now that's a sign that we need some help. So if you've got access to support in your workplace, please use it. If you don't have that, find me, send me a message, Rob Stephenson on LinkedIn with a PH, and I'll get you some help. Same with the 1 out of 10. Now, I think you might be just checking the system works there. But if you are struggling and in crisis mode, contact me and I'll get you some help. But we are averaging, I can't see the number there, can someone tell me? 6.9. Now, through the pandemic, these are about 6.0. We've done hundreds of these polls, and we're starting to see, actually, us return to good form on average as we transition out of the pandemic, and that's on a global basis. So this is the FormScore. We've got an app, and in the workplace, what we do is we aggregate these scores up anonymously from the app to give you a real-time metric of organizational well-being. But we're in good form today, collectively. For those that are struggling a little bit, as I say, please do reach out to me. Thank you so much. So I'd like to very quickly now hand over to Alastair. And Alastair is one of the campaigners on the mental health agenda that has really catalysed a lot of others to follow suit. Alastair, you've been at this for a long time, and I thank you for that. You inspired and were part of Jeff McDonald's journey, who I heard speak at Jane's Businesses, and Jeff inspired me to go on this journey to be a campaigner. So the ripple effect from you, sir, has been alive and kicking. I'd like to thank you for sending me on this journey. So, Alastair Campbell, everyone.
Thank you. Right, thank you. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Thank you. Right, thanks a lot. First, I want to check there's a clock. Yes, there is. There we are. Now, I went through that list there. On the sleep point, I'm afraid I did really badly last night. I've been doing Good Morning Britain this week, and there are two things, which means you have to get out of bed about 10 to 4, and there are two things that always disturb my sleep. One is, even if I'm not emotionally invested, if I watch a football match, I can't sleep afterwards because it just sort of goes around my head. And if I have to wake up really early, I can't sleep. Those two met in the middle last night. So just as I was getting to sleep for the football, I was starting to wake up because I was worried about missing the alarm. So I'm very, very tired. Added to which, anybody who's watched Good Morning Britain in the last couple of days, it's been hard. It's been hard. I'm a Burnley fan, right? I'm a massive Burnley fan, but I'm also a massive Scotland fan. And it's just been a bit hard to get totally with the programme. So that this morning, I sort of did it, but they made me wear these to present the programme, right? So what I'd say is when we get to the Q&A, I'll sign them both, so they will go to the two best questions later on, okay? So decide if you want to be Harry or you want to be Gareth. I think actually having heard Rob there talk about his scale, maybe I should talk about my scale. You see, the thing I've learned through I'm 64 now, I think I've probably always had depression at times in my life, okay? I'm not always depressed. I'm normally incredibly well motivated, very happy, love my family, do loads of things, and I'm fine. But when I get depressed, I'm really, really, really bad. I'm on the floor, I can't get out of bed and all that stuff. And I've probably always had that in my life, just coming and going, never fully understood why. And in the past, back in the 70s and 80s in particular, I think I used to cover it with drink. Now, I was diagnosed as having a drink problem because I was hospitalised after a psychotic attack in 1986, okay? And I stopped drinking for 13 years. And I thought, well, I've done the hard bit, you know, not drinking when you've been drinking, you know, industrial amounts of alcohol for quite a few years. That's hard, and you do that, and you think, wow, I've stopped, I'm fine. But that's, well, why do the depressions keep coming? And then you sort of, you know, you go and do quite difficult, challenging, high-pressure jobs, whether that's in journalism or that's in politics, and then in government, working where Peter is now. And, you know, the thing is, you find, I'm not saying this is healthy, it's not healthy, but you find something, if you've got a bit of resilience, you find the stuff inside you, you just kind of keep going. And what happened to me is that having kept going for as long as I did, when I stopped in 2003, not long after that, I had one of the worst and longest depressive episodes of my life. And I no longer had all this other stuff around me, going to work, going to America, going to see Clinton or Bush or Mandela, or, you know, all that stuff kind of, it keeps you going, it motivates you, you've always got something there, and suddenly it's gone. And I had the biggest crash of my life. And what happened was I started to, I think you'd have to define it as self-harm. Now, alcohol is a form of self-harm if you take it to abuse. Drugs, self-harm, gambling, self-harm, sex addiction, all the well-known addictions. But I'll tell you what I was doing. I was beating myself up physically. And when I realised that this was happening, this was just way out of control, was when I was out for a walk on Hampstead Heath with Fiona, my partner, who's been with me for 42 years now. I think you've all got the book, haven't you? Read her chapter. And women who think you've got trouble with blokes, just honestly, she's been through quite a lot with me. And the thing is that I started punching myself in the face, and I was punching myself to knock myself out. That is self-harm. As I was doing it, I was saying inside my head, you can't do this on your own. Suddenly that penny dropped. I've always seen myself as very strong, very independent. I stopped drinking on my own. I didn't go to AA. I wouldn't take medication and all that. And suddenly I realised at age whatever I was in 2005, I can't do this anymore. And the book, which I think you're all getting, which is about, it's called How I Learned to Survive Depression. It's really about all the stuff I've done since then, with talking to other people, with campaigning with people like Jeff that you mentioned, with getting involved with the charities, but above all, with researching it, going out. And what I've done is all the stuff I've done with my psychiatrist and all the other stuff I've researched, I've just put it in there, put it in the book, because I think that, you know, hopefully you won't ever have a psychotic attack, right? Hopefully you won't necessarily, but I saw there was somebody too there, right? As soon as I saw that, the red, I thought that's somebody who's struggling. You know, if you're defining yourself as 2 out of 10 in your mood, you know, that's not good. And I'm with Rob, if you want to have a chat about it afterwards, come up. So when you're when you've powered your way through as much as I powered my way through, and then you suddenly realise you can't do it, you really have to address that. And it's like anything in life, you don't address a problem until you recognise the problem. And the thing about alcohol and drug abuse in particular, they are ways of allowing you never to recognise the problem, because you're doing something, you're self-medicating effectively to try to get through that. And so I've now got to to a place where I call the subtitle of the book How I Learned to Survive Depression, as opposed to, you know, cure it, never have it. I will have it. I had a very bad episode just a few weeks ago. Didn't last as long as they normally do. Why? Because I've now got much better tools to deal with it. And of course, we're all very different. We're all individuals. We've all got our own way of dealing with things. But so it's quite interesting. Our scales are kind of, he probably thinks I'm back to front and I think he's back to front. I'll explain what I mean by that. I give myself a mark out of 10 every morning when I wake up. It's the first thing I do now. It's an instinctive thing. And it's not a deep thing. I'm not sort of thinking about it. It's just an instinct, right? How are you feeling? And 1, for me, is out of control mania. When I'm at 1, it's dangerous. When I'm at 2, it's dangerous because I'm getting close to 1. 1, when I'm at 1, it basically means Donald Trump never became president. Boris Johnson is still a columnist on the Daily Telegraph. Burnley won the Champions League last year, and Scotland are now preparing for the final of the European Championship, probably against North Macedonia, okay? That's 1. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. And the reason I don't allow it to happen is because 10 in my scale is suicide. So I don't want to make this sound dramatic, but we're all on that scale somewhere. We're all there somewhere. And if you just understand that suicide today is the biggest killer of young men in this country, right? If that was anything else, if you deleted suicide and said asthma or diabetes or lung cancer, whatever it might be, right? We just wouldn't have that. We wouldn't live with that. But suicide is the biggest killer of young men. Now, I've been at 9. I've been at 9 when I've wanted to kill myself. I've been at 9 when I've thought about how I'm going to do it, okay? Never done it, thank God. I've written in the book about members of my family who have, and I get it. I get it. You know, when you hear that thing, somebody kills themselves and people say, you're so selfish. How can they do that and leave their children behind and leave their, you know, had a wife. And, you know, what did you think about the wife? I know from when I'm at 9, that is all you're thinking about. You are so ill in your head, you think you would be doing the right thing for them if you took yourself out of their life. That is what goes on inside a mind that's just kind of gone off the edge. And over here, on this side, and this is where I think it's hard for my partner, Fiona in particular, when I'm over here, I'm a nightmare to live with. Because I literally believe I can stop Brexit. I literally believe I can, you know, change the world, walk on the water, all that stuff. You're mad when you're doing that, right? Well, it's not mad to want to stop Brexit, by the way, but, you know, we can, but I fear it's sort of done. So my scale is about having the awareness then, with all the other work I've done, to give myself the tools to help myself get into the position on the scale that I want to be. Where it helps is when, for example, if I'm at, I want to be 3 and 4, that's where I like to be. 3 and 4, I'm fit, I'm healthy, got loads of things to do, life's good. Once I'm at 5 and 6, I'm starting to spiral. So once I'm at 6 and 7, I've got to give myself these tools to kind of just get myself back up. And some of them are really small. If I don't feel like it, you mentioned exercise. If I exercise every day, I'm an absolute fitness fanatic, I never used to be. And now, if I'm really down there, and I would normally say be going out on the bike for 3 hours, I'll say, well, I can't face doing that. I'll walk up and down the stairs 5 times. I'll walk up and down the stairs 5 times. When I've done that, I'll think, well, I'll go out and I'll try and walk to that tree at the bottom of the road. Get to that tree. It's a nice day. I'll get to the heath, get on the heath. And, you know, if I can do that step by step, eventually I might go for a run. So you're doing those little, and these are just little tactics that have helped me in the past. And so now I can use them into the future. I've got this blind on the landing outside our bedroom. And I just noticed that whenever I was depressed, I never opened it. Now, it's not a big thing, but now whenever I'm starting that dip, I just get out there and the first thing I do now is I open that blind. And it just sort of says to me, you've opened the blind. If you've opened the blind, you can shave. Most men, I don't know if you do this, but most men, when they get on that dive, they stop shaving. They stop changing their clothes. They stop brushing their teeth. All that stuff just kind of goes. So making yourself do that can get you that one little notch up. And the big thing that I do is, I need a little prop for this. I have and this came to me from a woman that I went to see for a TV program about depression. And in a way, you see, I think government has to do a lot of mental health. Businesses, employers, incredibly important. How we look after staff, how we look after each other in the workplace, incredibly important. But what we do for ourselves. And I met this woman in Canada when I was doing this documentary for the BBC about depression. And she was actually a geneticist. And she was, so we were talking about, you know, is it genetic? Is it because of your dad? Is it because of your mum? All that stuff. And the short answer, by the way, is no. It's more complicated than that. But during the conversation, she told me that she was a depressive as well. And I said, well, how do you deal with your depression? She said, well, I've got a jam jar. I said, well, so what does your jam jar do? She said, well, and she got her jam jar out. This is a glass, but I'll pretend it's a jam jar. She said, what I do basically is this. Down at the bottom of the jam jar, anybody who's ever made jam at home knows this, there's always a sediment. That's your genes. Nothing you can do about that. It's going to be there forever. Then the jar fills up with your life. Good experiences, bad experiences, nice memories, horrible memories. And we've all had billions of experiences, all of us, right? What stays in there, we're managing it. Most of the time, most people are managing it okay. 6.9 out of 10, that's kind of okay. So we're managing. When we stop managing it, she said, the jam jar explodes and we get ill. And instead of digging in here the whole time, you know, did you have very strange thoughts about your mother? Or in here, what were you doing last Tuesday night and how did that make you feel on the couch, right? You can do that and it's all very good, but she said far better if you can grow the jam jar and put more life into it. And I sort of sat there thinking, what the fuck is she talking about? I woke up in the middle of the night a few nights later and I just went, oh, I get it. And I haven't got it here, but it's the sort of drawing of it in the book. And I got up and I went downstairs to the kitchen table and I drew my jam jar. And it's so interesting how it, when I saw your list, so my jam jar goes like this. Genes, life. FFF means Fiona, family, friends. You talked about relationships. If the key relationships in your life are kind of okay, that is the single most important component of your jam jar, in my view. And I speak as a workaholic, okay? My next one is MA, meaningful activity. Meaningful activity to me means two things. It means work to make a living, but it also means things that you do to try and change the world. That is important to me. It's not important to everybody, but it's important to most of us. We all need that sense of purpose, and that's where I get meaningful activity. Then I'm into what I call my fundamentals. And again, you mentioned them. Sleep, diet, exercise. Now, I didn't get any sleep last night, so I know I've got a lunch today. I know I've got to go home this afternoon, And I might go for a swim, but then I know I'm going to have to sleep, because otherwise, if I don't, I know I'm going to get wired. And I'm on Good Morning Britain again tomorrow, and I don't want to get over to 1. So I'm going to keep myself here by resting and by making sure I don't drink and by eating something really healthy tonight. So these are like really simple things that we can all do, and they don't cost much. And then the next thing I go into are what are the things that are really, really personal to me. We all have stuff that matters to us. So I mentioned Burnley. Please don't laugh, but Burnley Football Club is a big part of my jam jar. My bagpipes, which I played on Good Morning Britain yesterday, they're a big part of my jam jar. I played the Italian national anthem, by the way. My dog is a massive part of that jam jar. And if my dog died, just like the last one did, I've got to get another one to get that back in the jam jar. My bike is in the jam jar. And then you go into the thematic stuff. For me, curiosity and creativity. They're my themes, right? Curiosity, never go to bed without knowing something you didn't know when you woke up. Just a little rule that I have in my life. And I sometimes get to bed and I thought, God, I've learned nothing today. I know what I'll do. I'll go upstairs on the laptop and I'll learn something. I'll go and find something new. And creativity, I have to write every day. That might be writing a blog, it might be writing a book, it doesn't matter, I have to do that. And what's interesting about that, and there's loads of other stuff, right? When I get to the top, it's only when I got to the top I put down medication and David, he's my psychiatrist. Now if you'd have said to me the day before Janine gave me my jam jar, how do you deal with your depression? I'd have said, oh, medication, I've got a psychiatrist. So it's just a totally different way now that I deal with it. And since I wrote the book and wrote about the jam jar, I've had Health Service Trust come to me and say, well, to come and do a talk to our staff, we're going to have an organisational jam jar. And they now have it for themselves as individuals, but also what are we as an organisation? What matters to us? And I did an event with the Bank of Ireland recently, banks, right, big bad banks. Their top priority now, which is set there in black and white in their strategy, is the mental health and well-being of our staff. Because they've worked out, if they don't do that, if they don't look after the mental health and well-being of their staff, they're going to have happen to them what happened to all the banks during the global financial crisis. They had them literally falling out of the building. And that costs a lot of money, and there's a lot of pain attached to it. And so they thought, we're not doing that again. And they've really started to take it seriously. And the banks actually in the financial sector, they're showing real leadership. That's why Jeff, your friend, came out of Unilever, big business. He saw what was going on there to himself, to others, came out, I'm going to change the world. And I think that's what we all have to try and do in our own way. I said I was going to look at the clock, but I've now actually realised, how are we doing for time, Anna? Are we okay? What? What, are you telling me to do the Q&A now? What about if I don't want to? What about if I'm in full flow and I've just started? Okay, I'll do that. Right, so... Yeah, thank you. Bloody hell. I'm the control freak, right, not you. So there we are. That's the sort of, off the cuff, here we go, round about the block way of saying, I guess, yes, people like us, we campaign on this, we try to get change. I think we have made massive progress, but we've got so much further to go. And government's part of it, business is part of it, but also I'd just say to everybody, we can all be part of making that change. And the single most important thing we can do is to have the insight. We've all got physical health, and none of us ever have perfect health all the time. We've all had to see a doctor. We all get colds. Some of you will have COVID. You've had COVID. We get ill, okay? We all have physical health, and we all have mental health as well. And sometimes it's great, and sometimes you can go in there and you can say you're 9 and 10 on Rob's scale, but sometimes it's not. And sometimes it goes down there and you're actually ill and you need help. And the more that we can just admit that is no different to having a sore knee and want to fix it, having a sore back and want to fix it. So that's what we need to get to. If we get that, we can get genuine parity between physical and mental health. We'll become better people, happier people, better country, better world. Thank you. Okay, yeah.
Oh, Alison, you don't disappear, please.
I'm not, because I want to.
Right, I have no doubt that we've got some questions for Alastair. So, here we are. Well, Rob's got one straight away.
Thank you. Alastair, we're obviously passionate about trying to inspire openness about mental ill health in the workplace. I've heard you talk about this before, but people at the sort of more junior end of their career might think, well, it's okay for the CEO to be talking about their challenges, but is this going to affect my career? And linked to that self-awareness that we build up when we go through a mental health challenge, what would you say to somebody that's a bit nervous about being open in the workplace in terms of their career prospects?
Well, I would say I completely understand the nervousness because of we aren't where we need to be, and because we all know there are employers that if you go for an interview and say, oh, by the way, I probably should tell you that I probably have more time off work than most people because I get that's going to be held against you. So that's going to tell you don't be open. But what I say is that, and it's maybe easier for me because I don't want a job and I've got a nice life and all that, but I have never, ever, ever, ever regretted being open. And I think if I hadn't been, I think that would have damaged me a lot, both professionally and personally. And also the other thing I'd say, we had on the programme yesterday, Dan Carden, the Labour MP, who did a big speech in Parliament last week, coming out as an alcoholic, having previously come out as being gay, and thinks that his alcoholism was in a sense fueled by years spent trying to cover that up or deny it. And he said this thing. He said that whatever damage you think you do by being open, you're doing far more damage by not being open. So that's all I can say really. But I understand the nervousness because we're not where we need to be.
Before we go to the next question, don't forget, they've got to be really good questions, people. They're going to get signed. Right, who's got their hand up? Gosh, right across the room. Go at the back, and then we'll go to this one there. Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, thanks, Alastair, for a great talk. You say that you should get help. I have a goddaughter whose brother killed himself, and she's tried to kill herself a number of times. And I know from, I'm very close friends, obviously, with the family, there is no help. So, and as an employer as well, how do I square this? How do I make sense of this? What help should employers be thinking of offering? I mean, there's understanding that people might have mental health challenges. I get that. But where is the real health? And that's not a sort of political point, but where can you get help if people need help?
Well, listen, it is actually quite a political question because look, the services are not what they need to be. I'll try not to be too political about this. When we were in government, I think we improved them, but we didn't make them perfect. I do think they've gone backwards, and I think that's a real problem. But for example, you talk about, where's the help? If I'd have known you before, and you knew that you had somebody close to you who was struggling, that you may not have done. Often you don't know that people are struggling, but if you did know that, I know places where you can go for suicide sanctuary. I know places. Now, they don't get big publicity. They don't do that well on the fundraising front because it's back to the taboo. People don't like talking about suicide. But I could, with a bit of luck and a bit of pressure and a bit of elbowing, could probably have got you into a place where at least to look after you through the worst of the crisis. And likewise, I think with a lot of the services, let's just accept, so the services aren't perfect, but an awful lot of people who are struggling psychologically, it's not always a service that they want. It is often just somebody, and it may not even be a medic. This is why I think it's so important that we all educate ourselves in how we talk to people. I did a thing on BBC Scotland last night of a guy at the BBC, a security guard at the BBC. He looked out the window and he saw a woman behaving strangely, okay? And he's trained in mental health first aid. So it triggered in him, I think she's struggling with her mental health. He went out and he talked to her. By the time he got down there, she was on the edge of the Clyde. She was about to jump off it wasn't a bridge, but she was on, she would have killed herself. She'd thrown her phone in the water. I think she'd thrown some of her possessions in the water. And he just went and talked to her about anything. Now, as it happened, he talked about, this and that. He didn't go and say, you're trying to kill yourself, can I try and pull you back? He just went up, and I'll tell you the single best question. When I got arrested when I was psychotic, I'll never ever forget this because I think these guys saved my life. A policeman who arrested me, I didn't know he was a policeman because he was plain clothes. He came up to me and he was very calm, he was very measured, I didn't feel that he was aggressive. And he just said to me, "You okay?" Fairly neutral voice, friendly, warm, "You okay?" And I looked at him and I just said, "I'm not." And that was the first time I'd ever said that. So I think a lot of it is about, you know, I guarantee you, I had a cousin who took his own life. And honestly, I know he would have thought about the people that he was leaving behind, but I also know that he felt he couldn't talk to any of them because he was ashamed of how he felt. He was ashamed of his drinking, he was ashamed of his moods, he was ashamed of the fact that he knew that they couldn't stand living with him anymore. So he couldn't stand living with himself. If he'd have been able to talk about that, that's the help we need, is to be able to talk about it.
Thank you. Okay, I do think we had a question in the corner.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. And we've got two.
I think, do you want to be Gareth or Harry? Yeah, you got to be Gareth. Yeah. What's your name?
Hi, Schlasmate. Lovely. Thank you so much for that. That really was inspiring. And I love the analogy of the jam jar, and I'm absolutely going to be reading your book. What I'm most interested in is how much of it is self-aware when your jam jar is coming down a few, and how much is it of Fiona and your close friends? How much of it is them saying to you, actually, Alastair, I think you're starting to go on the turn, or you're...
Yeah. Today, now, much more of the latter. But for most of my life, I would have ignored it anyway. And that is the problem. You know, I've seen this with my son. I write in the book about my own son, Callum, who's a recovering alcoholic. I mean, I'd been through the same thing. And yet when he went through it, I was making all the mistakes that people used to make with me. Don't fucking drink. Why do you have to go to the pub? Have you been stealing money again? All the stuff that people used to say to me, I was saying to him. And so that's why I think sometimes you do need that sort of separation from the closeness of that, because you get so frustrated and angry. You do get angry. But what I do now, which I never used to do, the minute I feel the depression coming on, I tell Fiona. If the kids are there, I tell the kids. We've worked out how to deal with that. Where Fiona's incredibly important is when I'm at the one end. And I had this thing where, I know please, I'm not insane, right? But I can do this thing where I can sing to the tune of Flower of Scotland, right? I can describe any situation that I'm in at any time. I could do it if I had, I could do it now if you really wanted me to.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Oh, flower of London, just by the Thames, with all my friends, we're talking about how we live without mental health and how to help us. You see, I can do that forever. Now, when I start doing that, as I wake up, as I brush my teeth, as I walk down the stairs, as I go to the kitchen, Fiona is on high alert. And she stops me doing crazy stuff. If you check it out, I don't know if it's still up there. I think I might have deleted all the tweets, but no, I think I left them up there just to show people. During the lockdown, I had a really manic spell. And I was doing Flower of Scotland, and then I did the Russian national anthem, and then I'll tell you what I got. Then I did the French national anthem, then I was doing all this stuff, right? This is creativity. And I ended up, I went home, we'd been out for walking the dog, and Fiona kept saying, Alistair, you need to calm down a bit. I went up to my office at the top of the house, and I thought, do you know what? I haven't done God Save the Queen. And it was right at the height of the Cummings thing, okay? So I thought, right, I'm doing God Save the Queen. I need to get a picture of the Queen on the wall, like Matt Hancock used to have. So I got this picture of the Queen, I put it on the wall, and then I thought, do you know what? I think I'll put on my brother's Scots Guards uniform. I'll get his medals. So I'd dress up in my brother was in the army. He was mentally ill. He was invalided out with schizophrenia. But I got his medals on. So I'm wearing his medals. You don't wear other soldiers' medals. You just don't. And I filmed myself and I put on social media this thing where I go, I'm Boris Johnson. God save our gracious Dom. Long live our noble Dom. God save our Dom. Send him to face the press like Andrew at Pizza Express. That will clear up the mess. God save our Dom. Okay? I posted it. Within 5 minutes, the defence minister attacking me on social media, a friend at Help for Heroes phoning me and saying, we're going to have to condemn this. Here's where you need friends. A friend of mine who I used to work with in Number 10, called Martin Sheehan, speak to him every few months. He's a big Tottenham fan, actually. And the phone went, I saw it was Martin. There's me still kind of, hey, Martin, yeah, what are you doing? And he says, you all right, Gaffer? He always calls me Gaffer. I said, yeah. He says, do us a favour, switch your phone off for a couple of days. And I did. That was the moment. I thought, so that's him recognising, watching social media, I'm over here. Now, he only knows that because he knows that's what I'm like. So Fiona knows when I get like that, she will take my phone off me. I might rage and rail, but I know she's right. So that's the way it works. It's a kind of, but it's taken us, the reason I wrote the book, and I hope people younger than me will read it, it's taken us 40 years to get to that. That's a lot of wasted time.
Thank you. I'm afraid we are
out
of time. I'm so
Well, we
so
should
sorry.
vote about who gets Harry then, shouldn't we? What was the best question? Rob, you can't have one. What do you think was the best question? Yeah? What's your name? Penny. You get Harry. Is that all right? Is that Penny gets Harry.
Brilliant. Okay, look, I'm going to wrap it up.
You have to wear it for the rest of the week. Okay.
Wonderful. Alastair.
Pleasure.
Huge thanks for such an engaging speech. Very personal, very revealing. I know you're talking about this a lot at the moment, and it is so pertinent to what we're all going through at the moment. So thank you for sharing all of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, stage change again. Here come the seats, because we've got another panel discussion. This time we're going to be having Daniela Flores, who will be leading the panel discussion on the Purposeful CEO. I'm going to get off the stage before I get trampled on. Thank you.
See if the mics are working. Can everyone hear me? Okay, good. Hi, lovely to be here. Very exciting to be here in person. So we are here today to talk about the Purposeful CEO. Kerry Thorpe from Ben & Jerry's was actually due to moderate this panel, but unfortunately she's self-isolating, so I'm stepping in her place. My name is Daniela Flores. I'm one of the founding partners of Purpose Union. We're a social purpose strategy firm. And so I've got about 15 years of comms experience across Europe, the Middle East and Latin America. I'm also the co-chair of the PRCA Purpose Group. I've got a fabulous panel here today. I'm going to introduce them. We've got Olivia, hopefully, who should be online. I'm not sure if you can see her on the screen. There she is. Fantastic. Hi, Olivia. So Olivia Ross is responsible for communication, positioning and purpose for IKEA across 31 countries. She's based in Sweden, which is why she's via video link today. Prior to IKEA, she worked in the foundations for Bill Clinton and Mike Bloomberg in New York, as well as in-house at M&S and agency side at Ketchum in the UK. We've got Jo here, Jo Ogunle. She leads B2B communications for Google and YouTube with a major focus on advertising and economic recovery for UK businesses. She's recently left KPMG, and previous to that she worked in local government and Edelman. She's a huge diversity advocate, so she's currently a trustee of the Taylor Bennett Foundation, a board member of the Race and Ethnicity Equity Board, and last year she guest edited a PR Week special edition which looked at the issues, initiatives and voices of those of BME heritage. I've got Ben here, Ben Greensmith. His official title is Lord Chocolonely III. His unofficial title is UK and Ireland MD for Tony's Chocolonely. Tony's exist to make all chocolate worldwide free of slavery and child labour by demonstrating that delicious chocolate can be made without exploiting West African communities. He's going to be telling us more about that today. He's also a non-exec director for Nemi Teas, which is a social enterprise that gives employment to UK-based refugees to help them get a foot into society by providing work and opportunity. And a long, long time ago, he was also the commercial director at Innocent Drinks. We've got Chris Turner here at the end. He's the executive director of B Lab UK, building the B Corp movement in the UK to support companies that are using businesses as a force for good. He's worked in Europe, the US and Africa, and he's got experience in politics consultancy, leading international development projects and running startups. So we've got a huge amount of experience here and lots of purpose knowledge to share. Thank you so much everyone for being here today. It's obviously a very exciting moment, apart from the fact that England are on their way to the finals on Sunday. It's also an important time for purpose. After nearly 18 months of pandemic, the restrictions are easing, things are changing. There's been a huge shift in businesses during that time as well. And I think we've really seen purpose coming to the fore. I think companies are really moving away from traditional models of capitalism, engaging much more with local communities, societies, and employees. Also, I think we've seen a changing of the guard, personally in our experience at Purpose Union. A lot of new purpose-driven CEOs are coming into power and really having quite an influence on what's happening in the business community. As we know, the role of the CEO is to set the tone and cascade that purpose within the organisation and externally, which is why comms is so important, which is why we're here today. And that's why we've got these professionals so well placed to talk about purpose and leadership. So talking of leadership, obviously the title of the session is The Purposeful CEO. But the question is, which I'm going to throw to Olivia first, is it really all about the CEO? Where does that sit in the organisation? And I think, Olivia, you've got some thoughts on that and some comments about the legacy of the CEO and the organisation.
Yeah, super good. Hope you can hear me okay, and thanks for having us today. I think it's super fascinating, and of course, big shoes to fill after hearing Alastair just now. I think it's a really interesting time, as you say. This will be the era of purpose going forwards. We were already on this path and trajectory, and then the pandemic and the effects of the pandemic have fully accelerated that. So we're going to get there faster. I also think the UK businesses have often flown the flag for impact and having a more positive societal impact. In the past, if you look at the origins of fair trade and organic, going back many decades. So I really think that UK businesses are primed to be able to take the lead here and show the path for others. The partnership between communication and CEO is an integral one. I was also thinking about Alastair as well and the role that he's played in partnership, both with the leaders that he's supported, but really as communicators, you are the right hand of the CEO. And as the ultimate responsible of the brand and of the business, the CEO is super crucial for setting the tone for purpose. And there it's about making sure that the brand, the business, and the impact on society is something that they champion. And I was reflecting when we were speaking the other day about a quote that Simon Sinek came with recently, where he said, do we need CEOs in the future, or do we need chief vision officers? And I really think that stayed with me, because there's something in this. What is the role of the CEO in the future? If you have these really strong competencies around you in finance, in tech, in digital, your role as a CEO is ultimately to be the ethics and the purpose and champion for how you can integrate that fully into the business, but also bring that out into wider society. So the role is to set the tone, to set the direction, to set the ambition, and then as the partnership between the comms and the CEO is really, really integral to set what that should look like. One of the things that I've always worked really closely with is legacy. So with any new CEO, what is the legacy that you want to leave behind during this period of your tenure? And by default, you're also shaping the legacy of the company during that time. So work really actively with understanding what's the legacy and how authentic can that be to that CEO, and really make sure that that comes through, because people will pick it up within a second if it's not authentic and it's not true. And if they feel that if this is purpose washing, it's not going to fly. But that will really permeate through every single thing that this CEO does, through every decision that you take, every single goal that you set within the business. It will be taken through that legacy, purpose-led lens going forwards. And then the other thing we were talking about, which I feel is really, really crucial, is the constant evolution and journey of that purpose-led journey. So legacy, purpose, set it high, keep it super ambitious, but know that you're never done. As you know as well, Daniela, the constant shifting of goalposts will be there with us all the time. And our role as communicators is crucial to make sure that we're tapping into what's coming in society, what's around the corner, what do we need to be ahead of, and what difference can we fundamentally make. The last thing I'd say is that you will definitely be able to set a roadmap, but you might not necessarily always have the path to get there. One of the things that we've done by making sure that our CEO is spearheading our purpose-led journey is that we have put goals, value creation goals, societal impact goals on the same level as our financial goals. And that means as a business leader going out into the business, we're very clear in our intention that we will be measuring our societal impact, our planetary impact, alongside our financial and our business impact, not just for reporting, but in every single daily interaction and decision that we take. So this is a new era that we're entering into. The partnership between communication and the redefined role of CEOs or CVOs in the future will be a fundamental shift for all of us. And it's one that we're really, really primed to take and really start working with legacy if you're not already doing so, would be my suggestion.
That's great. Thank you so much, Olivia. Joe, you've got some comments on, is it just CEOs or leaders in general?
Yeah, I would say that it's leadership in general, with obviously that cascade needed from the CEO downwards. In addition to kind of my opinion, I talked to some of the kind of next gen, some of the girls that I've mentored over the years, just from how do they feel about CEOs, how do they feel about leadership. And it's interesting that phrase purpose washing that you've brought up, because the feeling, it seems from feedback, was that it's not that they expect the CEO to be a champion of all things and every single societal issue, but there has to be that willingness to try, to learn, to know your people. So in the aspect of that also touches on authenticity being key, and in the time that we've just come through, we've just gone through or are still going through, there are so many ways in order for that to be the case. You know, sharing your personal journey, your personal stories of what you've learned, not only from your own experiences, but from your people's experiences, and that kind of permeates down. The other thing that was mentioned quite a few times in terms of leadership versus a CEO is that their expectation of their departmental head or whatever that might be is that they're the spokesperson or the mouthpiece for the CEO. They're the people that they get that feeling of trust because of the proximity to those leaders. So what they see the CEO saying, they expect to see in practice by those people that they're in contact with more often. In terms of the concept of purposefulness, we're going to talk about education in a minute, actually. But that was kind of my feedback across like CEOs and leadership. Additionally, when it comes to board level, where, people will say, does your board or does your senior leadership represent the society, the customers, and the employees that you hire? Whereas a CEO is one person, you can't necessarily expect them to embody all of those things. That's why that trickle down into senior leadership is important as well, at least from a representation point of view.
That's really helpful, thank you. And Ben, you're coming at it from a slightly different viewpoint. Tony's obviously is there to sort of exist to solve a problem, and the CEO is there to do that.
Yeah, I mean, quick show of hands, who's heard of Tony's before today? Okay, not bad. So good news. everyone, I think, will get a bar of chocolate, so after today there's no excuse. And that is payment for listening to me probably waffle on a little bit. So yeah, Tony's was started like 15 years ago in Holland by 3 Dutch journalists who basically were doing a TV program, and one of the things they couldn't quite get their heads around is they uncovered that there's still about 1.5 million kids in West Africa working illegally on cocoa farms because the massive chocolate companies are paying so little. And so the parents are so poor they have to take their kids out of school and use them on their farms. So we actually then have built a business around trying to solve that problem. So we've come at it at a very, very different angle, which is try to solve a problem, and the way we try and solve that problem is raising awareness of the issue, making people aware, because before I started at Tony's 3 years ago, I wasn't aware that you still had millions of kids in West Africa working on cocoa farms illegally. And we've then built our business model around that, and actually that's really powerful because we do have to make money, we do have to make profit. We don't make as much profit as the big companies, but that's really important for us because we want to demonstrate that you can make chocolate, delicious chocolate, that doesn't involve exploitation. And then we say to those big chocolate companies, well, copy us, because if we can do it, then ultimately you can do it. So part of what we do is spreading awareness. And I think when you start a business like this, like we're quite fortunate, right? A lot of people talk to us about purpose and how you embed purpose and how you develop a purpose, but we started with that problem. And then we've built a business around it, and we want to solve that problem. And that enables us to do so much stuff that big companies can't do. We're pretty activist, we're outspoken, we take a very strong view, and we actively challenge. And we can do that because we don't have shareholders. You know, for us, money isn't a goal, it's a means to achieving a goal, which is basically inspiring change. So even this chocolate, the reason we make this is to show that there's a different way. And yeah, that's really, really powerful because that allows us to take a totally different approach to business. And I hope that it can be a test case for more businesses to follow in our path and hopefully change the industry for the better.
Great, thanks. Also, I like the fact that you don't have a chief executive officer, you have a chief chocolate officer.
Yes, and my boss is the chief chocolate officer.
Great, so. Very nice. And Chris, you're also going to provide a different perspective, obviously, as B-Lab, but also in terms of the businesses that you work with.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Well, it's annoying that Ben's gone before me because I was going to do a show of hands thing as well. How many people know what a B Corp is? Okay, great.
It's about the same.
It's about the same. I can't make everyone a B Corp. You can give everyone chocolate, so you can accelerate that quicker than I can. But yeah, so B Corps are businesses that have certified, and to do so, what they've done is done 2 things essentially. They've made a legal change to commit to purpose within their governing articles, and they passed a very rigorous assessment and had that verified by the B-Lab team. And so almost inevitably, I suppose, when it comes to purpose and asking the question of whether it's all about the CEO, my answer is going to be no. Actually, it's about how profoundly you can kind of align everything that a business does behind a purpose. And I thought one interesting way of kind of illustrating it is also, like Ben, telling a founding story. And our founding story, which again, like Ben, was 15 years ago. We didn't plan this. But B-Lab was founded in the US about 15 years ago in 2006-07 by 3 guys who were running a company called And One. Don't know if there's any basketball fans in the room, but And One is a big basketball brand in the US. It was second for a while behind Nike. And they were running that, but they didn't found it, but they were running that business. They took it over. And they did some fantastic stuff. They embedded a whole bunch of, at the time, very progressive ways of working in terms of the well-being of their workers, in terms of looking after the environment and working through their supply chains to do so. And then they sold it, and they left. And after they sold it, they saw that stuff being dismantled, and they saw all of the amazing stuff that they'd done to kind of embed purpose throughout the business being ultimately lost. Because of the pursuit of the money, the bottom line, the profit. And there was nothing there to say, actually, that's not what we're about. That's not all we're about. And so they built and designed the B Corp certification to make sure that, I like what you're saying, Olivia, about the vision officer. And I think in many ways that's what they did. They had a vision for, you know, a better way of doing business and the role that And One could play in pioneering that at the time. But that vision ultimately couldn't bear fruit in the long term because there weren't those ways of embedding it throughout the business. And I think, you know, what we do with B Corp is we found ways of doing so from a kind of, you know, a high level kind of governance perspective with that legal change. We found ways of doing so through a kind of architectural kind of like, you know, what are the processes and structures within a business, and how do you make sure that over time you align more and more and more of those with values and with purpose. And then what that all adds up to as well, and there's some amazing and exciting ways, examples in the B Corp community, is a cultural transformation, and seeing culture of organizations shift and move so that it lines up with those values as well. So I think in summary, my answer to this question is we cannot work with a business unless there's great leadership in that business. It's incredibly hard for us to do any work with a business unless the leaders are fully behind being a B Corp and establishing the purpose. But once we work with them and once they embrace the B Corp approach, then it goes well beyond the CEO and hopefully well beyond, both in terms of their kind of direct influence within the organization, but also well beyond the CEO, hopefully in terms of tenure as well, which is crucial.
Great, thanks, Chris. And in terms of how you become a purposeful CEO, that's maybe more of a challenging question, but Joe, maybe do you want to talk a bit about how you see things, how the CEO needs to be plugged into the people of the organization?
Yeah, I think one of the main attributes is the ability to be nimble or humble, because the attributes needed in a growing organization going through a recruitment drive, an acquisition drive, won't necessarily be the same as the attributes required during a global pandemic or the largest kind of social and human rights movement in recent history. That, I think, has changed, will need to change, and the ability to be nimble will be really, really core to that, as well as also knowing your people. I think knowing what your people need, having those regular, whether it's check-ins in terms of surveys, or in the a previous world, visiting your regional offices, being able to talk on behalf of your people because you know your people. I think that's really important, because I think during the pandemic as well, we saw a huge shift from the importance of kind of internal comms to essentially being the equivalent of external comms, and needing to be kind of prepared that what you say as a leader to your people is the equivalent of what you're saying publicly. So in terms of how to be a purposeful leader, I think being plugged into your people's kind of number one, but also being plugged into what's going on externally and the societal issues. I mean, well-being, for instance, can't necessarily just be a corporate initiative, because actually we're living in a well-being economy now. I would say, for instance, at the city, when I worked at the City of London, we saw a change that you could physically see from CEOs kind of driving in private cars and having car parks at the bottom of the building to CEOs cycling in. So that societal change translates into that person's behavior and values, and again we'd go back to authenticity, that kind of translates through. So how to become a CEO, authenticity, how to become a purposeful CEO, authenticity is kind of key to that. And again, I mentioned earlier that willingness to learn and change, and be open to learning and changing.
Yeah, that's really important. And Chris, because you talk a bit about, I mean, the businesses you work with, how do you see them combining, leadership and embedding purpose within the organisation?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question, and not to just kind of be too disruptive. But I'm quite challenged by the word purpose, because you can have a good purpose, you can have a bad purpose. What does purpose mean? And I think it is one of those words that means something slightly different to everyone. I think one thing I wanted to mention, which I think sounds a little bit like I'm splitting hairs, but I think it's actually quite important distinction, is we're seeing the sort of evolution from CEOs and leaders which think about the purpose of their business, which I think is key, But increasingly what they're doing is thinking about that alongside the question, what is the purpose of business? So not their business, but what is the purpose of business? And I think that's really perhaps a bit of a bellwether in terms of the kind of the broad sweep of transformation that we're all experiencing, that actually business has very much become derailed from what its original purpose was, which was to serve society. And the pursuit of profit has kind of taken that over. But we've been banging that drum for 15, 16 years. I think now it's very rare that a business comes to us and wants to certify as a B Corp, sort of saying something like, we know that increasingly investors are looking for us to be kind of ESG aligned, and we need to figure out what this means across the whole business, or something fairly sort of mechanical like that. We get leaders coming to us saying, actually, our business is part of something much bigger, and we need to understand exactly what our role is there. So I think the education point is crucial, right? Because I think that's, I think CEOs and leaders are taking it upon themselves to kind of understand that kind of sweep of history thing, which sounds a bit grandiose, but it's in many ways quite intuitive. But then, of course, what that then does is lead to actually it's incumbent on those leaders to educate themselves on the various issues, whether, historical, systemic issues that ultimately businesses have a role in tackling. So the education piece, I totally agree, is really crucial to this, but it's that sense that leaders now have, I think, with hopefully few exceptions, of their place in history and their place in a system.
Which goes back to legacy as well.
Absolutely, yeah, great.
Yeah, Olivia, do you want to chip in a bit on that as well? You talked a bit about legacy before, but anything to add in terms of how to become a purposeful CEO?
Yeah, no, I think it's super interesting, and I feel like I'm in the audience just enjoying listening to you all, because I think it's so fascinating. But you're spot on, Ben. I think what is the purpose of business, and I think, why do we exist as a business? That's a conversation we've been having actively over the last couple of years and accelerated in the last couple of months. There was one stage, actually, I'll give an example. In the worst days of the pandemic last year, we operated IKEA in 31 different countries. And of course, nobody had a roadmap for what was going to happen, how it was going to play out. We weren't ready. In all honesty, we weren't ready. And one of the very clear intentions we had at that point in time, we've had a vision that our founder also handed over to us 75 years ago. And we always come back to that. And that was our filter in that moment in time. And that one of our intentions was to make sure that we secured as many jobs as possible for as many as possible. And that was really at the top of our mind. Yet, so what we did was we accessed furlough money, and we tried to secure as many of those jobs as possible. Then after a period of time, we started questioning, what's our role here? To your point, Ben, what's our role here as a business? Are we doing the right thing? Yes, we're securing jobs, which was, of course, the commitment that we made to deliver to our vision. But at a certain point in time, we realized that we're actually going to turn a profit at the end of the year. That doesn't sit right with us. If we take that profit and hold on to furlough money, hold on to the government stimulus that we've received, have we done the right thing? And our role in society, what is the purpose of business, became a huge conversation on board level. And so we decided in July, we took the tough decision, well, actually it was the easiest decision. The tough bit came next in the how to. We said, we're paying it all back. We gave it all back across 31 different countries, with no process for how to do that. And particularly if you look at the US, where you've got multiple states and different devolved ways of handling it. It's still going on now because it's super complex, but it was exactly driven by that point which you're making, which is, what is the role that we play here? And if we're only here to turn a profit, then we are not going to succeed, and we're not going to live the generations to come, because that's not why we're here. And you will not find the word profit in our vision and in our mission statement as a company, because we're only here to create a better everyday life for many people. And profits gives us the possibility to do that, but it's not the end goal. So I think it's actually given us the possibility to actually take some tough decisions, but to make the right decisions, and use that as your compass as much as possible. What is your role in this context? And how will you have a positive impact beyond your immediate responsibility for the fiscal dimensions of the business? So yeah, really use that as your compass. I would definitely recommend that.
That's great. Thanks, Olivia. I know that we're a bit short on time, but I'm going to try and fit in one last question, if Anna's going to let us. Just to leading on from that point, really, it's just how the CEO can inspire people across the organisation around that purpose. And Ben, I know that you have an interesting way of working at Tony's in terms of recruiting and rewarding against a certain set of values.
Yeah, so purpose, vision and values we put at the heart of everything. We recruit against our values, which are outspoken, because we have to be outspoken if we're really going to change the industry, so we don't mind if we piss a few people off. Entrepreneurial, because it's not easy. We're in a $200 billion industry, and we're still tiny. We might be the biggest chocolate company in Holland now. We've got about 20% market share, but we're still only turning over about 115 million globally. We want to make people smile as well. So one of our values is makes people smile, because it's a tough message. It's a big mission, but ultimately we need to do it and break it down into easy to digest pieces, and we do that in a kind of fun way, which is why the bar is the total opposite of that serious mission. And I think one of the things that we will always do is we say we're crazy about chocolate because we have to be, but serious about people. And the people are ultimately the people that are going to help us change the industry. So we invest massively in our team to make sure that we have the best people, that they're engaged, that they're fired on. So because only if we have the best people do we stand a chance of changing the industry. So I think, look, the CEO and my Chief Chocolate Officer is there to set the direction and the pace, but ultimately it's the people who are going to get us there. So we've got that real clarity of purpose and a strong mission, and then we want to surround ourselves by recruiting the best possible people. So and only by doing that do we stand a chance of changing the industry. So I think people are fundamental for us, and they come before anyone else and anything else.
Great, thanks. And Joe, you got something to add in terms of how the characteristics of a CEO have changed, and how really they can make a difference within the organisation?
Yeah, I mean, again, I wanted to check in kind of with the next gen, with some kind of more entry-level people coming into the industry about, what inspires you when you think of a CEO. And the summary I would give is the concept of kind of being radical. You kind of talked about being brave and speaking up for the issues, and obviously we have each business has limitations on what they can necessarily say. But if you have values, you have to think of ways you can show and demonstrate that you stand behind those, memorable ways that are more than just demonstrative. They're actually achieving actual change, measurable change, visible change. Obviously, this generation or the next generation are kind of used to faster, now. And they want to see change now. So I think having those, standing by your strong values and being radical and innovating are all things that I think are appreciated by the wider workforce. But again, inspiring, which maybe is a word that should be used more often when we talk about leadership, right? And then being visible. I mentioned earlier about checking in with your people. One mentee mentioned, she's based up north, mentioned that their CEO visited their offices like once a year, and actually you want to show that you're engaged and you're listening, and so if possible, those kind of check-ins, those regular surveys and things like that, I think are really important. Again, in terms of visibility and speaking on the issues that your people that matter to your people. Those would be my words.
And Chris, in terms of sort of measurement from your side?
Yeah, I mean, just very briefly, I know we're short on time. I mean, I suppose maybe just offering another perspective, and one that might sound a bit more prosaic, is that this stuff is inspiring anyway. I mean, it's actually, we did a piece of research at the end of last year, actually, comparing SMEs within the B Corporation community with the UK SME community at large, and it would be no surprise, hopefully, to you that B Corp's outperformed on everything. Whether it was growth, headcount, revenue, turnover, whether it was optimism about the future and growth prospects in mid-pandemic. whether it was investment in innovation, and really excitingly and importantly, the results on kind of staff retention. So we know that businesses who are successful in terms of achieving what B Corp seeks to do, which is obviously kind of embedding purpose throughout the business, just reap the rewards in terms of, you know, galvanizing their people, building resilience, and all of that good stuff. So I think there's a sort of tendency to, you know, I agree about the inspiring point, but I think there's a tendency to kind of mythologize these kind of hero CEOs, you know, which are going to save the world. And I think they have a huge role to play in terms of kind of elevating important kind of issues up the agenda. But I also think there are, you know, there is the, what are there, 5.5, 6 million businesses in the UK? All those CEOs can't be heroes, or they have to be everyday heroes, right? You know, they can't be superheroes. So I think there's a real, you know, it's important to remind ourselves of the need to kind of distribute the work that needs to be done in order to make the world a better place. And that would be my alternative view.
Great, thanks, Chris. And Olivia, just some final comments from you before we wrap up for some Q&A. You talked before about bringing people, you know, the CEO has to bring people on a purpose-led growth journey.
Cool. Yeah, and then first of all, I also just realised, Chris, I called you Ben before, and Ben, I called you Chris before. So speaking of authenticity, it's super tricky still being on video calls, and you don't have the name class to guide you anymore. We're back in the real world now, so sorry for that. No, I'm with you. I think this is the new era. This is how it is. I don't think that there is the space for big ego leadership anymore. I think it's fundamentally different. And to your point, it's also not what the next generation will be looking for, nor will they want to join and be part of such a movement. I think the individual will be just as important as the collective. So nurture culture as part of that. And I still will come back to, but there is an important role for a CEO to move forwards. And I think being that tone setter, creating the permission, I think, as well, to be able to be ambitious, as you say, and also radical and all of those wonderful things. You know, you do need that permission space to be able to be created, to be able to take the path ahead. So I really think it's an amazing, amazing time for businesses and for the opportunity for us as communicators in partnership with CEOs to create a fundamental difference that will go way beyond the job descriptions that we all have. So it's an incredible time to make that change for sure.
Great, lovely. Thanks so much, Olivia. I think now we're going to open up to some Q&As. So I don't know if we've got a microphone, if anyone has any questions. We've got a question here. Great, thank you.
That was a super inspiring panel. Thank you. As a kind of purpose-led CEO at the start of my mission year in, it was great to hear. I've got a question for you, Ben, and a confession, actually, that I love your one-page employment contract that's nicely designed and looks really fun. And I've actually ripped that off and evolved it for my own. But that concept of using fun in something that's quite a staid as an employment contract to help set the culture, I mean, where did that come from? How important is it? And how does that sort of add to the value of the culture?
Yeah, so that, I mean, that's great. We want people to copy everything that we do. That's why we exist, to say, copy our chocolate, copy our employment contracts, great. But I mean, it's making things simple and easy to understand is integral to everything that we do. It's we're trying to solve and help solve a really complex issue. We believe that actually the way to do that is by making the business as simple as possible. And, you know, employment contracts shouldn't be 20 pages long, they should be a page long. It's just got some crucial information in there, and there's a good element of trust between you and the employee as well. And I think as long as you're clear up front on those boundaries, I think that really helps. But we never started 15 years ago as we never expect. We called ourselves Tony's Chocolonely because that was the name of one of the journalists, Tony. And at the time that started as a PR stunt to raise awareness. And that PR stunt turned into a brand. So everything that we've done and built has been totally accidental. So it's important, but there's a big element of sometimes we just wing it.
I love that. I'm going to go look up your employment contract after this.
I think we had another question here.
Hi there, thank you. Ben, it was a question for you about the kind of development of your purpose, because I think what's quite interesting about your purpose is it's got a clear end goal. Might be not, might be difficult to reach, but there is a very clear end goal to it. And I wondered around that and how you balance that kind of end goal with the kind of commercials, because obviously if we were in a situation where tomorrow, Cadbury's or whoever decided that they were going to do the same and they agreed with it, takes away your kind of USP a little bit. So so you've got the brand trust. So I'm just quite interested about that.
Yeah, it's really crucial for us that we can demonstrate that we do make profit and we can have a commercially viable business. But ultimately, we say to all of those chocolate companies, we have an open chain policy, which is basically we have 5 sourcing principles, and we say copy them, and we will facilitate you. We will help you copy them, because the only way we're going to do this is if everyone joins in. And so, honestly, if we go out of business in 20 years' time, then that can be a good thing, because it means that we've changed the industry for the better. So we do have to demonstrate that we can be commercially viable. We want to grow like stink, because ultimately the more people that pick up a bar and ask why it's unequally divided and start reading the wrapper, the more people are aware of the issue. But we still have to make 40% gross margin, and we want to make 4% operating profit, which is quite low. But we need to do that to show that our business and our model is scalable and it's not niche. So the two have to go hand in hand, but we are very open and we say, look, just copy us. That's why we publish everything. So it's a very different approach to business, but we believe actually it's the only way that we can change things. But pretty unique, right? It's not, started back to front. I'll shut up.
Just a general question for anyone about sort of heroes and villains in different sectors. I think, you've talked a lot about chief executives being leaders and inspiring and being drivers of change. But is that because they work in particular sectors which are more inclined to that sort of social change? And if you work as a chief executive of an insurance company, I don't know why I'm picking on insurance particularly, is it as easy? Is it down to that individual? Or are there some parts of industry that perhaps are more likely to be progressive in this way than others?
That's a really good question. Anyone want to take that here? Joe, maybe?
I don't know. From a people point of view, you hear the same issues regardless of industry, at least when it comes to, for instance, underrepresented groups. You hear the same issues. Yes, you're going to have, when I was in financial services, I had friends in insurance, law, finance, banking, consulting, and you hear the same issues across the board. When I was in local government, I was across property, transport, engineering. You hear the same issues across board. When I was in healthcare, so when it comes to the people aspect of it, I think that's why I keep going back to the point about being plugged into the societal issue and being plugged into people and values. Yes, you're going to have industries which are more traditional, therefore more risk averse. But it's important to recognize what's important to your people, because that is almost uniform at this point. It just is up to those at the top to listen, is what I would say.
Can I just build on one thing on that? Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Can I just build on one thing? Because I really want to echo what you're saying. I was on a Chatham House conversation last week where exactly that point, we had financial sector representation, we had insurance sector, we had a whole raft of businesses, and only a few of them were retailing and consumer facing. What I noticed for the first time ever was that the fundamental role of brands and the interface with brands is so much more public than ever before. So the old perspective of insurance businesses really being primarily more B2B, or some automotive industry players being much more wholesale driven, every single one of them has had a fundamental shift in how they view the responsibility of their brand going forwards. So there is this direct to consumer perspective, whether or not it's literal or it's in the brand perspective that you have. I think it's a game changer because there is no opaque sector anymore. Everybody is exposed. Every single brand is exposed going forward. So to your point, if you're not plugged into society, it doesn't matter if you're wholesale or a retail FMCG brand, you have to be onto this. I think the whole nature of who we are as businesses and as brands is just never going to be the same again. So I don't think that there is a specific sectoral approach. I think it's a universal. If you're in business, you've got to be on it.
That's great, thank you. I think. Oh, sorry, carry on.
Well, I can just add, if it's interesting, I can add just a perspective and perhaps a slight peek behind the curtain of the work that we're doing. Because in some ways, I think exactly what as you're describing, Livia, you can sort of chart that progression through the growth and evolution of the B Corp community. So B Corp launched in the UK in 2015, and if you look at the B Corp community, in those early days. You're looking at a community of sustainability consultants and impact investors, and very much the heroes of your heroes villains piece. But over those years, what we're seeing is a shift to the mainstream, essentially, and as you're saying, businesses of every sector starting to look at B Corp, and of course B Corp is just one way of kind of validating a purpose and kind of charting a clear kind of path. There are many more, but we're talking to businesses of every sector, businesses of every size. We're talking to hundreds of businesses. There are over 500 B Corps in the UK now. We're talking to hundreds more, and some of those big businesses will be on multi-year journeys, to certifying as a B Corp. They're just setting off, and it is, we talk about the journey a lot, because it doesn't even stop with being a B Corp. It carries on. So I think I would agree with everything you've said, and the one thing I would add to that is that I think the really good news is that there are, if you consider everybody who is doing everything they can to get on that train and start the journey, and whatever other metaphor you want to use, there are far fewer villains than there ever have been before, right? If they're all the heroes trying to do the right thing, then there are far fewer villains who just aren't interested.
Great, thank you. I'm conscious of time. We might be eating into the lunch hour, so I know that there's probably loads more questions and lots of things that people want to know, but thank you so much for our panelists. Thank you, Olivia, for dialing in, and hopefully people will be hanging around for lunch, so if you have any other questions, then feel free to come and approach our panelists. Thank you all for listening.
I just thought it'd be easier if you stay there while we wrap up. So look, huge thanks to all of our speakers this morning. It was great to hear from Alastair what an inspiring personal journey he's been on, and to share that with us was amazing. I hope you all feel as inspired as I do. It is amazing to hear from you guys. Thank you very much. I've taken away lots of things. Chief Chocolate Officer, Chief Vision Officer, the changing CEO's role in society, going from that chauffeur-driven car to a bike. I love it. Understanding the issues that are facing employees and customers, and actually really engaging on that is really important. Leaving a legacy. Such a fascinating panel, so I hope you've taken away as much from it as I have. Right, there is a break now until 1:45. I just want to give you a line-up for this afternoon because I want to entice you to come back. So this afternoon we're going to get an update from our Race and Ethnicity Equity Board and also the Equity and Inclusion Advisory Council. We're then going to go into an interactive workshop on diversity, race and ethnicity, put my teeth in. Then we're going to switch up and we're going to go to Ian Wright from the FDF, who's going to talk to us about coping with Brexit. I hope he has the answers. I'm looking forward to that. We're then going to go into the role of AI in communications, and then finally something that I think nobody will have missed, especially with some government announcements today, how the travel industry is coping with this pandemic. We're going to hear from Kuoni. So I hope to see you all back here at 1:45. Thank you.
Is it? Oh, testing. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, excellent.
I think Barbara is having some trouble.
Okay, thank you. We ready to start? Yeah? Okay, if people could just take their seats, that'd be great. Thank you.
Make sure the phone was pointing upwards. So can you just twist that? That's better. So it's facing.
Then you can hear me. Okay. All right, I think I might get us started if that's okay. I'm sure people will be trickling back from lunch, but we've got a packed agenda for this afternoon, so I'm going to get us going if that's all right.
See you in a minute.
Mike's okay?
We don't have to do anything.
Right, okay, good. So thank you very much for joining us for the afternoon of the PRCA National Conference. As I mentioned before lunch, we've got a fantastic agenda this afternoon, including the world's first PRCA National Conference live workshop. Good luck with that. We hope it goes well. Before we go into that, we are going to go virtually to Sudha Singh, who's going to give us an update on the PRCA's Equity and Inclusion Advisory Council, and fingers crossed, Barbara Phillips, who's going to give us an update on the Race and Ethnicity Equity Board. Brilliant. Her mic's now working, is it? Yes, we've got both of them. Okay, so straight over to Barbara and Sudha.
Hi, everyone. So, can everyone hear me? Should I just start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I have 5 minutes to make an impression here after lunch, and we've hit a few technology snags. However, what an inspiring start to the PRCA National Conference today with the amazing Haley Melinda. I really enjoyed that session. And also thank you very much to Francis and Rachel for the shout out at the start of the day. We recently rebranded the PRCA Diversity Network, and we changed our name. We're now called the Equity and Inclusion Advisory Council, and we kick-started our work in March 2021 and have been focused on developing a roadmap to fulfill our purpose, which is to lead on setting benchmarks on equity and inclusion for the PR industry and building an inclusive industry through increasing visible representation to reflect the societies in which we operate. And for an industry that is obsessed with measurement, we are hoping to start measuring the change using the annual PRCA Census for Baseline data. The new name reflects our purpose, who we are, and what we are trying to do. For the longest time, businesses have been focusing on diversity as a way to correct institutional and historic inequalities, referring to people as diverse, actually others, those who don't belong to dominant and privileged groups. So diversity had to go. And we've also seen that this approach has not really worked. The pace of change has been glacial. What the last year did was that it has provided all of us a unique opportunity to accelerate action for changing this status quo. And we want to use this momentum to help bring meaningful change within our industry. We want organizations to focus on creating equity-inspired designs for bringing about change, to creating equitable workplaces where people can thrive, no matter where they come from or what they look like. Our initial focus is on 3 work streams: gender, disability, and social mobility, and we will consider them through the intersectionality lens. On 15th of July, we launched Disability at the Table podcast, hosted by the amazing Mark Webb, Head of Comms for Shift MS. Mark is also a disability advocate and public speaker and leads on our disability work stream. The long-term ambition is to get our industry to be disability inclusive. And in the short term, we'd like to invite practitioners, allies, sponsors to join us in this journey. 2 weeks ago, we also announced our first ever PRCA EIAC conference, Change for Good, building an equitable and inclusive PR industry. And it is next week from 12th to 15th July. As an industry body, I believe that the PRCA EIAC is well placed to set the agenda to influence the change we want to see. On each of these 4 days, we'll have one keynote speaker and a panel discussion, and we are covering race, social mobility, disability, and gender. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers from across the Social Mobility Foundation, from agencies, from the BBC, Shani Dhanda, Taylor Bennett Foundation, and of course, REEB board members. And we are absolutely, absolutely delighted that APCO has come on board as a sponsor. This has enabled us to ensure that we pay our speakers and also keep the free event free for everyone to attend. So thank you very much to APCO, and everyone, please sign up and ask your colleagues to sign up to attend. I'd like to just talk briefly about our guiding principle of the EIAC, and that is collaboration is key. We want to build partnerships, and we want to support agencies. We want to support organizations, individuals who are already doing exemplary work in our priority areas. We don't want to duplicate that effort. We want to use the time of our volunteers and our resources wisely. In a year since the word purpose has seen a revival, it is very important for us to be aware of the optics of the actions we take or we don't take. There is definitely no going back to where we were as a society a year and a half ago. There is not only a moral imperative for equity and inclusion in the industry, but our clients are doing it. And they're much further along on the journey, whether you talk about Diageo or Nestle or PepsiCo, Unilever, P&G, and several others. And sooner rather than later, their supplier diversity requirements are likely to impact agencies and our industry adversely. How can we as an industry talk about purpose, ethics, SDGs, ESGs, everything to do with people, to our clients if we don't practice these things ourselves? As an industry which has been striving for a seat at the table, we should be able to speak from a position of strength, knowledge, and authenticity. We have a responsibility to walk the talk. And that can happen only if, as an industry, we stop being tactical and tokenistic. I would like to end by thanking all our fantastic volunteers who are giving up their personal time to support our work. And do feel free to reach out with any questions, and remember to sign up for the conference next week. I think I'm within the 5-minute mark. Thank you very much for giving me this platform to speak today. Barbara, would you like to go? I think you're on mute.
Yes, so thank you, Sudha. Thank you. I'll pick up where you left off, because obviously Sudha's organisation, HI, is a sister organisation to REEB. So REEB is the Race and Ethnicity Equity Board, and we actually launched last July. Now, how did we come about? Well, it was PRCA in reaction to global events, of which we are all familiar. This did some introspection, and to their credit, decided we could do better and we could do more. So the board was created. So we are 13 people of Black, Asian, and ethnically diverse backgrounds, of which Sudha is a member. And when we all formed together and we sat for the first time as REEB, we looked at our industry through very, very, very tired eyes, because we weren't happy with what we were seeing. But then by the same token, by joining together as a board, we realized that there was lots of hope and lots of determination, which we have. So we have been around for just about a year, and we are focused, which nestles really nicely into picking up to what Sudha was saying, is we focus on race. And there's a reason why we focus on race, and we focus particularly in racial equity. So obviously, there are all of the 9 protected characteristics. There's an intersection between Sudha's organisation and REEB, and that's all fine. But we still think that the root cause of some of the disharmony in our organisation, where we could be better and do more, is based around racial equity. So you're thinking, why racial equity? Think about it in terms of a weed, if you like. So you'll chop the head off a weed, it's great. It's gone, but really the roots are still there, and they're still going to fight their way up. And this is what we want to do in our organisation in terms of REEB's work. We have a terms of reference, which is available. It's been available for 12 months. It's on the PRCA pages. We have our own page, and we set ourselves a list of goals, and we're actually working our way through goals, and all of those goals are focused around racial equity. So, echoing some of Sudha's sentiments in terms of why racial equity, you can't really call yourself as an organisation. Please don't go out to the market and proclaim that you are inclusive if you're not dealing with racism in your organisation, if you're not happy to promote racial equity. Please don't go out to the market and claim that you are you're ethical, if you're not willing to face the discomfort of racial equity and racism in your organization, because it's a blight to our industry. And as to pick up the thread from Sudha also, in terms of sustainability, think about it in terms of talent, in terms of clients, because entrepreneurship with Black, Asian and ethnically diverse populations is massive. Soon, these are going to be the faces of your clients. So talent are going to be ethnically diverse, your clients are going to be ethnically diverse, and your suppliers are going to be ethnically diverse. And if you're not really playing ball with that, then think about your operating model. Think about how sustainable it's going to be if you're not mirroring what you're seeing in clients and suppliers and really in the talent market. So it's really, really important. So what have we done in the last 12 months? Because say we've been here since last July. The first thing that we addressed was the ethnicity pay gap. Now, there's plenty written about the gender pay gap, but not so much on the ethnicity pay gap. Now, we produced a report. We produced a report and a guide on how to work your way through reporting ethnicity pay gaps. And the overriding theme of all of that is start where you stand. Wherever your organization is now in its maturity, looking, finding, discovering data, start where you stand, but please make a start, because then that's another blight on our industry. So we've got a guide, it's available, it's free. We ran a workshop, help yourself, it's available online. Now, the most current thing that we've done is we've looked at mentoring. And to date, even though there are many credible mentoring schemes, on the whole, a lot of them can, be about a successful person speaking to a less successful person in the industry, telling them about their stellar career and how wonderful it is for them over a cup of coffee in Starbucks. And we want more than that. We want meaningful. We want you to help mentees get to where they need to. And we specifically, if those mentees are from they are Black or Asian or from ethnically diverse background, they'll need extra help. They'll need equity. They'll need the help. The help they need may differ from any other of the mentees you may have had in the past. So we want to make all of our mentoring programs meaningful. It's called PRISM. Again, if you'd like to join our cohort, we'd love to have you. All you need to do is sign up and you're there. And then, for the future, because I know I'm over my 5 minutes, for the future, we're just looking to work our way through our goals. We're looking to remove the blight of racial inequity and racism within our organisation and let our industry, rather, be the best that it can be, because we can do so much better, we can do so much more, and we can be an inclusive industry, but there's work to do. So thank you for your time.
I would like to just extend our thanks to both Sudha and to Barbara. This time last year, we were facing some issues in our industry, and just as Barbara said, we took an introspective look and we actually did, take action. And I think, Barbara, when you and I were talking, we talked about taking action, and you've certainly done that over the last year. And Sudha, I know you are absolutely taking action as well. So thank you very much for all of the work. It's all voluntary. Everything is done on top of the day job, and we really do appreciate it. So that leads us beautifully into our next workshop. I'm going to introduce some amazing people who are going to do our first workshop. They are Anna Geffert, Ngozi Ngami, Rimi Shah and Mitchell Cohen, and they're going to give us a guide through diversity, race and ethnicity workshop. Thank you.
I use the stairs. I could have just walked up. Yeah. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the first workshop, interactive workshop. We're going to be checking that everyone is still awake after lunch. We're going to be making sure that everyone is actually communicating and speaking to each other. My name is Anna Geffert. I am founder of Hera Communications and also the president of Women in PR. We're an affiliate group of the PRCA, and our ambition and aim is to increase the diversity and number of senior women in leadership roles within the industry.
Hello everyone, my name is Ngozi Imagi and I am Vice President of Women in PR. I also sit on a couple of other committees, so I'm also a member of the committee of that deals with introducing black interns to PR firms, so it's called 10,000 Black Interns. And I also sit on the board for inclusion at Lloyd's. So it's an organisation that kind of helps increase diversity within the Lloyd's market. In my day job, I am senior consultant at PorposefulScore Communications, so it's a financial communications agency. And I've also, done a few stints in-house as well. So that's me.
Excellent. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves as well?
Thank you. So I'm Rumi Shah. I'm a director at Lansons. I've been there for 15 years and we'll give you a little insight into the culture at Lansons in a moment.
Hello everyone, I'm Mitchell Cohen. I'm an associate director at Lansons working with Rumi. I focus on public affairs, but I'm also chair of the Lansons Diversity Group.
Great, thank you guys. So as Barbara mentioned, the PR industry has really struggled historically with some really deep-seated and cultural issues when it comes to race and diversity. But the last 16 months has really kind of shone a light on that, and we've been able to make some real headway, which is incredible. And by discussing and openly addressing the race and diversity issues within the sector and attempting to answer those really difficult questions and even asking those difficult questions in the first place, we can really start to share best practice and call out the bad. So within this workshop, we're going to be looking at the challenges and the situations that organisations are facing when it comes to race and ethnicity. We're also going to be figuring out how we can do it better, how we can communicate these issues best. That's what we're good at, right? We're in PR. How can we communicate these issues and how can we call them out and challenge them within our own organisations? Because sometimes that's a really difficult thing to do. So by breaking down these barriers, by addressing these issues, we are ensuring that the PR industry becomes more diverse, more inclusive, and most importantly, that we're actually retaining and attracting new talent to ensure that our industry can grow and thrive in the future. So, without further ado, we'll be hearing from Lansons, then we're going to be split up into 4 groups, so I think that's already going to be pre-arranged by the wonderful Anna, yeah. And then I will be hosting one, and Guzzi will be hosting one, and Anna and Koray will be hosting one. And then we're all going to be discussing the issues. There's going to be some questions on the screens as well. And then once that's done, we're going to be coming back. We're going to be allocating speakers who are going to be talking about what the groups have been discussing. And then we're going to have a big chinwag and basically, solve all the world's problems in 25 minutes.
World peace.
World peace, yeah.
Great, thank you. So thanks for inviting us to talk to you today. We wanted to give you a snapshot into the culture at Lansons because there's a lot of talk about recruitment and how do you kind of bring people into organisations to ensure that there's diversity in organisations. But there's a moment where you set yourself up to fail if you don't then think about the inclusive culture within organisations to make sure that people can bring themselves to work and be themselves at work. And that's regardless of, when I talk about diversity, I don't just mean race. I mean diversity of thought, I mean experience, their backgrounds, culture, and that's where we're chatting, where we're coming from in terms of talking around diversity and inclusive cultures today. So just to introduce Lansons to anyone who doesn't know us, we're an agency that has been in the industry for over 31 years. And I think that we're really lucky because we were founded by a chief exec and chairman who really believe in equality, in fairness, in diversity. And it's very much at the heart of a lot of the values that they have created within the agency. So in the whole time I've been there, and I've been there for 15 years, we've always had lots of partnerships with organisations, so things like social mobility charities or networks to help bring talent in, things around gender, equality, to really help embed these values within the agency. And we've always believed that process and data and creating structures is an important way of measuring what we do, but also holding ourselves to account. So 2 examples of that are, for example, our gender pay gap reporting. Now, we're an organisation that doesn't have to report on gender pay gap because we're too small, but when the government brought in that initiative, we thought this is a great way of making sure we don't have a gender pay gap and making sure that we can talk to our colleagues about the fact that we don't have a gender pay gap and report about any actions we might take if those numbers shift over time. So that's one thing that we've done. We've always been very open about it. We publicly report. It's available on our website. And we've always been really keen to make sure that if we're advising our clients about those sorts of issues, that we walk the talk. Another initiative that we're involved in is BBC 50/50, which is around measuring gender representation across all of our outputs. So things like our blogs that we write, making sure that we have male-female representation at panel events. And that's really held us to account in terms of making sure, are we representing the diverse voices within our organization? And we've had to change behaviors as a result of it. So for example, we realized that senior men like to have a voice, but younger women don't like to have a voice as much, or don't feel as confident as having a voice externally. And so we've been introducing measures to try and encourage them to write, to take part in events, and using our all of our different networks internally to try and encourage people to do that. Just moving on to, especially in the last year, the changes that we've had to make as an organization, especially in terms of racial inequity. So clearly what happened last year in the US caused lots of organizations to think about, what are we doing? Are we living our values? And it encouraged us as an organization to think about, how do we make sure we better reflect society in everything that we're doing? So our chief exec, Tony Langham, ran a consultative process internally where he talked to a lot of people. And while we've always had, like I say, this DNA of making sure that we are fair, we decided that we needed to be much more vocal in terms of how we articulate what we are committing to. And so as well as explaining internally to our colleagues exactly what he wanted to see the agency achieve, he's also committed on our website and through blogs and newsletters to our clients and to our network what we are looking to achieve in terms of recruitment, in terms of our culture and how we treat people, but also in our role in society.
Thanks, Remy. So out of Tony's consultation, out of his blog, we formed the diversity group, which was a voluntary process within Lansons. People could put themselves forward. And the group was founded on the 3 principles that Tony outlined in his blog. So that was our culture, our external, and our people. And when we formed the diversity group, we added a 4th, which was holding the business to account. And this was very much what our mandate was, making sure that HR, the board, the management team, and even down to the junior levels were all upholding the values that we signed on to when we started working at Lansons, but also to what Tony had presented and spoken and written about. So what have we been doing? And that's what we were going to talk to you a bit about today. So we were formed back in November around the time of Black History Month, and we kicked off with a big launch event where we had David Lammy. He came to speak to us and our clients to talk about what it was like being a black politician in Westminster. Now, we had to reflect after that, because although the event was fantastic, we had huge amounts of feedback from clients and great feedback internally as well. There was a few people within the business who thought, it's great we're doing this, we're presenting ourselves fantastically to our clients externally, but we're closing off that safe space within our business. Because obviously, when you've got clients on the phone, people might not feel that comfortable asking the questions that they might be embarrassed to ask. So we had to slightly change our tack in how we approached what we were doing, and really making sure that we were listening to our staff, but also ensuring that they felt safe to be able to talk about some of their questions. So we held one more external event, which was for Holocaust Memorial Day, where we brought in a Holocaust survivor to speak. And then since then, we've really focused internally. So we've done some internal polling of our staff, where we asked them, what is it that you're interested in? Where are the questions? Where is it we need to focus on? And this is where we really brought out that there were some really tough conversations we had to have amongst ourselves in order to change our business, to change the way people act, and to make sure people feel more inclusive and comfortable. So just for pride, we've had one of 2 series of lunch and learns where we had Lord Nick Herbert, the Prime Minister's advisor on LGBT+ rights. And then next week we'll be having Benjamin Cohen, who's the chief exec of Pink News, coming to speak internally to our staff about Pride Month and also about the industry, and getting people within the business to really talk about what it means for them. Now, one of the proudest things I think we've done today, and it's literally just finished yesterday, is we've had a series of conscious inclusion training. This was a 3-hour session, compulsory for all staff within Lansons, where they had to take part in an interactive session. We use a brilliant company. If anyone is looking internally for a company, please do let us know. Where we brought together the conscious inclusion training with actors. And they acted out real-life scenarios of what happens within a business, within a PR company. And it really made people think, because what they were seeing on their screens were situations that many of their colleagues had been involved in that they weren't even aware of, things that they didn't even know happened. And we've had really great feedback from it, and now we're at that stage of what next. So we've had our conscious inclusion training, we've had a series of speakers, people are thinking, people are speaking, but what next? And the reason we went for conscious inclusion training is because it's about action planning. And that's what we're doing, and that's what, as the diversity group, we are trying to do as well. Not just look at what our issues are, but really what are the issues within the business in terms of diversity and inclusion that we can look at and improve on and really create an action plan together with the business. So they're just a few steps that we've taken so far. Back to you.
So I just wanted to touch on working from home, because obviously this last year has been incredibly difficult for all organizations to try and maintain their culture. But clearly, there's also been an element of how do you make sure that people don't lose their voice? How do you make sure that people who aren't necessarily the people who speak out loudest still are heard? And we are adapting to ensure that we are providing support across all of those, across all of our staff. And so I guess one thing that we've, as well as internal polling, we've done a lot of staff surveys in this last year to make sure that we act on the feedback that we've been getting back from people. And that's been, small things like recognizing that not everyone has got equipment at home and making sure that we've provided budgets for everyone to have the right equipment at home, to recognizing that parents or people who are in shared accommodation don't necessarily have the same flexibilities in their working day as they would have if they were at work. And so giving them the license to be able to shape their day as they've needed to, and make sure that as colleagues, we've been able to support that. So, if a parent has to log off at midday because they've got childcare responsibilities for the rest of the afternoon, how do you make sure that you don't make them feel bad about that? And that's been a big learning curve for all of us.
And on the flip side of, if you don't have children and you want to go for a run for an hour in the morning, how do we make everyone feel that they can be included in what they want to do for their lives?
Yeah. That's right. So we've had those surveys, but I think one of the things that we are really thinking about is what happens next, because as we move towards a hybrid working model, we recognize that, the equity of everyone being in the same situation, either of being in the office or being at home, is over. And so I think that's where we should sort of maybe pick up, because I think that's one of the challenges that we're really facing is how are people going to make sure we have inclusive cultures as we move to hybrid working?
My mic going to come back on? Maybe. Yep. Okay, good. All right, let's make history. So I think we're going to maybe have a group here. One group. And then Jane, you want to be the end of that group? And then the other group over here. Brilliant. You want to go there and I'll take the people I know.
Sure.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Group.
So we're going to run through
Okay.
all of these points again.
Okay, guys, sorry to interrupt. I know it was short and brief, but if we could come back together, I will hand over to Anna and she can bring us back together. Other Anna over here.
So we're going to have a little, right, so I think Ngozi's team's...
Okay, who's the first person feeding back?
Oh, it's me, is it? Oh.
You've literally got 1 minute.
I've got 1 minute. Oh, fabulous. I like it that I only have 1 minute because we didn't actually get through all the questions, but... Oh, you want me to... Okay. Yeah. So reflecting on the culture with your own organisation, what one change could you or your team leader make to establish an inclusive working environment? So we had a lot of reflections on that around how it is the senior team making the decisions on various things, and those senior team perhaps aren't, they're not the same age group, they're not the same ethnic diversity, they don't represent the whole organisation. So there was a great idea where kind of if you invite, everybody, one person from sort of people from all over the organisation, that actually is a good mix. And actually give everybody a voice. So actually use tools that encourage everybody to kind of feed into it, instead of it just being the loudest person who's always giving their view. Actually, even post-it notes, or you mentioned a system, Miro, which I thought sounded fantastic as well. It just gives everybody the confidence to be able to feed into ideas. Collaborative. We said that. That was our collaborative one. Inclusive. Really, really good points around the fact that the senior leadership teams are in place. And they're actually already in place, and so it's very, very difficult to change that. So if you don't have an inclusive senior leadership team, then actually how do you change it? But something interesting came out that one of the large banks, I can share that it's Barclays, has a really good idea where the senior leadership team actually encourage people from throughout the organisation to come in and give their feedback on what ideas they are coming up with. So we didn't have huge amounts of kind of groundbreaking, which just shows just how difficult a conversation this is. And I don't actually have anything on the others, and I've probably done a minute already.
Yeah, we only done the first two questions anyway, but for the first one, in terms of cultural organisation, we talked about the awareness within the company itself. So, for example, single parents of nuclear families, and also the disconnect between senior leaders. So, for example, if they're talking about having well-being within the company itself, so an hour break, but having to answer emails, you feel like you're obliged to do it, for them to have that awareness. Also spoke about email late at night, like 1 o'clock, and I used to get, so having a disclaimer on emails for that as well. We spoke about booze culture within the sector, so understanding people have come from different backgrounds or culture, won't drink, so understanding that as well. I think that was it, really. Oh, sorry. Cool. No, that's great. Short and sweet. That's what we like. Anyone want to talk? That's great.
I feel like Brittany. I've not had a microphone before. This is very fun. So in our group, we focused on the return, like the working from home, the return to office with restrictions lifting, and really how businesses could handle the cultural challenge of actually bringing everyone together still while respecting choices. And what we discovered in the discussion as well is a lot of the issue is around real estate. Some offices are investing in more and they're growing. Others, I mean, people saying here that a lot of people won't have an office to even return to, and it's all going to be remote working. So how do you bring people together? How do you onboard new people? Some of the solutions we thought about or debated were bringing in maybe once monthly meetings where everyone has to come in, or having a few days, or making sure there's always a camera in the corner of the room for all the meetings. But really the kind of underlying was each leader needs to discuss very closely with their team and their juniors on their own culture, if they're mainly introverts, if they're mainly extroverts in their staff, and come up with a very bespoke solution. And my own personal view I added to the group was, once we go back into the office a couple of days a week, everyone's going to remember it's fine and not that painful, and we'll get used to it again, and there'll be less demand for home. But there may be me very cynical and desperate to talk to people again like this. So,
perfect. Thank you. And it was you.
So yeah, for us, very similar to a lot of the themes that have been discussed so far. Joe from Three Monkeys made a really good point relating to that first one about setting targets. So the importance of setting targets that are both realistic but impactful, and striking the right balance between setting a target, say for example on recruitment of diverse candidates, to make sure that it's not too high in that it can't be achieved, and that it's not too low to ensure that we're actually ensuring our employees and others that the impact it's going to make is meaningful. Katie kicked us off with a point about keeping people who are working remotely connected with one another. And that ties in with a separate discussion we had about how to ensure that people's experiences who are working remotely are equal and fair compared to those who are in the office. And I think it came up earlier in one of the panel discussions about the importance of when in hybrid meetings, for example, when that meeting ends, that the people who logged in remotely aren't excluded from any conversations that happened after the meeting itself. So it's just about how we make those considerations. And then finally, just to Penny's point that she raised at the beginning, Joe also mentioned the fact that in her experience, people who work in agencies who were already quite quiet seem to have become more quiet as we've switched to a more remote working model, and about how we can provide the support that we need to those particular individuals as well. That's it.
That's great. Cool. I think we'll go back to Rachel then. And just any further links and bits that we've got will be provided afterwards. They are for everyone on the stream already. So, yeah.
Okay, so look, I'd like to say a huge thank you to everybody in the room. Special thanks to Anna, Ngozi, to Rimi and to Mitchell for leading us through that, and also to Korai as well for leading your group through. That was really a really interesting discussion, and for our brave volunteers who were the speakers who got on the mic. Thank you, Brittany. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker. It is Ian Wright, the Chief Executive of the Food and Drink Federation, who's going to tell us how on earth the Food and Drink Federation and food generally is coping with the change of Brexit. Thank you.
Gassing.
There we are.
Oh, thank you. I do apologise. How rude of me. I'm not sure I'm going to... Oh dear. Let's come off. It's all going so well. I'm not sure I'm going to... I think I might come down there and talk down there. Why wouldn't I do that? Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm not sure if you really... I'm a bit of a fraud here, to be honest. So I'm, God, this is very strange, isn't it? I don't know if any of you have stood up here. Blimey, it looks like some kind of Baptist ceremony. So I suppose in this context, I ought to say I used to be a PR person. I had a I'm very old, so I can say I had a very long career. I've been a consultant with a firm that I don't think any of you are even remotely old enough to remember called Gwyn Hart, which used to represent Mars and Pedigree Pet Foods. And that was our only client, believe it or not, but it was such a big client it didn't matter. I used to work for Grayling. I worked for an extraordinary business called Chillmark, and I ran for 5 years the biggest PR consultancy in the Midlands called Golly Slater. And then I went in-house at, first of all, at Boots the Chemists, and then for 14 years as Corporate Affairs Director globally of Diageo, the world's largest drinks business. But 7 years ago, I decided that I'd had enough doing that, partly because Diageo had a new chief executive, and it was a good moment to change, and I went and became the chief executive, as it says, of the Food and Drink Federation. And that is a management job, but it is all about communication as a leader of an organisation. And I suppose what I was going to talk about briefly is some of the challenges that we've faced over the last, we've faced, and some of the reflections I have about the way communication can be at the heart of business strategy, and some of the pitfalls that can potentially, some of the places that leads you. And if you disagree with what I say, I'm very happy if you interrupt me in the middle of this, because I've got no idea quite often. When I start a sentence, I've very rarely got a very clear idea of where it's going to end. So, this journey is at least as interesting for me as it is for you, I can promise you. So, I think one of the things that I probably have, and I've got one of my friends in the audience there who's definitely going to heckle at some point, are you? I think the thing I would say I'm most interested in as a unusual perspective is that I've been part of one of the world's biggest businesses, Diageo, which makes Smirnoff, Johnny Walker, Guinness, and so on. Or when I was there, was one of the world. I think we were the 41st biggest company in the world, largest company in spirits, wine, and beer. Owner of 56% of the Scotch whisky industry. It wouldn't be allowed now, you'd be considered a monopoly. And just in case you didn't know this, Scotch whisky is the largest UK export. Not the largest food or drink export, the largest UK export. Bigger than oil, bigger than aerospace, bigger than anything, chemicals, bigger than any of those. So I've worked for one of the world's biggest businesses, and actually been, round the boardroom table of that for 14 years. But I've also worked for clients who are tiny when I was at Golly Slater. And I have a particular memory of a client in the Black Country who was, he literally did make screws. I promise you he was a screw manufacturer. And his marketing services manager, who was my client, used to encourage me to go and visit them on a once-a-month basis because it gave him an excuse to take me out to the Banks' pub down the road for lunch in the days when this was something you did. And I remember when I told him I was leaving, Trevor said to me, "Oh, Ian," he said, "Ian, we'll miss your visits. We really like your visits." And I said, "Why is that? That's very nice of you, Trevor. Why is that?" He said, "Because we think you're exotic." And I said, exotic? I said, "Trevor, why do you think I'm exotic?" "Oh, Ian," he said, "you're exotic. You're the sort of bloke whose jacket matches his trousers." And if you can go from the level of sophistication of Trevor in the Black Country to being part of the biggest international business, you've got quite an interesting perspective. So my main message to you this morning, or this afternoon, sorry, is to say, I think the last 14 or 15 months have demonstrated extremely impressively, both for good and bad, how communication can actually end up driving the business or the business agenda, the organizational agenda, or indeed the agenda of state. And something that became very clear to me during the 2008 financial crash and the way we had to react to that by cutting jobs and changing the shape of our business at literally warp speed because of the scale of our exposure. One of the things we learned was that you had to say to business managers, if they're different from the communications team, you had to say to them, we need to communicate this and we need to communicate it tomorrow. Well, we haven't decided. Well, you're going to have to decide, because you have to tell these people, because there's a legal agenda on making people redundant, or there's a business agenda about getting stuff done, or you have to tell them today or tomorrow. And increasingly, you got managers to understand that the decision they made had to be A, communicatable, B, had to stand the scrutiny of everybody in the organisation. It couldn't be some decision which nobody would look at. Everybody was going to look at it. And it had to be very, very clear. And those principles actually quite appeal to management, because there is a bit of a danger that they think what we do is a dark art. That it's, the word I've absolutely come to loathe is people saying, you need to wordsmith that. Well, frankly, that is just bollocks. First of all, because wordsmith isn't a verb, and which, there are quite a lot of verbs that are perfectly good verbs, and people ignore them. And there are a lot of nouns which people try and make into verbs, and it's playing them out of position, basically. But it's really important, it seems to me, that in the roles that you all play, particularly advising people for whom this is not their core skill, that we try and demystify it. This is, which is not to say it isn't important, but by mystifying it, you make it much less accessible, and you make people think that what you're doing is in some way, some sort of, it's important that there is people understand there's a professionalism to it, but it's also important that they understand that it has a central purpose in the management of their business. And if I can get anything across to you this afternoon, it is that this last few months has demonstrated the importance of this stuff. And I absolutely believe that all of us should go out, who consider ourselves in whatever form practitioners of public relations or communications or whatever we call it, we should go out and use the examples, good and bad, from the last 14 months to show why these things are important. Why is it important that people act with integrity, do what they say, and say what they and don't expect people to do as I say, not as I do? Well, the simple, obvious example is Matt Hancock. If Matt Hancock had done what he told everyone else to do, he'd still be health secretary. It would be an absolute fucking disaster, but it would, nevertheless, he would still be there. But it is evident that for several weeks, maybe several months, he wasn't doing what he was telling everyone else to do. He was doing something quite different. And for some reason in this country, we're prepared to let the Prime Minister do that. I'm not quite clear why that is, but we're not, and I think rightly, prepared to let others. So that's an example of where, had we been offering advice, we would have said to Hancock, you can only say these things if you are doing them. And if you are not doing them, nobody will take any notice. Or as soon as it becomes known that you are not doing them, nobody will take any notice. And I think there are lots and lots and lots of examples from the last 14 months. And I would really encourage you in your work, and as you're talking to your clients and your colleagues, I'd really encourage you to take the chance to say to, you can choose your own examples, find the ones from the public debate with which you're most comfortable, and they illustrate the point that you're trying to make. But I do think there's such a rich seam of experience and information and stuff that people have noticed. So often what we do when we tell stories on behalf of our clients or those with whom we work, so often the information is only known to a small group of people who are particularly interested. Trade media is a particularly good example about that. But now, everybody's had the time over the last 14 months to see everything. And they've been looking at it, and they're interested. So take the opportunity, is my very strong wish for you. Take the opportunity to use this general public debate stuff to play into the way you offer advice. Use it as analogies, use it as metaphors. I don't care what you do, but I really do think that that will give you more credibility with your clients. Certainly, as a client myself, I know now that it does give more credibility because it's accessible, it's real, and I can see the consequences, good and bad, of what has happened. So if the advice has been followed, I can see usually good consequences. If it's bad, I can see the bad consequences. I know that's a pretty simple message, but I've never heard anybody say it, so I thought it was worth saying. And I'm very happy. Have I got time for questions? I've got time for questions. Good Lord.
I helped moderate that.
Oh, very
okay.
good, yes.
Ian, thank
if
you
you don't
so
mind
much.
standing up. And
Yes. So, any questions from the floor for Ian? Or,
go on.
indeed, thank you very much. Seems like you might know each other.
In all kinds of ways. Thank you. Hi, John. Thanks, Ian. Specifically then, Ian, who would you say beyond Mr. Hancock has done good and bad jobs, particularly in the corporate space?
In the corporate space?
Yeah, let's talk about business side. Who's done a good and bad
In
job?
the corporate space? Well, in my business, food and drink, the business which is, and it's really interesting, I represent the manufacturers, largest manufacturing sector in the UK economy. Bigger than aerospace and automotive combined. Nobody really gets that until If you ask somebody in this country to name a food business, the answer is Tesco. Now, Tesco isn't a food business, it's a retailer. But Tesco has done a stonking job through this crisis. They've taken the opportunity to reorganise themselves. They were doing that anyway under Dave Lewis. They had a really torrid time before. They've taken the opportunity to really focus their offer to consumers. They've been extremely robust in the way that they've managed their shops. They've followed really good practice on things like queuing and masks and all of that. And they've cleaned up. They have basically blown away the competition over the last 14 months in a way that can only be compared to England blowing away Ukraine. I mean, just literally, they're lucky in their competitor set. So Sainsbury's, there's nobody here from Sainsbury's, is there? Good. Sainsbury's, I think, is waiting to be taken over. I really do. Asda would be okay if it didn't have too many shops. They're all in the wrong place. They're all too big. Other than that, it's great business. And Morrison's doesn't have scale. And Tesco were doing this not because they were expecting to clean up in that way. They were doing this reorganisation to make sure they were match fit to take on Amazon when it arrives in this country, as it certainly will at some point in the near future. And the consequence of that is they've won, and they've won it through clear communication of what they're trying to do for their shoppers, and they've focused ruthlessly on that. So I think they're the most successful example.
Thank you very much. Ian, I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut us short.
Oh, right.
I'm
they're all very
sorry.
pleased about that.
I know.
can tell you.
No, they are not pleased about that at all. I'm sure they'd love to hear you talking more and more this afternoon. But on behalf of us all, I'd like to say a huge thanks to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very nice to see you all.
Thank you. And the only reason why I have to cut, I'm going to go up here because I'm so short. Thank you, that's okay. Right, there we are. The reason why I have to cut Ian short is because we have another panel discussion, and it is a fantastic panel discussion. It's going to be led by Katie King, who is an author, trainer, and AI consultant. And the subject of this is how to harness AI in comms ethically and for a competitive advantage. So I'm going to jump off the stage and let you guys crack on. Thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
Do you want to ask anyone in particular?
No, as you're comfortable, however you're comfortable. Come and join me.
I'll come with you.
Come on.
Cheers. Oh.
All comfortable? Good. Hello everybody, my name's Katie King, delighted to be here. feels very strange to be back in London. I grew up in London, and I've really thought I'd missed it, but actually being back, I'm thinking I quite enjoy the countryside. I moved in December to real countryside, and it does feel quite strange to be here. So, but it is lovely to actually see real people and to not be on Zoom 6 to 8 hours a day. So I'm delighted to be here. I heard somebody mentioning that they are old. I'm quite old, and I've spent my 30 years in PR trying to keep up and trying to stay ahead of the pack. So what I've actually had to do in the last couple of years is keep pushing myself out of my comfort zone. And by doing that, I've sort of landed in a space of artificial intelligence. It started about 5 or 6 years ago, and I did it because I had stopped being in an agency. I've been 30 years in comms, 15 years running my own business. One of them's called Zudicas. Many of you will probably know Text 100 or Archetype PR as it's known now. I was there for nearly 10 years as they grew and listed on the stock exchange. But then when you break away and you're on your own and you've got your own team, it's very hard. I was no longer in London. I was no longer a certain age. Everybody was overtaking me and getting huge and being half my age. So I decided to break into artificial intelligence. So I'm sitting here with you today on a deadline for my second book. I'm writing my second book on how you harness AI in comms. But my first book was published in March 2019. So along with the panel today, I'd like to share with you some of the nuggets of wisdom from interviewing some of the world's best brands, some of the small disruptors, academics, and all sorts of wonderful people. So that's a little bit about me. I'm going to go around my panel now and get them to briefly introduce themselves, starting with Victoria, or Vic Miller from Brandwatch. So we'll give a quick intro from each of us, and then I've got 2 questions to ask each of the panel. And then after about 30 minutes, we'll break and we'll allow you 10 or 15 minutes to ask some of the questions that you might have. But really the theme is harnessing AI in comms and doing so in an ethical way and doing so in a way that generates some competitive advantage. So Vic, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself as well, please.
Sure, thanks Katie. Hi everyone. My name's Vic, well it is Victoria officially, but that's far too formal. So I head up comms at Brandwatch, and for those that don't know what Brandwatch is, it is an AI-powered software, so we create technology that helps people to better understand their consumers and buyers through lots of clever different ways, but ultimately it's about understanding what's being said online, so across the web and via social media.
Thank you, Vic. Next is Michael Mpofu, who is Head of Comms at Worry and Peace.
Thank you so much, and excellent pronunciation. That's pretty cool. But hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Really nice to be here. As has been said, my name is Michael, and I'm the Head of Comms at an insurtech startup called Worry and Peace. We're on with a very bold and potentially crazy project of trying to build a new kind of marketplace. But prior to that, I applied my trade in South Africa back home and moved over here in 2018. But I've really spent my time in politics. So my last role before moving here, I was the spokesperson for the Premier of the Western Cape. If any of you have ever been to Cape Town, I ran that place. I did not. And before that, I worked with the official opposition in Parliament with their MPs, kind of policy and media strategies. But I trained as a journalist, and does anyone want to guess what I covered? Politics. So, but that was an exciting time of my life, because if anything, I just learned to understand people. I would encourage anyone who wants to understand people to spend some time with politicians. It's a fun exercise, but it's invaluable experience, and I'm just looking forward to learning. I've probably gone over my minute. Forgive me.
Not at all. Thank you very much. On my right is Rory Sutherland, Vice Chairman of Ogilvy. A couple of words from you, please.
Yes, just that I became interested in this field really through founding a behavioural science practice. And I still have the belief that without adequate models of human motivation and human cognition, that AI will end up misunderstanding us very badly.
Right.
And that's my concern, that actually it can always tell you the what, but it's completely blind when it comes to the why. Yes. And that's the reason it's got me fascinated. And a general paranoia that what always happens with technology is that accountants disproportionately use it for cost saving, okay? And they don't put any of the money saved back into compensating for what automation has actually left out.
Right.
So I've always said that, you know that business when you go on a website and you can't actually find a phone number, okay, right? Now, I've gone to the website doesn't solve my problem, I need to phone up. What they do, instead of saying we need fewer but better call center operatives, because the problems we're now going to be fielding are going to be more complicated than they were before. There's no need to have people on the phone saying, what's my credit card balance anymore, but the question's going to be complicated. Okay. But what's actually happened is they've cut back on the numbers without actually upgrading the quality, and accountancy, and actually I think that finance and procurement are actually deeply dishonest disciplines. And the reason is that they can take the credit for savings and reductions in cost without ever being exposed to blame for lost opportunities. And I think we need to be alert to this because they've become too powerful.
Thank you, Rory.
There we go.
Yeah, when we do your questions. And finally, on the introduction side, Richard Bagnall from Karma and AMEC. A minute or so on your intro, and then we'll kick into the questions.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's great to see real people. Great to be here.
Real people.
So, yes, I'm Richard Bagnall. I, for a number of years, worked in PR, both in-house and a PR agency. And 25 years ago, though, I jumped to the other side and moved into the evaluation side of things. So I've run some of the big, well-known measurement brands over the years. I now run Karma International. We're a global media monitoring communications evaluation agency, serving about 3,500 clients around the world. And I'm the chairman of AMEC, and AMEC grew from being a UK-based media evaluation business. You remember those days of paper-based press cuttings and people coding pieces of paper and writing reports a month or two after the time. It's grown now into an international organization doing real-time evaluation. Anyone who's interested in best practice of communications evaluation, they'll be members of AMEC. I've got about nearly 200 members, 85 countries around the world. So I chair AMEC as well.
Thank you. So I'm just going to say a few words before I ask the panel some questions. And we've already launched straight into it. And I think it's worth starting by being really clear what we mean by AI. And my interpretation of it really is not the big shiny robot coming and taking our jobs. What we mean is technology that officially is indistinguishable from a human being, but we're really talking about a whole family of technologies that has machine learning as part of it, that has NLP, natural language processing, and many other types of technology, but you're not so interested in the how, you're interested in what it can actually do. And what it can do really is to think about it, whether you're a PR professional, a doctor, whether you're a barrister, it's giving you data insights. It's big data insights that effectively give us augmented intelligence. So we're not so interested in the artificial piece. I think it's actually a very bad term for what is an incredibly powerful technology. It's augmented intelligence. If it's used properly, the data insights it can give us as comms professionals, PR, marketing, CRM, I could list you a whole raft of tools that are available and very affordable on the market that are able to help you with your CRM, drafting of content, doing aspects of measurement, and many, many other areas as well. So that's really what we're talking about. We've heard a lot about COVID already, and of course, we wouldn't be here today, those of us that are vaccinated, without the help of machine learning, actually bringing the drug discovery from around 18 to 20 years down to a year. So it's been incredible that the way that the AI can crunch that data. We've got robots on the streets of Milton Keynes in a trial who are doing robot delivery, and they are robots with AI. They have sensors, Internet of Things sensors, and so on. So they're coming into our world, into our homes. Of course, we know Netflix, Facebook, and many other tools and technologies that we use. But in our world of comms, we're, as an industry, quite slow to really catch on. And I think we will start to see it coming into the PR world over the next couple of years. But there are already tools like Profit, Concurred, Conversica, We've got Brandwatch here, and Vic will talk to us a bit about that as well. So all of these tools are out there, and I think of the way you've done your accounting. I'm a small business, but I've used software as a service tools for the last 10 years, and that sounds complicated, but really it's a tool like Xero. You know, it costs me under £100 per month, and it syncs up all of my bank account with, you know, all of my VAT and my annual return and so on. Those software as a service tools and technologies are being replaced by the kind of tools we're talking about today. And really, it's the next layer of automation in the tasks that we do, in all aspects of our work, in HR, in comms, in legal, in finance, and so on. So across the board, over the coming years, we will start to use more of these tools. It doesn't mean we're out of a job as PR people, but it does mean we're out of a job if we don't start to use the tools that others are using and giving clients competitive advantage as a result. If we don't do that, our clients turn to somebody who is, and we get left behind. So I just wanted to frame the discussion really by saying that. So let me kick off before you get the opportunity to ask your own questions by coming to Vic and talking really about what are you seeing in terms of some of the trends, some of the ways in which people are starting to use AI in comms at the moment?
Yeah, I think the pandemic has definitely it's almost turbocharged what we're seeing, which is this increased need for speed of insight. So just getting to the insights really quickly and often in quite an urgent way. So obviously a lot of brands and companies across the world were quickly trying to adapt to vast amount of change and turbulence, and really leaning on understanding what's going on online. A lot of us are at home, communicating more via social media, forums, etc. online. So we saw a huge increase in people needing to quickly get to those insights, which has been really fascinating. I agree with what Rory said, which is it's not about the why, it's about the what. And it's important that that's the way that the analysts are using it. So it's about often looking at big topics at scale. So for example, pharma companies trying to look at conversation around vaccines, or conversation around misinformation around the medicines and the treatments for COVID-19. I mean, Trump recommending bleach, for example, caused chaos. You've got a vast amount of conversation, a vast amount of data to tackle. And if you're a brand within that mix, you've got to pick through all of that noise and find what's relevant to your brand and your customers, buyers, etc. So we've seen a lot of people needing to react very quickly, needing to dig into that data. And it's not about replacing the human analyst or the comms person. It's about getting to what's happening quickly so that you can understand the why and make strategic business decisions about how to react. And I would say the biggest use cases have been sort of audience relevant, so making sure that what you're doing is going to resonate, it's not going to annoy your consumers or your audience. And then also sort of crisis comms, you know, crisis mitigation. That's always been an important use case with comms people that use our technology, but I think it's, again, sort of turbocharged and increased dramatically. And it's about spotting those, you know, sort of things boiling up very quickly.
So we know that there is a Gartner hype cycle with a lot of technologies where we start off in that innovation curve and then we go up to the hype of, you know, the peak of paranoia and inflated expectation. And I think we've been there for quite a few years. And then often you fall into the trough of disillusionment. So with regard to the hype, Vic, can we cut through that hype, and are there any really good success stories or any ROI that you can share with us to, you know, prove to people that it's worth actually listening to and going and checking it out?
Yes, definitely. I think the sort of two key areas we see the ROI are speed, as we talked about, and then relevance and accuracy. So it's not easy to be accurate with AI. It's not like it just you turn a button on and it's about machine learning and about making things really relevant to the topic or the conversation or the brand that you want to look at. So a really good example is, I'm not allowed to name any brands normally, big car manufacturer, big global car manufacturer, customer care team and social team really struggling to understand customer complaints and problems. And during the pandemic, all over the place, different problems than they're used to. So they were previously using, you know, analysts to go through all of these mentions online and just, you know, really, because they've got very generic brand names that are related to lots of different topics, it's very hard to cut through it. And they were getting about 10 to 20% accuracy. But by using what we call custom classifiers, so using machine learning to train the AI to understand the relevance in relation to sort of other keywords and topics, it helped them to really increase that to about 70%. that means that they're able to quickly react to genuine customer complaints or needs or concerns rather than things that are completely unrelated. So it's about getting to it as quickly as possible. It's not going to replace the comms person or the analyst. It's never going to do that. It's about getting you there quickly so you can do something about it.
Yep. Have an action plan. Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much, Vic. Coming to Michael next. I mean, I've reported in the first book, and the new one will be out in about, not for another 6 months, but you know, hundreds of startups, the tech disruptors in all different spaces surrounding comms and PR. And when I do a lot of consultancy and even keynotes, people are saying, but where's the glue? You know, it's missing. Who do we turn to? How do we know how to get started? So just wondered if you could share with us some nuggets of wisdom around what due diligence should people do if they're looking at turning to a provider of AI in comms. Can you share that with us?
Yeah, definitely. In fact, it's an interesting time you say that, because we've had a few really insightful conversations. I think the starting point has to be the need, right? So understand what you need. I don't know who said this, I'm probably going to misquote them, but to paraphrase, it's the idea that in ancient times, you know, access to data, or as we would say at home, data, it was the power. You know, that's how you got the power. Power now means understanding what to ignore. And I think that makes sense. You know, we're flooded by this. But if you understand what you need as a team, as an organization, or as a comms professional, then you can decide, this is where I am at the stage of our journey. Actually, I only need a fraction of the piece of tech you're offering me, or the idea or the concept. Secondly, I'd argue, because you know this world of AI is evolving, and the people that are providing it are also learning about it as they go along and develop it and improve it, in many respects, err on the side of asking more questions than not. Purely because I think it will lead you down a path that forces you to realize, oh, this could potentially impact our actual way of working in this way, or it could potentially impact someone's role, right? And then it forces the organization to have a really, really honest conversation. And then maybe as a final point, I'd add, there are varying types of clients. Many of you are part of agencies, or perhaps you're in-house. Know the kind of organization you work for, because what that does is it forces you to know, well, how quick is a decision going to be pushed through? And if we decide to go down this route, how quick can we turn around if it's not working for what we need? Some of you work in like incredibly bureaucratic spaces where, should you press go, there's a long procurement conversation happening, and 6 months down the line, you've ordered something that might be obsolete. So I'd say those are some of the things that could help potentially.
And also, please, Michael, talk to us a bit about how AI is used in insurance, briefly, operationally, but also in comms.
Yeah.
And something that came up in my first book is that AI is going to reshape some industries like insurance and the law, and that they might morph into one, because ultimately they're about risk mitigation.
Right.
So any thoughts on that?
It's a good point. Insurance traditionally, and I'm sure many of you, in fact, all of us in here have some kind of insurance, right? Whether it's your phone or whatever it is. But traditionally, the sector's been quite slow to turn. It's kind of like trying to turn the Titanic. I don't know if that helps as an analogy. But it's been encouraging to see, disruptors like ourselves and others emerge and harness the tools that we already have in our homes. You mentioned a very good point. We already have some of these things in our homes, right? So I've got Alexa, who never understands my accent. I don't know why. But I've got Alexa and I've got Ring as a service. And there's a company right now that's just emerging that from your phone, within 10 seconds, it will scan all the smart devices in your home, reward you for being, whether it's a smart light bulb for being conscious about the environment, and Ring for being security aware, and say, well, because you've taken some proactive steps, we'll instantly lower that premium. Yeah. And because we've done that, we'll also, give you a discount on other gadgets you might want to buy, which I think is a pretty cool thing to have in this day and age. But on a more serious note, you have other tools where in flood-prone Britain, the water reaches a certain level in your home, it triggers the EMS call and the claim. So that, I think, is brilliant use of AI, because you're solving people's problems at their pain points. So those are excellent. From a comms perspective, it's been intriguing to talk to brokers who are again, many of you might have dealt with brokers at a local level, very local, very, hey Vic, let's get together, let's chat about what you want and what you need, and but there's also an acknowledgement that, hey, this is getting overwhelming, we can't reach everybody as quickly as possible. So there's a bit of a blend. We'll talk to Vic on the phone, but post the conversation, Vic, just so you're aware, I'm going to trigger a process, you're going to get a series of steps, that's not me, but it's leading you down a path we've agreed to. So that's also encouraging to see. That bit about the law and insurance I find fascinating because they're two professions which I think we will fight to stay incredibly, especially the law, I think incredibly traditional in their practice. That's how they get paid, right? Send an intern downstairs, the more they print, the more we can build a client. But I do think, maybe not a merge, but we'll definitely see a collaboration of those two things because it's a no-brainer. My obsession, I think I said it on the prep call, is there's a trick with the greater good that we can achieve with these tools, and we are almost there, but we're kind of reaching and trying to figure that out in the dark.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's helped anybody, but I've rambled.
Brilliant.
I apologize.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to Rory next. Rory, I want to start by asking you, how do you feel we can stop AI from being a source of inspiration to something that really ends up becoming very bureaucratic?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that alarms me about it is not the fact that it will generate information or that it will inform us of things. In some ways, what I want is actually artificial inquisitiveness and artificial imagination rather than artificial intelligence.
Right.
One of the things I think we often do is I think we look for the wrong things. I think that AI is possibly sometimes programmed to look for generalizable laws in the mind of a physicist, whereas what we are is biologists, and actually, as someone said, biology is a science of exceptions. What's really telling, Darwin effectively came up with a theory by going around the world and noticing things that were weird and seeking to explain them. And I think that's a more valuable activity than trying to attempt sort of Newtonian consistency in how we look at, let's face it, human behavior, which is a highly complex and changing system. I think there's also a danger, by the way, which I always repeat this mantra, all big data comes from the same place, the past.
Right.
And so, a very telling instance during lockdown, within about 3 weeks of the pandemic and lockdown kicking, all of the world's airlines had to turn off their pricing algorithms. Wow. Because they were all designed for a world where if you drop the price, more people wanted to fly. And suddenly the world divided into two classes of people who'd pay almost anything to get on a plane because they wanted to get home, and people who wouldn't get on a plane if you put a gun to their head. And so the algorithms, of course, were a catastrophe because they kept dropping prices to those few people who were desperate to fly. And they just had to resort to pricing manually again. And so it's worth noting that there's a huge danger with any of these things that you optimize on the past. And you actually underexplore possible futures. Yes. So experimentation needs to be a large part of it. Inquisitiveness needs to be a large part of it. The other thing I think that's vital is we need to understand when the AI is informing decisions and when we suddenly start allowing it to make decisions. Yeah. So if you take two examples, okay, your sat-nav, sometimes you follow it and sometimes you ignore it. Fair enough? Because you know about things, the wider context, which your sat-nav doesn't. So I always made this point that when I'm going to catch a plane, I don't actually follow the sat-nav. And the reason is that I don't want the fastest route, I want the lowest variance route. So I go on back roads, 10 minutes, 15 minutes slower on average, but on the other hand, if I go on the M25, on average it's faster, but if a truck jackknifes at Clackett Lane, I miss my flight. Okay? On the A road, I'm going to get there, I'm just going to get there, and catch my plane, I'm just going to be a bit slower. Now, the point is that the AI inside my sat-nav doesn't understand the wider context in which I'm making the decision.
Right.
And it only knows what it knows. And so sat-nav's okay, because sometimes I follow it. When I go back from the airport, I do what it says, because I don't have a deadline. When I go to the airport, I override it. Now, that's fine. On the other hand, you have things, the crudest version of which is a speed camera, and I don't think we should accept them, by the way. I don't think we should allow people to be criminalized by a machine without actually exposing the wider information of what the person was doing. Right. Most of the time, I've been done 4 times, 3 times, I was guilty, right? Okay? Right? But there are interesting debates, okay? I was the only person to write and defend Chris Hoon. Do you remember that guy who, Lib Dem leadership contender. Now, if you actually look at the data, the speed camera on the M11 near Chigwell, which caught Chris Hoon, makes more money by a factor of about 5 than any other speed camera around. Now, what that tells you isn't that Chris Hoon is guilty, it's that the signage is no good, yes. Right? Because anybody could design a speed camera just to maximize revenue. It'd be quite easy, right? Just have a stretch of road that's 70 miles an hour, just straight round the corner, 40 limit. You caught everybody, okay? So quite often, I'm totally happy if we understand the wider context and we have the capacity to overrule the decision whenever we have good contextual reasons. The one time I was unfairly done by a speed camera, I was avoiding a drunk driver, effectively. So the guy was weaving all over the road, and I just basically waited until he was in the left-hand lane, and well, he did. Now, I think, you know, had a policeman been present, there's no way he would have been arresting me rather than him. Mm-hmm. And so that leads to decisions which, within a particular setting, are nonsensical. Well, okay, on average, the quality of the decisions may go up. But actually, that's no consolation to the person who's stiffed. We've had algorithms to decide on the best employee, okay? And the weirdest thing it discovered when trying to predict employability was people who applied on Chrome and Firefox were better than people who applied on Safari or Internet Explorer. Now, you've got to ask the question, by the way, okay, that's telling, it's useful information. Is it a moral way to make a decision? Because someone could reasonably say, look, I've got no computer, I had to apply at the local library. I've got no choice over the shitty browser my local library has, right? Is this my fault? You know, the decision may be valid, but is it defensible? So my fear is that the natural urge of, it's a kind of conspiracy between the financial world and Silicon Valley to effectively freeze human beings out of any decision whatsoever, unless those human beings are coders or algorithm designers. Okay? And it does alarm me because in forming decisions, it strikes me that this is a great technology. In making decisions, it strikes me as potentially catastrophic.
I'm going to stop you there and come on to Richard. Thank you. That's excellent. Richard, let's talk a bit about measurement with your, obviously, your various hats that you wear there. We've heard lots of promise of AI on the comms side and the PR, the content creation. But talk to us a bit, please, about the role of AI on the measurement piece.
Absolutely. Well, first thing, 25 years ago, almost the day, I was last in this building. And the reason I was here at the early days of Metrica was our very first coder who had dug us out of a hole when we'd won an international account. We desperately needed someone who could speak multiple languages, and we found this little old man called Gerald Beck who coded 5 different languages for us. And Gerald turned out to be the most fascinating guy, and as a thank you, a few months after we'd employed him, he brought us here. And he told us this story that in the war he'd worked for British intelligence with Arthur C. Clarke. He'd written 2001 and created HAL, the artificial intelligence there. But he'd worked for British intelligence, helping crack the codes, helping translate different languages. And it was all about human intelligence. And it's my issue when we think about this stuff from a measurement point of view is that we can very easily think that we can outsource the hard work, outsource the thinking, and leave it to this great promise of this thing called AI, this artificial intelligence. We talked about it potentially being the wrong name. And it's no surprise, the USC Annenberg Center of Communications and Journalism did some research where they said that when asking PR professionals, 80% said technology was going to be the next big thing that they wanted, that was going to change their industry. Nearly 20% said, and it's AI. And AI is what I need to know about, and AI is what really matters. But only 3% said they had any knowledge in this. Now, into this vacuum of knowledge and understanding and overinflated language and hype and venture capital that's been flooding into the space come all these big promises of these AI tools that are going to solve your measurement problems. And I'm here to say to you, they're not. They're not going to do it on their own. I think Vic gave us, lovely examples. They can help do the heavy lifting, but they can't do the thinking for you. They can't give you the relevance, the context, the critical thinking that you need to do. They can't shape it against the outtakes, what people now think, and the outcomes that you need to be showing your work is affecting if you are going to convince your CFOs that you are more than just a cost center. And as we sit here in this sort of weird semi-post-pandemic era. No one's quite sure where we're going. I can tell you CFOs are preserving cash. They're not spending money on just willy-nilly costs. They're looking to preserve their cash. And so if we only show that we're doing activity, we're counting stuff that's easy to count, that's easy to scrape offline, we are just a cost center. We've got to prove our value. That's going to engage our brains and more than just tools.
Great. We've got a couple more minutes and then we'll go to Q&A. Yeah, excellent. So one extra question to you, Richard. Can you talk to us a bit about some of the ethical considerations, particularly in regards to how we evaluate?
Yeah, and I think the key thing with the ethical consideration is it's all about making sure that the data that we're presenting is the right data and it's accurate data, because people just trust what they're being told. So if you count a load of stuff, you give them nice charts, nice dashboards, you're going to say, well, this is measurement, I think I'm just going to believe this. But if the data has come from the wrong content set, if it's come from content written by bots that nobody ever reads, if it's come from Russian farms of spam, and that's being counted towards your measurement, there's a deep ethical question here. There's an ethical question about the accuracy of the coding itself and how it's actually presented. There's a question around the ethics of the salespeople. I think what I've seen significantly happen over the last 10, 15 years has been the flight of the expert from these companies and the rise of the salesperson. They value salespeople. They might call them an account director. I'm not going to do a show of hands, but most of us are getting phone calls every single day from someone offering this type of a service. The whole emphasis is on sales, and where they're getting into more and more of a commoditized battle, the price gets dropped and the claims get higher. So there's huge ethics about what you're being told. I think, Michael, you were saying about the questions that you've got to ask to really understand what it is that you're buying. And I can show you comms offices, all over the world where there are tools rusting in corners that were bought on hype, and then
Very good
are now
point.
not being used. And in fact, on that Gartner curve, that was at the trough of disillusionment, I mean, we're taking calls on a daily basis from people saying, I've got this tool, and my God, the stuff that's coming through in it, can you help us?
I mean, an interesting question I always ask is, what's the opportunity cost of money spent on tech? And nobody seems to ask this. Because I always made the point that for the millions every single brand is about to spend on its doomed-to-fail marketing tech stack, right? You could have hired David Abbott for his entire working life.
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying that's more valuable, but we should consider other alternative uses of the money. Because strangely, you can give £20 million to tech firms in this environment, but if you give £20 million to people, that's somehow considered a badge of failure. It's kind of weird. That's a great
point. We'll take 20 million at War and Peace.
No, quite.
Please.
Absolutely. I think that's a good segue into opening up to questions from the floor. I believe, Corey, you might be taking in some questions that might come in on the stream, maybe through social media, but does anybody have any questions that they'd like to ask the panel? Might be about AI, what's AI, how's it going to reshape the future of comms? Just crystal ball, jump forward 5 years, something like that. But any questions, any areas of clarity you would like?
Hi, everyone. With AI, there's a lot of discussion as well about a lot of bias in how all these different machines are built. And because comms is so focused on the consumer, different groups, would there be potentially a move away from a lot of these AI tools because of these biases, and that they might not be completely fit for purpose if we are looking at more consumer-focused campaigns?
I don't mind kicking that off. AI does have the potential to eradicate bias. The right tools programmed by the right people with the right eclectic data set. But of course, it depends on the tool, doesn't it? It depends on, if you like, the provenance of that and so on. So not necessarily, I mean, if you talk to, well, maybe Vic can comment from a Brandwatch point of view, but some of the other tools that are out there, they can be used for comms. They can be used in a B2B and a B2C setting. So I don't think that they are excluded for that reason, but I think, hence asking Michael earlier about which questions, what should that due diligence be? have we ticked the GDPR clause that talks about transparency and so on, and new technologies are coming up. New regulation for this technology is starting to come through now as well. So this will be my initial sort of thoughts.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think that if you're, as a comms professional, if you're using it to completely replace a task or to tell you everything you need to know about consumers, then it's not right. What you need to do is, for us, it's often built in to help workflows, to help busy comms professionals who need to know what's happening quickly and get to the, to the detail. But if you're sort of using AI to completely replace a task and you don't understand that task end to end yourself, then there is always that risk that there's the bias. And for us, it's about accountability. So if you're an analyst or a comms professional relying on an analyst, that analyst, if they're using AI, needs to understand why and what it does. And there's always needs to be checks on accuracy and precision, and you need to be reviewing that all the time. So just switching a button on, using AI and then just leaving it to do its thing, that is removing the accountability, and it's like that's not the way to do it. So it can absolutely be used day to day in our, as comms professionals, but it's just not a standalone answer to everything. It never can be, in my view.
But the banks and some of the case studies in my first book, they actually acknowledged that they were saying, retailers and banks, we used to be very homogenous in the way that we dealt with our customers, our consumers. We grouped them together. And actually, you've got this paradox now of personalisation, that the big data insights mean we can actually, with the consent of the consumer, allowing us to use their data, know and tailor something from a comms point of view or pricing or service very specifically for you. So I think actually we can use the tool to be very granular rather than this concept of it being artificial. Actually, it's giving that human really great insights that actually is giving potentially an even better service.
There's a massive ethical issue there as well, though, because you've got vulnerable groups who you can learn about and then sell them inappropriate products, get them into debt that they can't afford.
Without even realising you're doing that, by the way.
Definitely. So I think there's the sort of monitoring tools side of the AI, but there's the comms side of it as well, where you can use it perhaps more to manipulate, which of course we know as comms professionals is not what we're doing.
Really good question. Any other questions? One at the back there.
I think there's a case where that happened, by the way, where some sort of algorithm, you can, in various American states, you can be put on a do not gamble list, which effectively allows you to request that you're barred from kind of riverboats and casinos because you've decided your gambling has become problematic. And I think some sort of automatic device started deliberately targeting people from that list because it was obviously highly lucrative, right? Okay, someone who's recovering from a serious gambling addiction is going to be a fantastic customer. But I think even in my most amoral moments in an agency, I don't think we would have sat down and said, yeah, that's okay.
Let's do that,
right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for this panel. We talked about personalization and providing better service, like we know so much more about consumers, but by hyper-personalizing services, do we kind of contribute also, like for example, when we look at content, do we contribute to polarize people, and do we like lock them inside a certain world where they cannot escape and face society as a whole? Do we like lose people in a loophole, basically, or in a niche?
Yes, I could kick us off, Katie. Thank you. Great question. In fact, it's potentially the reason why we had some of the election results we've had in days gone by in countries I will not say, and perhaps in the country we're in now. And I'm not knocking the result, but I'm saying, that's a good example of the tools being used in a way to keep people in a certain loop. Whether for good or bad, however you're inclined, but I actually think that's the danger that we are, and I'm glad to say, kind of all alluding to when we remove the element of, okay, great, Brandwatch has given us the quick insight. Now, what does Michael as a human being read into this, and how do I make sure I interpret and, more importantly, communicate it in a way that is fair, transparent, and helpful? So I do think we run that danger, and I do think people are monetizing that, right? That's the blunt truth, right? People are monetizing that and making stacks from it. I think the fight is, how do the moderates try and win the day in a way that brings everyone together and says, look, here's the information, now you make a decision. That would be my 2 cents on that.
The answer is an element of regulation, but balancing innovation and regulation, which is a very tough balance to strike. I'm on an all-party parliamentary group for the enterprise adoption of AI and on the AI and Ethics Journal, the Springer Journal, and these are the sort of debates. And in this recent book, I've been interviewing all kinds of people from Facebook's board to people from the Institute for the Future of Work and many, many others, and it's a really tough balance. And again, it's across different countries, those jurisdictions are different too, so it's very tricky. And as with social media, which is very relevant to our world of comms, the law is slowly catching up, and this is running ahead, so it's very, very difficult. Did either of you want to add anything else to that?
No, the only thing I was thinking actually while we're talking about it was with this filter bubble is this launch of a new search engine. I don't know if any of the other panel have heard about it. This ex-Googlers are launching a new search engine which is not going to give you all that tailored advertising, and I would have thought not give you the relevance of the search that you think you want. And they think they're going to charge, I think, $5 a month for it, and that we'll pay to avoid, getting our privacy invaded.
Wow.
And then I was wondering how many of us here block cookies. When it says, do you want to block cookies? Do we go, I want my privacy, or do we go, well, actually, I want to make sure I'm retargeted by the shoes I've just bought? I mean, maybe Roy...
We've got time for one more question. Just had an alert there. Anybody else have one burning question they'd like? Or Corey, we've got one coming in on the stream.
Yeah, we've got a question here from, a couple that come in, but I appreciate we've only got time for one. It comes from Sudha Singh, who spoke earlier. She says, does the PR industry have the skills to support all these conversations on AI or our clients?
I think the simple answer is not across the board it doesn't. No, I've been doing quite a few PRCA training sessions on AI in comms. Maybe just from one of the agencies, maybe Rory would comment.
No,
I think there's a lot of reskilling to be done. School, college, executive education.
I mean, I might even go so far as to say no, but neither does anybody else. To a degree. And funny enough, I'm going to make a very mischievous suggestion now. I think AI might actually prove valuable in certain creative activities by dint of being artificial stupidity, not artificial intelligence. Because I think that sometimes some of its recommendations will be so stupid that actually they're interesting. Do you see what I mean? That actually, if you look at business success, the number of business successes that emerge through accident or misunderstanding, okay, where there isn't a single, I always give the example of Red Bull. Nobody was wandering around in 1993 going, what really annoys me is, every time I want to pay a lot of money for a drink in a tiny can that tastes disgusting, and there's nothing there to satisfy my needs, okay? So actually, I think weirdly, one of the strange pieces of value that AI might generate is by just generating suggestions that are completely unwarranted and wacko, but lead to investigation of avenues that we never would have pursued otherwise. Right. So actually, it might actually be more valuable in its mistakes than in its attempts at perfection. I don't know.
Well, that brings our panel to a close. I know we need to move on, but no, that's been fantastic.
So creatively, I'm fascinated by the possibility of just, maybe just having, because the creative process involves two people in a room coming up with garbage ideas, until one of them goes, actually, hold on a second. Right?
If we have more time, I'd love to talk about how AI breaks down that creativity into a process, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, brilliant. Thank you to my panelists and to you all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Katie. Well moderated. There was a lot to talk about, right? Thank you very much. I'll just let the stage clear. So thank you. I took so many notes in that. I'm sure you all did too. Rory, you do come up with some brilliant sound bites. Artificial stupidity or artificial intelligence. What are we going to do with some of that information that artificial intelligence is giving us? It's fantastic. So thank you very much. much. Okay, we are on the home stretch, people. I am afraid it is the last speaker of the day, which is terribly sad for all of us in the room and for all of you tuning in, because it's been such a fantastic day. The next person to come and speak is Rachel O'Reilly, who is the Director of Communications of Kuoni, and she is going to come on and talk to us about how creativity and innovation has helped the travel industry cope and plan to thrive through the pandemic. So, Rachel, over to you. Thank you.
The magic clicker. Thank you. I'm in action. It's the end of the day, everybody. I have to be honest, it feels like quite a daunting task talking to a room full of PR professionals about what you do best, creativity. And many of you I know are geniuses in the field. But nevertheless, I'm here to close the conference this afternoon and spend the next 20 minutes or so championing the creative streak in all of us, which is ultimately the lifeblood of our industry. Hopefully you've heard of Kuoni. I've put the brand up there just to jog your memories, if not. And what qualifies me to talk about this topic? Well, for almost 30 years, I've worked in public relations, specifically for the travel sector. And as a communications lead at Kuoni, I'm lucky enough to be able to conjure up stories about some of the most beautiful places on planet Earth. From Borneo to the Caribbean and the Indian Ocean to Africa, there are few places in the world that we don't sell holidays to. But with the world on pause, this year has been many things. As well as the year of COVID, it's perhaps also been the year of creativity. COVID has, in a way, gifted us with time. And time, if used wisely, can generate lateral thinking and fertile ground for our creative seeds to flourish. Never in the history of our careers have so many events been turned on their head, and there is a saying that necessity is the mother of invention. And in crisis mode, when everything else is pretty much stripped back and budgets cut away, people getting sick, teams streamlined, and strategy abandoned, a new breed of creativity has emerged. And listen, today's news about more freedoms for vaccinated, double vaccinated passengers is fantastic news for the travel industry. But really, as we speak today, international travel has yet to start in any meaningful way. And albeit for a few customers that went away with us last year when the corridors that you might remember opened, few green lights have gone on here and there, all too temporarily, unfortunately, our business has essentially been grounded. And yet, necessity has indeed bred and kick-started new innovations. And whilst our budgets in reality have been skinned to the bone and our paid marketing campaigns, as they were, dialed down, our PR activity has been dialed up, to the point where our brand is now one of the most trusted in the UK market, and media sentiment towards the brand is more positive than it has ever been before. Editorial that says, if you're going to book a holiday, book with a brand like Kuoni is probably the most powerful form of marketing out there. Now, I think one thing that we all know, we often forget, is that good ideas are everywhere. Sometimes we just have to know how to turn on the right lights. Last year, I lost every member of my team through redundancy. But whilst I lost my immediate team, I also felt like I gained a massive one, in that everyone in the business now feels fully engaged and like an extended member of the PR team. Now, quick off the mark last year, when the world was unravelling, our trading team, and that's the team of people who price up our holidays, not always known for their creativity, I have to say, came up with a flex guarantee. And with travel plans in chaos, that flex guarantee was a story that we put out on PA Media, and immediately our media hotline, my mobile, lit up. We were invited on the television and the radio. National News wanted to hear more. The story really hit the mark. And it was based on a quick turnaround business initiative that had real substance and a first mover advantage. Our first tactic was to make everyone feel part of the PR effort. Every idea is listened to and every idea is welcomed. So how can, oh, I'm behind with my slides. There we go, I'm not clicking fast enough. So how can we take those creative lessons of the past year and turn them into valuable coverage which propels our brand forward and instills that culture of creativity that we can take forward beyond the pandemic? And I'm going to share a few ideas with you over the next few minutes, ideas that we've activated, but we've also learnt from. I'm going to show you a beautiful picture there. That's what we do best. We show beautiful pictures of turquoise oceans, and we're brand famous for long-haul holidays. The turquoise oceans and waters of the Indian Ocean are definitely our thing. Honeymoon's a big business. They're about a quarter of our business. So what would happen if we do something completely counterintuitive? What if we started selling holidays to Scotland, to Wales, the English coast? That picture there, by the way, is Scotland. Admittedly, on a good day, doing a very good impression of the Caribbean. This story actually catapulted Kuoni onto the news pages. Here's the exclusive headline in the Telegraph. It was a collection of bespoke self-drive holidays in the UK and Ireland, and was a business initiative dreamt up as a collaboration with our product team, which we knew immediately would sell, and we also knew would generate terrific PR. And whilst international travel has been on hold, this collection has steadily been generating bookings each week over the past year. Creative PR evaluated in the best way possible. People read the story, they took action, and they booked. Life on Zoom. Hey, pre-pandemic, we had 50 travel boutiques on UK high streets, luxury sort of premium end high streets, and also we're the travel partner of John Lewis. So some of our stores within John Lewis stores, our holidays are not sold by algorithms, they're sold by real people who've traveled the world, and they love nothing more than sitting down with customers, talking about their holiday, usually over a glass of champagne. Our champagne is well stocked in our fridges. And listen, for years, the travel industry has tried to do video appointments with experts. When you're spending a lot of money on holidays, it's not unusual for our customers to spend £50,000 on a single booking or more than that. There's nothing tangible ultimately when you book a holiday. How do you become more than just an anonymous voice at the end of the phone if you don't sit down face to face with someone? A trial quickly got off the ground last year for video appointments. We trained a team, made them bookable online, and carried out some testing, and then launched before anybody else did. That story made the ITV news, also lots of the travel pages and news pages. Web traffic immediately skyrocketed. It wasn't long before the team were doing 30 to 40 video appointments each week, and they're now essentially part of our business as usual. Oh, some faces on the screen you might recognise. One of the things we asked ourselves was, how can we use our existing partnerships smartly? And what I'm saying to you is based on the fact that our entire budgets were stripped back to pretty much nothing. But we knew Simon REEB, the television presenter, very well. He'd worked with us for about 10 years, and we knew his publisher, Hodder & Stout, and they were an established contact. One of the things that we've tried to do throughout is keep the spirit of travel, the adventure of travel, the aspiration of it alive, and that's what we strive to do. A new content hub brought together 3 of the best-known UK adventurers, Simon REEB, Megan Hine, Levison Wood. This project actually cost nothing other than a good idea, yet gained media coverage, as well as being content that we can use on customer emails and social media. Chapters from the book, video messages, audio, brought all of their stories to life when people needed to keep dreaming about travel when they were told to stay at home. Data, data, data. We've heard a lot about that, haven't we, over the months and years. It's all around us. Have to be honest, not the most creative word. Sort of conjures up spreadsheets and numbers, definitely at odds with me, and often at odds with our creative selves, it has to be said. And yet in those numbers are stories, sending out news, I have to be honest, about inflated sales figures and numbers, you know, like 1,000% up, has never really been Kuoni's style. It's not the type of coverage that's particularly helpful or meaningful. But rather than commissioning external, independent research, we've looked very closely at what was going on at home in our own numbers. And our own data showed, you know, given what I've said about our honeymoon market, our own data showed that couples who were forced to cancel their weddings were in fact changing their whole approach to how they got married. So the ceremony itself perhaps was pared back, and the big day was very much scaled back. Some were not bothering, in fact, with the whole kind of party itself and reinvesting that £50,000 to £100,000 on the honeymoon to end all honeymoons. Saving and upgrading, pimping up the honeymoon, created one of the biggest news stories of last year and backed up with real case studies. The story was widely reported with some media highlights, including a whole page and digital coverage in the Sunday Times. Quite simple, really, but it definitely got cut through. I've mentioned already our partnership with television presenter Simon REEB, and over the last year we've taken that up a notch. He is, to be honest, about as far away from the glossy wish-you-were-here style presenters as it's possible to be. He's never afraid of showing the dark side of destinations as well as the light, but that sits quite well with us. Our customers are smart, they're informed people, and I think Simon's insight, his humour, and his intelligence is inspiring. And I have to be honest, a looming crisis pre-pandemic, and one which we all have to deal with, is climate change. Sustainability is a story which is and will continue to gain momentum. A stern finger is often pointed at the travel industry, and yet we want to be part of the conversation, not be blind to the critics, of course, and yet talk about the positive power of travel to transform the lives of those in tourism-dependent countries and how important travel is ultimately to us as human beings. And ultimately, for travel to be a force for good. Now, using Simon, we hosted virtual customer events with sort of thousands of people online. He's written exclusive articles for us, he's producing films. We've now appointed Simon officially as our brand ambassador with a specific focus on sustainability and learning also from his insight as we go forward. Now, today, news has been released from the government, from Grant Shapps, about how we are going to open up the travel industry. Yet I have to say, there's an awful lot of complexity around travel that will remain for the foreseeable future. And a question that we had to ask ourselves last year was, how do we help customers navigate their way through the COVID travel maze? And one week of news headlines these days is enough to confuse even the most hardy travellers, I have to say. Many people working in the travel industry themselves can't keep up with the changes. And an idea which came from a strategic brainstorm was to create our own app, an advice hub to help people know what restrictions were in place where. I'm not going to lie, this has been a huge amount of work behind the scenes, but it's something right now, as travel does begin to get moving again, that will come into its own. It's actually free for anyone to use, whether they're Kuoni customers or not. But the PR generated from it has increased web traffic and definitely put us ahead of the curve in terms of brand trust. I've got a blank slide because it's getting towards the end of the day and I thought I might get you to do some work. And given what I've already said about our space in the luxury travel market, I want you to think for a moment about a media brand which you think is influential to our industry and our business. And I want you to think of anything. Broadcast, could be the BBC, magazines, Condé Nast Traveller, National News, online blogs, could be anything. If I don't hands up or whatever. I'm going to pick on people. Does anybody want to take a guess? A media brand that is very influential to us, the most influential. Okay. Twitter. Google. FT, okay. Daily Mail, okay. Telegraph, yeah. Not all of those are influential. They are. I'm not saying they're not, and they're all in our media mix. The answer's which. Now, I think it's a basic when you think media brand, I'm talking about the power to change buying behavior, the power to influence sales, drive web traffic and convert sales. We were given recommended provider status by Which last year for the first time ever. I put the 2021 on, we've just had that extended. That's the first time we've come to the attention of Which in this way, but it was because of market-leading flexibility, managing, doing the right thing for customers ultimately, rebooking and refunding customers when there's a lot of noise in the media about travel brands that were hanging on to customers' money and actually reflecting very negatively on them. So to do the right thing for customers, to be very human and clearly communicate what we were doing with not only our customers, but through the media. I thought it was worth touching a moment on internal communications. And perhaps in the past, internal communications has possibly lagged behind other functions in terms of creativity, but I think that's changing for the better. Creative staff communications actually can create a buzz from within that has an external glow for your brand as well. How you treat your staff can be the story in itself. Get it wrong and it's a reputational crisis. So I guess think Brewdog and the recent staff backlash. But over the past year, we've run internal campaigns designed to promote wellness, support mental health and other themes. And events have included sessions of laughter yoga, Q&A with television presenter Anita Rani, inspiring us about plastic detoxes following her BBC programme, War on Plastics. A weekly television programme, Kuoni TV, was born out of necessity, but a low-cost invention in a virtual studio that has been valued by staff from the frontline sales team to the leadership team. Another idea, which came from a pretty dismal place, was on the back of a consultation resulting in compulsory redundancy. Not a place any of us wants to be in, but it is a fact of pandemic life that we've had to make some tough decisions. Ultimately, brands can choose to be kind and do the right thing and will ultimately enhance a reputation. And an industry first, we set up a website called Talent Finder for staff exiting the business. We actually wanted all of those talented people, our friends ultimately, to feel that they were leaving but able to return when the business returned to full health. So with staff profiles, testimonials, and their skills, the website was built to promote our staff to other employers, completely counterintuitive because they were such good people that we valued. But it worked. Glowing feedback came in from people who'd been successful in their job hunt as a result of the support and advice we'd given them when they were leaving. And I have to say, every email that came in made our hearts skip a beat. Finally, I'm going to touch once more about our sustainability story. Particularly in the travel sector, this is indeed a hairy beast. Fear of greenwashing can actually lead to paralysis and this topic staying under wraps. But we've actually taken a view to step up creativity in this area. And we focused our efforts again internally, getting our staff on side and fully engaged. I have to be honest, in businesses, sometimes sustainability is driven by the committed few. And our objective was to move it beyond that, to grow the appeal and get everybody fully engaged. A Stay Beautiful campaign, which we've continued even over the last year when business has been such a disaster, has been reignited using the ideas generated by our team, adding a little bit of glamour to green and taking all our staff with us on our sustainability story. So just to sum up this afternoon's session on creativity, I think this crisis has made us dig deeper than ever before to generate creative ideas. But getting everybody to be part of that process with us can be a real winner. I think I'd advise do things sometimes that feel counterintuitive, and it actually could be your biggest news story. Be as creative with your internal communications as you are externally. Staff power can definitely amplify your stories. Tough business decisions are never going to go away, but be kind, do the right thing, treat people well. Make your partnerships work really hard, from charity partnerships to brand ambassadors. And most of all, listen. It's an underrated skill in communications. And when you hear an idea, use it, build on it, and work your PR magic. Thank you.
Stay there, Rachel. Stay there. I'm going to try and moderate some questions from one Rachel to another as we close. Thank you so much. I have to say, it's so fantastic to finish this conference with a really powerful demonstration of the power of PR through a pandemic. So thank you for sharing your brilliant stories. Okay, do we have some questions from the floor or from our friends who are watching down the tube?
Everybody going to ask me when they can go on holiday again.
Well, a lot's been announced today, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
That was great, thank you. I'm curious about how long you're able to plan regarding the destination chaos. I mean, some of your great destinations are off limits, red to amber. How are you managing the planning of that in terms, or do you just have to be purely tactical?
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, we are not in the space that TUI are. I used to head up the PR at TUI, but you're there in the business of chartered aircraft. You're owning aircraft. We don't own aircraft. We use scheduled airlines. But it is difficult. We are not in a position, let's face it, that we thought we were going to be. Last year, our staff were faced with tens of thousands of holidays that needed moving, and we were trying to hang on to as many customers as we can. People wanted to travel, so last year we're like, let's move it to next year, and we can help you do that. And most people were happy to do that. I think our retention rate on keeping customers was about 80%, which is amazing. And I think we fully expected to be back on track this time. I think so many things have been thrown into, the Indian variant. Obviously, we were expecting the Indian Ocean and Maldives to open up, which is absolutely our biggest destination. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. So it's hard to plan. Look at what happened with Portugal. I think because there was a lot of consultation with the travel industry about how this was going to happen. Portugal went on the green list. Unfortunately, it lasted 2 weeks. So, yeah, confidence, I have to be honest, from the travel industry has been shot to pieces, and a lot of frustration out there about the way the whole thing's been communicated. Don't know if that answered the question.
Thank you. I have another question. 2 more over here. Yes, thank you.
Thanks for that. Really, really interesting. I had a massive row with my non-husband yesterday about whether we should book to travel. For the next foreseeable few months, travel a moral choice as well as an individual choice?
For a lot of people, it will be. I think there will be people, quite honestly, that feel that they shouldn't be travelling. You mean for health reasons, not carbon emissions? Yeah, and I do. We completely understand that, and there will be people who don't feel comfortable about it and won't travel. But I can assure you, there is a whole pent-up demand of people who are desperate to get away. So yes, some customers may fall away. I think that it's going to be quite a long time before we get back to anything that we recognise as travel as usual. It could be years. So yeah, I think customers will feel nervous about it. I mean, I think people working within travel feel nervous about it, There's a lot of complexity. Just because our green lights go on doesn't mean to say the red lights don't go on over there. Borders are still closed in lots of places, Australia, for example, So yes, there may well be some people who decide that they don't want to do it, don't feel comfortable doing it, but a lot of people who are excited.
Visuals and photography is obviously such a big part of the travel, and you singled out the kind of Scotland image.
Yes.
Me being from Scotland is just coincidence. But I just wondered, do you source your own photography or do you use stock imagery? And how important is it that you feel your images are unique to the type of holiday that you're trying to sell?
Good question, good question. Did I get that right? Was that Skye or the Hebride? I was like, somebody's going to point this out to me, I daren't even say. Photography is a massive thing. We do use stock photography, but we also commission our own. We've sent video teams all over the world to create brand films that feel like they're us. I did a project in lockdown with... it's a blog, it's a sort of team of content creators called The Travel Project. I just absolutely love what they do. Pre-pandemic, I sent them out to Antigua with a brief to take pictures of the Caribbean. Pictures usually are dreadful. There are lots of saturated blue sky and look very samey. We struggle to make money in the Caribbean. Because BA Virgin own the airlines, and so yeah, commercially the Caribbean's quite tricky for us. But we decided that we were going to try and create a bank of photography which showed that the Caribbean was more than just a beach and more than just sort of rum punch and cocktails and that kind of thing. And they did an amazing job. We gave them a Jeep for the week and basically just went, go find stuff that's off the beaten track. And I have to say that was a terrific project. We still use their stuff. I also commissioned them in lockdown to do a series of pictures of people still planning their trips really nicely. So beautiful pictures of them looking, planning their video appointments with us, the glass of champagne, beautiful brochures. So lovely pictures to sort of show that you can still carry on planning your trip for the future, even though you might not be able to travel now. So yes, in a nutshell, photography is hugely important. Yeah, we should do more exclusive stuff.
Thank you. We have a question in the corner. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That was really interesting. This is a little bit of a cheeky question, just based on the last panel talking about the differences between AI and human analysis. And you mentioned analysis a lot in your talk. So I'm just, I guess I'm just interested to know, as sort of one of the bigger brands, I'm interested to know what's your reliance on automated analysis versus using people, using humans.
Do you mean to sell holidays?
For your media content. So analysing.
So
you talked a lot about your media campaigns, and your sentiment was great. That it was coming through. That Kawoni was. So how do you actually measure your media campaigns?
I mean, it's a really good question, and I have to be honest, I said at the beginning, I lost my entire team through redundancy. So I haven't actually had the luxury of being able to sit down and overanalyze, which is something I would love to get back. But a lot of it has been, I use Kantar and we have lots of sort of things like that, but a lot of it, to be honest, has been just by keeping track of it ourselves, looking at what kind of coverage we're generating and is it having an impact? So yeah, we don't do a huge amount of analysis in that way. It's a little bit of, I hate to say gut instinct, are we doing a good job? Yes, we have all the analytics. I can tell you that through those analytics, in a very basic term, our media coverage for the first year we were dealing of 2020, so if you take the sort of from March onwards, our coverage was about 4 times the volume of coverage we had for the previous year. And in terms of sentiment, I can't tell you, we did lots of press strips. If anybody works in the travel industry, that's the sort of thing. But it's very hard to get cut through as a tour operator on that kind of work. And I think just purely at the fact that we were a luxury brand, we were being active in terms of responding to what was going on. We were putting ourselves forward as spokespeople. We were putting out a lot of thought leadership on columns and opinions. Our CEO is very, very active on Twitter. So we were, as opposed to sort of volume, the sheer volume of news coverage has sort of probably sent our certainly the sort of column inches skyrocketing. I haven't answered your question, I know, but I've been so busy doing stuff that I haven't really had so much time to sort of delve too deeply.
Rachel, I'm sure that your sales team told you when a PR campaign worked or it didn't.
Did you know,
right?
in the very most basic format, you know, that's what I wanted to say is ultimately have people booked, you know, and actually you can tell when a story goes out and people come to you and make a booking, honeymoon booking.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you for many things. I want to thank you, A, for coming here and talking, but also for being a voice through the pandemic. I know personally, and I'm sure lots of people around this room have actually just kept on planning holidays through the pandemic because it sort of keeps the lights on a little bit and keeps you hopeful. So hopefully some of us can get on some planes. It's obviously a personal decision as to whether we do, but thank you for all the work that you've done to keep us going through this pandemic. Best of luck for you guys in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is a wrap, as they say. I would just like to do a few thank yous. First of all, I'd like to thank all of our amazing speakers and panellists today. From Hayley, first thing this morning, really kicking off the session with such an inspiring speech. Anna Salter from Kantar telling us all about how we're measuring and the engaging through the pandemic has been incredible. Alastair Campbell, no one can forget Alastair standing here, bouncing around the stage, really sharing his personal insights into his mental health journey, and I hope inspiring lots of us to share more. It's such an important topic. Daniela, who gave us that incredible panel on the Purposeful CEO. Our updates from both REEB and sorry, I will just get the right piece of paper, and from the PRCA Equity and Inclusion Advisory Council. The work they have done has been fantastic in the last 12 months. I'm sure you'll agree. And then to this afternoon, where we have looked at, you guys have workshopped what the future of the workforce is going to look like, how we can be in a more inclusive place for people to come and work. Ian from the Food and Drink Federation, who gave us some brilliant insights into authenticity in communication, gave us some examples of what works and what doesn't. Bit of Matt Hancock, bit of Tesco, thought that was brilliant. Katie, who just did the most amazing panel on AI, and all the sound bites that we got from there as well. Rory is a gem for the sound bites. Artificial stupidity, artificial intelligence, what are we going to do with that data, and should we make some human and informed decisions, which is great. And then to Rachel, as I say, it's so nice as a PR professional for someone to stand up here and just give some brilliant examples of public relations getting cut through in the media and social to actually drive impact for their businesses. So thank you to all of our brilliant speakers. Enormous thanks to our sponsors, 3Gem, Karma, I'm reading it off there, De Hilliard and Vulio, for whom we couldn't do this without you today, so thank you very much. I said at the start, I wanted to give my deep thanks to the PRCA. I think this industry body has stepped up like no other through this pandemic, and I watch the tireless work that this team does day in, day out to support this industry, so thank you. And then huge thanks to all of you. If you have enjoyed it, for goodness sakes, get on your social media channels and let people know about it. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in for the day. If you missed anything, by the way, it is live streamed and you can get some any of the panels on demand. So if you had to take a quick Zoom call or make a cup of tea and you missed something and you want to go back, it's all there. So thank you very much, and I hope you get home safely for those people who have come to London today, and thanks to everybody who's tuned in. Thank you.